Thank you, Brandon. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. Weird voice here. Welcome to the Costa and Jansen program with Heather. I am Stoney, and what's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it was a good weekend until it wasn't.
Yes.
But
how's everybody doing?
Yeah, happy holidays. Great to see you. I'm glad that that you'll be in this week as we get a chance to celebrate all of the holidays as well as football.
Yeah.
Question mark?
Two more weeks of professional football.
Yes, we do. And then it's on to mock draft season, which I know you love.
I know. I didn't expect to do it this early. I actually am surprised myself. I haven't looked to see where they'd be picking right now.
17.
Oh, it is.
You're
17.
welcome.
Okay,
Because I knew you were going to.
I already saw a tweet. Trade up for Caleb Downs. They have more issues than safety.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Heather, how are you?
I am fabulous. Had an amazing weekend celebrating Christmas with family. We kind of start early because we have so many parties to get through, and I'm in Christmas mode. I did not want to. I woke up and I was like, why did I say I'd work today? Because I was just stayed up late having fun. It was hard. It was very hard to wake up early today.
Are all the presents wrapped?
No, John, they're not wrapped. They're not even in the house. They're not even no.
Still a lot of work to do then, eh?
Lots of work. We debated about doing it last night, but we were both like, oh no, too tired. We'll do it another night. Tonight's the night.
Lions game wore you guys out, eh?
Colin, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, to get the Christmas card, great pictures of the family.
Thank you.
As
So
well.
appreciate that. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. And that's the same number you can give us texts.
Yep.
Well,
I know you were on the post game last night.
I was on the post game. Corbin produced the extravaganza, so people were very upset at a lot of things. And to me, the bottom line of as far as the game goes is they got bullied again. Their lines of scrimmage are terrible, and it's amazing to say that with this team that has been built on the offensive line, stopping the run.
running the ball.
And doing smart things.
The basics of football.
Yes. Block, run, and tackle.
Yeah. Blocking and tackling. That's where it seemed like the Lions have struggled all season, but certainly yesterday against a Pittsburgh team that, 3 weeks ago, all we could hear was, everybody thought Mike Tomlin and the Steelers were going to part ways.
Yeah.
And since then, they have played their best football. And yesterday, one of those three, obviously, is their best football of the year. And Aaron Rodgers, which makes it sting a little bit more because he was there as a part of that Pittsburgh team. But it was a Pittsburgh team last week. And I know you were in for with Doug. One of the things I talked about is you're probably not going to win the time of possession in this game because it's going to be dink and dunk. Like, they weren't a team that was going to have explosive plays until the run game exploded.
Yes.
And if you thought they were going to have explosive plays, it wouldn't be there.
No. Warren, two 45-yard touchdowns.
Yeah.
There's got to be an anomaly on 45 yesterday. We thought 6-7 is the cool number in today's with the kids. It should be 4 or 5.
Stoney, you're so cool.
All three touchdowns were 45 yards.
Yeah.
The ridiculous one at the end of the first half where you got to give Gainwell a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And Anzalone, I don't know what the heck happened there. It was just a great play, and he went in.
Sometimes players make plays.
Yes, and then the two 45-yard runs by Warren, where there was nobody on the edge. And it's very upsetting when you see the guts of this team just fall apart.
Yeah, well, it was nobody on the edge. They got blocked up, and then there was no support on the back end. Guys were out of position, and then some that just couldn't simply make plays. So it's unbelievably frustrating that so many people, not everyone, but so many people were holding on to hope that, and especially after the game on Saturday night, all right, the Bears win.
Yeah.
Which it kind of opened the door to be able to win the division.
Yeah.
And, hey, okay, we all said Lions got to win out. No matter what, Lions got to win out just to
Correct.
get in the playoffs. But if the Packers win, if the Bears win, and then they lose to San Francisco and they lose, we all did the math. Right? There's a path to actually win the division. And yesterday, it just obviously it crushed all hopes and dreams. And yes, there still is a minute path to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But that team that lost to Pittsburgh yesterday, they've already lost to Minnesota once and got bullied in that game.
Right. We have no idea who Minnesota's quarterback's going to be because JJ got hurt yesterday. But I don't think it really matters the way their defense held up the Lions' running attack.
And then obviously in Chicago, does that team that played yesterday or has played for the last 8 weeks, does it give you any confidence you go to Chicago and get a win?
No, even if Chicago doesn't need the game for anything, seeding or anything, you really don't think Ben Johnson remembers what happened in week 2? I don't think he's going to sit guys out.
No, I don't think so.
No.
He didn't. They didn't when he was here. So
Right.
why would he all of a sudden have that be a part of his DNA?
Right. And the other thing, you're counting on a Baltimore Raven team who might not have Lamar Jackson to beat the Green Bay Packers. And
then a Minnesota team as well to beat them in the very last game of the year.
Right. So look, yes, it's a remote possibility, but anybody who's hanging on that hope. Look, I'm sure the players are, but then again, as you know, John, players are sitting there going, we just got to take care of Thursday. And if there's a team that really doesn't need a short week, I think it's the Lions. Or maybe you think they do.
I don't know that it would matter if it was a short week
I don't mean physically. I mean mentally. Maybe it's better that they just get up and play on Thursday.
Yeah, so anytime you lose a game, and it's a little bit unique because now they've lost back-to-back games.
Yes.
Which, I don't know. I'm sure you guys brought up it's the first time in 3.5 years that they've lost back-to-back games. Yeah. Anytime you lose a game, you want to get on the field as fast as possible. You want to be able to turn the page as fast as possible. And it's just not a team that right now, I don't know that mentally they're able to turn the page.
Especially since it's Christmas. There's Penei Sewell, I heard, said, he's kind of bummed out that they got to play on Christmas. Now you got to play on Christmas, and you're playing like crap as a team.
They make too much money to complain about playing on Christmas.
Okay, but still, mentally, they're going to give it their effort. I'm not saying that, but it's tougher when you're playing like crap.
Yes. They're not playing with a lot of confidence, and there's not a lot of confidence anybody has in this team.
Yes. Look, there's a lot of issues with this team now, obviously, and going forward. We kind of want to focus on the present, and the present is not very good. And some of this leads to some interesting texts, including the Lions are what happens when you fall in love with your own guys and do not address or upgrade your areas of need in the offseason or before the trade deadline. Look, yes, they could have used another pass rusher. We all agree. And look, they didn't fortify the lines. It's that simple.
It's that simple, along with decisions at coordinators.
Yeah.
It's the question marks that we had going into the season have all proven themselves to be on the, when you think pros and cons, on the con side of things.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. Look, we were to a certain extent jaded by the 15-2, and I know when everybody, and then that makes a difference, made their preseason predictions. I remember I was 11-6, and people I thought I was like it was heresy.
I think we all thought the record was going to be worse.
Yes.
I don't know. If there's a world where they end up with a losing record.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's
fourth in the NFC North. The
right.
Detroit Lions.
After winning it 2 years in a row and going from 15-2 to, and winning the division to last in the division.
Yeah. Another text. I hate hearing all these fans saying the refs screwed us. This defense has been absolutely terrible. 70-year-old Aaron Rodgers tore us up. Oh, that's from Will in a truck going to work. The refs didn't screw us.
No.
The refs didn't. In fact, the Lions got some good calls on that drive earlier in the drive.
This is why when we talk about officiating and the calls that are made in any game, in the end, it generally evens itself out. You're going to get some good, some bad, some you think are for, some you think are against, but in the end, it evens itself out. And I don't necessarily think that those calls were wrong. Do I like the one against Isaac Tisla? No. I think that one is. I've seen that play.
I thought he, in a weird way, I thought he was like bumped into the player. But whatever.
No, it's to me it was everything up into the contact. Even the contact was okay. It's what happened after contact. He has to either spin out. He's got to do something to try and attempt to continue his route. He basically stopped, and that's where. It's the same thing that happened to Washington. Now it was a little more dramatic because he, we was it who was it that run into Washington? The defensive back, was it Rocky Sin or
I think so.
I mean, he basically ran into a brick wall.
Yeah.
That's a big dude.
I know.
But you've got to
big dude.
continue the route. You've got to attempt to say that I wasn't just simply blocking that guy.
Right.
I'm going to continue the route.
Stoney, you want a stat of the day?
Go ahead.
The Steelers were last in time of possession of the football going into yesterday in the NFL.
Right.
Yesterday it was 34-26. And
Well, but
that's squarely on this defense.
Yep.
And the signature drive was that third quarter.
No doubt about it.
Wow. If you want to see the warts that this defense has.
Final text right now. Shepard said if you take 10 plays out, it was an amazing defensive performance. Remember last week against the Rams, what he said?
Yeah.
All right. The telephone number, 248-539-9797. We will take your phone calls. By the way, we have some Red Wing tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour. There's a happy team, the Detroit Red Wings. All right. It's 97-1. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Stoney in for Jim this week. Let's go to the phones and let's say good morning to Lamar in Detroit. What's up, Lamar?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing
Good.
all right. You?
I'm pretty good. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, all that.
A lot of happies.
Yep. Same to you.
Okay, a lot of happies. You know, I just want to tell you guys, this team works better under pressure. And I think that next year they're going to be under pressure. In the offseason, they're going to be under pressure. And maybe they'll get back to the NFC Championship game because the fans were right. We were right about the pass rusher. We were right about their offensive line concerns, you know, replacing Ragnow, all that good stuff that we all know and love. But they work better under pressure. Case in point, when they were 1-6, they had to win the rest of them games, and they did. They went 8-2. Case in point, we was looking for a playoff game in 23. They had a great draft, a great offseason, went all the way to the NFC Championship game, and then we started, you know, trusting in Brad Holmes and trusting. They went 15-2. But now, guess what? You guys got to be under pressure now. You guys can't take your foot off the gas. Nobody in the NFC took their foot off the gas. Nobody in our division took their foot off the gas.
Well, weren't they under pressure yesterday?
Yeah.
Were they under pressure yesterday? They was not under pressure. They thought they could just sleepwalk against, you know, a 40-year-old quarterback.
Oh, no. They had to win. I mean, it was the position that they had put themselves in. They had to win to have a chance to get into the playoffs. I think they're under pressure.
That is correct. You are correct. But the general consensus was coming off a loss, they were going to beat the Steelers, and the Steelers weren't on our level. Guess what? The Steelers are on our level, okay? And the Steelers were better than us yesterday. So I think that loss and whatever happens in the rest of the, you know, the season, hopefully we don't get in the playoffs. God forbid we do that. But I think they'll be ready to go. You know, you got 38 players on the contract next year. Got a great draft for the trenches. I'm looking forward to next year. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Very sunny disposition there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure how quickly you could turn the page to look forward to next year. And I usually do it sooner than most.
I know you
But
do.
with 2 games left, I'm not ready to start looking towards next year.
No. Well, you're not ready to let this play out?
No. It's played out. It's out.
You're right. Some text. Derek in Sterling Heights says the Lions' biggest disappointment has been their front seven's inability to stop the run or pressure the quarterback. All their defensive resources have been poured there, and they haven't performed. Well, all their defensive resources have not been just there. I mean, the secondary, Branch, Joseph, they were, you know, resources. DJ Reed, resource. I mean, they put some resources in the back end. Now, Gov mentioned this stat earlier in the program. Here's the stat that I think, or numbers, I wouldn't even call it a stat, so to speak, that just sums up this season. In the 7, now, I preface by saying I'm not a math major, but if my math is correct in my adding, they've lost 7 games, right?
You are 100% correct.
In those 7 games, they've been outrushed 994 to 487. It's the story of the season to me.
Yeah.
Can't stop the run. When
Can't run.
They can't stop the run. They can't run.
Well, and how many times?
The losses and the 7 losses.
And if you look at, I mean, go back to even last year when they were a really good football team, or the year before. Any time that you've had Goff throw the ball 50-plus times, it's been a loss.
Yeah.
And I think the only other time, and I don't even think he threw the ball 50 times, was the Tampa game when both Montgomery and Gibbs got dinged up, and it was Josh Reynolds. Like that was the game where it was down in Tampa, and they got the turnover by Anzalone early. They were able to win that game. For the most part, that is not the recipe for this team to win.
No.
Goff did fine. Like he missed some throws, but he got hit and sacked 3 times. But he didn't throw any interceptions. This team has to be able to run the football.
He threw a ball like Andre Ware into the ground where he wasn't trying to just, throw the ball away. That was kind of odd. No, look, Goff did not play great, but that's not the reason they lost the game.
No.
They couldn't run the ball. And I believe that he should have, at the end of the game, it sounds crazy because they did score a touchdown that got taken away on the St. Brown touchdown at the end. It's 1st and goal at the 1 yard line. Put Montgomery in and just try to run the ball. You still have a timeout. So if you don't get the touchdown, then you call timeout and then you throw your three plays. David Montgomery, if I'm not mistaken, did not touch the field in the second half.
Well, I mean, because they couldn't get anything on the ground. They could not block. It was TFLs. It was 0 yards. And I don't know, Stoney, normally I am 100% with you. Hey, 1st and goal at the 1 yard line, I would say run the ball 4 times. And if you don't get it in, you don't deserve to win. But they had tried to run the ball in essence, 12 other times in the game, which isn't a lot, but they ran for 15 yards.
I know. And one time, they ran the ball one time in the second half, and that was the beginning of the drive before the 2-minute warning, right? With Gibbs. All right, let's take a little break from our Lions disappointment. Here's Heather with the news.
Well, no one won the big Powerball jackpot over the
still in the
weekend, so
game.
we're all still in the game. 2 tickets sold in Michigan, though, did win $1 million, so maybe that's you. One of them was purchased at Murphy USA. That's a gas station convenience store in Ludington. The other was purchased at Mr. A's Party Shop in Grosse Pointe Farms, so very close. So when it comes to the new jackpot, it's now at $1.6 billion. If you win, you'll take home $735.3 million. This is the 4th largest Powerball jackpot ever.
What's the largest?
So good luck to you.
It doesn't say.
The largest winning Powerball jackpot sold in Michigan, it says, was worth $842.4 million. I don't have all of the numbers, though, John, of course, because
I ask those questions.
You always ask the questions I don't have ready to go. The answer is yes. Well, we all saw this happen. Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf took a swing at a Lions fan at last night's game. In the second quarter, cameras caught Metcalf getting into this altercation with the fan who was kind of leaning over the edge. So I have some new details because this articles are like, it's not clear exactly what happened, but he definitely threw a punch in his direction. Doesn't look like he made contact, but you can see on videos he definitely got a hold of the guy's shirt, collar, chain, something on his body. There was contact made. The fan said his shirt was ripped. And the fan, who has identified himself as Ryan Kennedy, says that he called him by his real name, his government given name.
His birth name, yeah.
However, now in Chad Johnson on his podcast that he has other things to add. He said that's not the whole story. Well, he did apparently say his name. Johnson also says that he called him a racial slur and called his mother
the C word.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So obviously there's video. There's going to be audio. There's other witnesses around that they're going to need to be able to talk to find out what was said.
Nonetheless, he did put his hands on a fan, so we all saw that happen.
I expect him to not be playing the next game.
Probably not.
In the comments I was reading on social media, there was a lot of people like, I would have been down on that ground. Like, I would have just continued to fall and make a big scene out of it. You know what I mean? People were having fun with it, saying like, oh gosh, that was me. I would have kept going all the way over that edge and been on the field down there. Georgetown's men's basketball coach, Ed Cooley, threw a water bottle into the home crowd after their loss to Xavier on Saturday night, and it actually hit a kid who was sitting on his mother's lap behind the bench. So he has been suspended for 1 game, and he did issue an apology, during his post-game press conference. He started with an apology to the family, and he said it was definitely out of character for him, and he was very frustrated. Obviously, he wants to make sure that everyone's okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oops.
I know you could when he throws it and you see it hit the kid, you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
But you could see his instant reaction like, oh my gosh.
I can't believe I just did that. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Ann Arbor police say that scammers are posing as their officers and asking for money. So police were first made aware of these scammers last week, and apparently these scammers are claiming to be actual officers. They have specific names of officers. They're calling people. They're saying maybe you missed jury duty or something else. If you don't pay this fine, you could be arrested. And they're asking for all different types, different sums of money, whether it's large or small, or gift cards. And Ann Arbor police are saying, hey, we would never contact you and demand money, and you're not going to be arrested if you don't pay money. This is not something we would do. So if you do receive a call like this, you should contact the actual police department immediately. Let's see. The NCAA has unveiled the logo for the 2027 Final Four in Detroit. So taking place at Ford Field on Saturday, April 3rd and Monday, April 5th. The Final Four will bring the best teams from college basketball to the Motor City. And they say the logo is a tribute to Detroit's heritage and drew inspiration from the city's street signs, auto tags, and industrial roots. It also does feature the 313 area code plus a basketball record graphic in honor of Motown.
Very
Cool.
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. And that's in 2027.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number, 248-539-9797. Don't forget, TJ Lang will be here at 9 o'clock, 97.1.
Hey, we got cold temps. Stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temperatures. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Stoney here in for Jim Costa this week with John and Heather, Corbin, the Gov, everybody.
Yes.
Enjoying the holiday season.
Yes.
Except for what happened yesterday at Ford Field if you're a Lion fan. The rest of the weekend was pretty damn good locally. The Wings win, 2. The Pistons win 1. Michigan, well, unless you're an Oakland fan, Michigan State beat Oakland. That was a lot of fun being down there at LCA.
Grizz, yeah.
And Michigan beat the LaSalle Explorers last night at 4 o'clock.
Yes, they didn't explore much.
No, they didn't. So Lions lose in Lion-esque fashion. The bottom line is that they didn't play they played like crap for most of the game.
Yeah.
And we're trying to figure out why, who to blame. 248-539-9797. We have phone calls. We have texts. Let's go read a few texts for you, please. The confidence in Dan Campbell is fading very fast. He's a one-trick pony no matter what the personnel situation is with this team. Kick the field goal. I agree that he should have kicked the field goal because in those type of games, I thought it would be a field position game. You needed the points early. They had just given up a field goal. It would have been nice to just tie the game and move on. But for those of you who say, well, if he kicks the field goal, it means they only needed a field goal at the end of the game.
No.
Everything does not add up the same.
That was the first quarter, and things will be played differently by both sides.
Right.
And I was hoping that he was going to take the field goal as well because you started off, 3 and out on the very first possession. All right, that's a throwaway. And then Pittsburgh goes down, then they draw first blood with the field goal. You're able to put together a decent drive, right? 13 plays, 63 yards. You drive it right down inside the 5. And I know that there may be some people at the time that maybe they don't admit it now, that were saying, oh, yeah, go for it. We got to punch this in. To me, the points, being able to get on the board at that time was the bigger deal. And, if you don't convert, obviously, you give bad field position to the Steelers and you don't think they're going to go 95 yards and score a touchdown, but you got to take the points at that time.
I totally agree. I will again endeavor to make my point that the current state of the Lions is a direct result of Jeff Daniels poking fun at the Bobby Lane curse. Yeah, right. Please. All right, let's go to Pete in Chesterfield here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, how you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing all right. How about you, Pete?
I'm doing great. The Lions aren't.
Nope.
So I can't believe you guys agree with me finally. They take the points. My high school coach knows better than this guy. You know what I'm saying? Mike Ditka rules. That's how I like to see games played.
Well,
I might be old-fashioned, but they work.
Pete, let me ask you a question. In the situation yesterday, I agree with you. But if you've been watching, hold on.
Even my dog agrees.
I agree. Well, your dog needs a change of opinion because your dog needs to watch some modern football. You watch all these teams; they're all going for it. It's not just Dan Campbell anymore.
It doesn't matter. Everybody knows what he's going to do. Being a surprise was one good year. Now they all know what he's going to do. He doesn't change his ways, and now they got him. He's very predictable.
Well, when they line up with the offense, I think everybody knows that they're going to run a play. Like I don't mean to be a smart ass on you, but it's what he calls after that point. You could say that's predictable.
Well, and then also there's no threat from Goff. If sometimes when they're on the 1 yard line and they try to go or on fourth down, they got a running quarterback that could go out sweep or do a sneak. You know what I'm saying?
The sneak, I agree with you. Thanks for the call. I don't understand. He's not a small guy. You can quarterback.
Yeah, he's a tall
sneak.
guy. He's got long arms.
Yeah, you can do a quarterback sneak every once in a while.
He's got those small hands, though. He might fumble.
The issue with the quarterback sneak, though, is you need to be able to get movement with the interior 3. And Ratledge, okay, maybe he favors going to the right and you could get some there. But when you've got a guy that they just brought up from the practice squad as your center, and Mahogany, who just returned from an injury, I wouldn't have a lot of confidence you're going to get push up front.
I agree maybe in yesterday, but I'm talking about throughout his Lion tenure. They don't run the quarterback sneak hardly at all.
I will say this about the play calling, John, and you can disagree. I don't think they're predictable necessarily, but I do think they show tendencies.
Sure.
And I've seen that this year where teams kind of know what they're doing here and there. It's not completely predictable. You know, they give up on running the football too easy when sometimes you just have to do it, like the Steelers did yesterday. Jaylen Warren busted a couple plays. That's the dynamic of what Jahmyr Gibbs can do.
Yeah.
Feed him, and that's what can happen.
They ran the ball once in the second half.
Well, some of that was 3 plays in the second half, the third quarter.
Yeah.
And that's on. I am mad at Goff for the safety. He could have grounded that thing. There was a bunch of open field right in front of him. You know, you've got to recognize that you can't take a safety at all costs. Even if you get an intentional grounding,
That's a safety.
It's a safety.
Right. But
So you end up with the same thing.
make the refs make that call. Most times than not, they're not going to do it. Rodgers had a hell of a throwaway way into the end zone down there at the other. Now, it's a little bit different, obviously, here, but there was a ton of room right in front of Goff where he could have just thrown it right in the ground.
I think there was one where he stepped on Mahogany's foot, and then it caused him to throw low to Tesla.
Yes.
Steve and Taylor, good morning.
Good morning. I'm with the last caller, and I've called in every other week when they've lost, and I guess I had to call 2 weeks in a row. I still say this coach is not. You can't win with this coach. Now, I think he's a great motivator, but game day coaching has literally been horrible. He should have taken the points. I think everybody and we had a bunch of guys. Everybody's yelling, "Take the points, take the points." So we're not second guessing. You get down at the end. Of course, the safety cost them, but it's just This is, you remember Frisco, and you think he would learn at some point, and he just is so stubborn. I just don't think you'll ever win with this guy. And once again, I think he's a nice guy, great motivator. I just don't think he can coach on game day. Everybody, even the announcers, he had 29 seconds on that last series. And I agree, John, they couldn't run the ball much, but you're not here you're on the 1 yard line. You're not trying to get a big gain here. You're looking for 1 yard. You put Montgomery in there. Because you can take a timeout, then you get 3 more passes after that if you don't make it. Everybody knows it except this coach.
That I totally agree with as far as yesterday and taking the points yesterday. We all agree he should have done it. But for the most part, and he brought up the San Francisco game, I will climb on that hill that was the right call.
Yep.
If the player catches the ball, Josh Reynolds, they're in the Super Bowl, probably. Right?
Yes.
Let's go to Jay. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, everybody. Merry Christmas.
You too.
Hey, so just a quick take on yesterday's game, and then I got a comparison for you. So yesterday, the day starts out, I figured 4:30 game, I can get a bunch of stuff done. I had a couple deer to cut up, got that done, got the adult beverage going, sit on the couch. Things are going great, and then that catch by Gainwell at the half, I'm just like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Aaron Rodgers doing it again, and of course my youngest is a Green Bay fan. He boosts out of thin air and just starts mocking it, So I'm like, okay, dude. And I just sat there and, like you said, the debacle. But my comparison is the Lions season to the Tigers season. Injuries, the failure from the expectation at the beginning of the season, a good start, and then, didn't do anything with getting any help to replace those players, and I think it bit us in the butt. What do you guys think?
Well, that part I agree with. As far as your son being a Packer fan, that's bad parenting.
Yeah, tell me about it.
That hurts.
Thanks for the call. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. It's the Costa and Jansen Show with Heather Stoney in for Mr. Costa 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Did you enjoy the sweaters that Izzo and Campy had on Saturday?
I did. I thought
was
those were
great.
cool. I know that they do that every time. And this one was Campy that picked them out, right? Or
No,
was it?
this was Izzo.
Oh, this was his. Okay.
Naughty and the nice.
Yeah.
with the
No, I thought it
referee.
was really cool.
I thought it was very good. All right, we have some texts here. The Lions without Johnson is Michigan without Stallions. It's pretty funny. Sorry, John. I still think it's funny, even though, whatever. It's the same crap as the Washington playoff game. Too much Goff and not enough commitment to the run. Really frustrating.
Okay. The issue, I think, is it's not enough commitment to the run because the run was ineffective. And
they did try it early.
They did try it early. And if you can't block anyone, where do you expect the running back to go? That to me was the biggest issue, was we were ineffective at blocking up front. And sometimes it was a wide receiver that was coming in that couldn't get a block. Sometimes it was a guard. It was a center. Sometimes it was multiple people. But that was what was absolutely irritating me. And it's irritated me all season long.
Jeff in Chicago says, unpopular opinion here. Whether it was right or wrong, Brad ultimately got screwed by Ragnow. Ragnow retiring post-draft and free agents. Brad should have set a hard date and got a real center if he still had not decided. Instead, we lose an all-pro and don't re-sign Zeitler and end up with this.
There is some truth to that, but you're not going to give your all-pro center a hard date and say, well, if you don't feel good by, April 15, the same time that you're going to send your taxes in, we got to know whether you're going to be back or not. And because it's just at that time, I've said this before, when you're 6, 7, 8 years in the NFL, you have different seasons, right? You got your preseason, you got your regular season, and then you've got your surgery and recovery season. And it took a lot longer for him to decide that I physically can't do it. And so I'm not going to be mad at Frank.
The reason you could be mad at Brad is figuring out, thinking that there might be a possibility of this, and maybe he could have been addressed a year earlier, because we'd always talked about, because of all his injuries, eventually this is going to happen.
Well, and what did we also know? Like he's not at that point. He wasn't at that point of his career where he was going to play 17 games.
Right.
So even if you're a team that you think, okay, with Frank, we could still be 13, 14 wins. All right. Well, if he's not available for 5 games, what are you going to do so that you don't instantly are struggling upstream without him at the center position? Because it wasn't Graham.
Yeah, they didn't need a second defensive back when they drafted Rakestraw, especially Rakestraw, who had a little bit of an injury history. Bill in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, gentlemen? Happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you.
It was previously mentioned, but while I was on hold, I was going to call about, hey, John, we got them on their heels on that last drive. The defense is on their heels. We have a timeout. We let 18 seconds run off the clock at the 1-yard line. Why don't you just attempt to run right there and get the 1 yard? Why not?
Well,
you got a timeout if you don't get it.
Yep.
I think everybody agrees with you.
Right. And how can we not tackle 2 45-yard runs back-to-back series? How can you not tackle?
Well, one of them he broke some tackles. The other, they completely got sealed off on the edge.
Well, they got sealed off on the edge, and your safeties were out of position.
Yep, safeties, which all season we've been hurting the backfield there. So enjoy the holidays. Let's start looking at the mock drafts.
Yeah, it's time. And you know what? I used to, would tell my friends, the injuries is part of the problem, that they're losing a little bit, especially the secondary one unit and all that. You look at what the Chargers are doing with up front, and they lost 2 really good offensive linemen, if not 3.
They lost 3 tackles.
Yes, and they're just running through people. I mean, that's
well, I don't necessarily know if they're running through people, but they're throwing over people.
They're doing a lot of things
with a quarterback with a broken hand.
That's true, and they're a pretty damn good coach. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, so I'm good. I mean, the Wings and Pistons and both our college teams are looking awesome, so that's positive right there. As far as the Lions go, man, I think Brad Holmes is to blame for everything. People can, be and moan about Dan Campbell all they want, but how he's calling plays and going for it on fourth down and all that, it shows his lack of confidence in this roster and in on defense. And, Brad had a tremendous, first couple off seasons here, right? When he first came here, he built a lot of the core of this foundation, but guys, what has he done since? It's the whole, what have you done for me lately?
The last two drafts have been washouts thus far, for the most part.
Atrocious. Stoney, they've been atrocious, man. And, all off season, I know you and Mike Delaney and everybody, because I listen to the show every day, right? I listen to all you guys. Pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, Brad. And he refused to address the pass rush. Oh, but Marcus Davenport, you're in the best shape of your life. Yeah, we're going to bring you back. How'd that work out?
I know. They love injured players. Pascal, all these guys that, I don't understand it.
You can't have years where you have holes in your draft. And if you look at the 2024 draft, Terrion Arnold has definitely not produced like you hoped and thought he would, and this year's been hurt majority of the season. Ennis Rakestraw, we haven't seen anything from him. Giovanni Manu, we saw one game, which wasn't great, and he's been hurt since. Vaki's a special teams guy. Makai Wingo, you go right down, and then Christian Mahogany at 6th round pick. Okay, well, you got a little bit out of him, but then he was hurt, and yesterday he was awful.
Yeah.
And then this past season, I'm not going to say it's a complete throwaway because Tate Ratledge, I think, is going to develop into a really good guard, but you're not getting anything from Tyleik Williams.
I was going to say, Tyleik Williams, to me, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
Right now. Look.
The thing is, Ratledge and even Williams could be starters. And if you do get starters with where they picked in the first 2 rounds, you can call that salvaging a draft. It's a slaw thing and what they gave up. John, dead on. The 2024 draft is killing this team.
Yeah.
That's when you were 12-5 off an NFC championship game, and it was time to go for it in this conference. And you didn't. And then you bring in guys like Davenport. And like you said, with the Pascal and remember Owens Enrique?
Yeah, and they traded up to get Terrion Arnold too, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to go defensive back, who would you rather have, Terrion Arnold or Cooper DeJean?
Yeah, exactly. And Sonia, I think he's a bust. I am not afraid to call that shot already. I've seen nothing from Terrion Arnold to suggest that he should be a starting cornerback in this league. That's a failure.
Yeah, I can't argue that one.
No.
The only thing I'll argue is in that draft, we all knew going into it, they had to address the corner position.
Right.
And there were a lot of people that thought Terrion Arnold was the best one at that time.
Correct.
Now, is it ultimately going to be a bust? It's trending that way. The biggest issue is then doubling down on it and taking Ennis Rakestraw in the 2nd round.
Right.
And we beat the hammer, but Rosengarten went to pick after him. Yes. A starter in this league. That's what you want. And then you don't take Mahogany in that draft. See, this whole thing starts to snowball.
Right.
And then the lack of production from 2nd round picks, period, besides the 23 draft.
That's been the history of this franchise. If
don't start going down those names.
I know. I'm not.
Give me one. Come on.
I'm not.
Give me just one.
I won't. To give you one, how about Steelers defensive back coach Gerald Alexander, who was in the building yesterday? Yes, exactly. All right. Telephone number 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. With the Lions' 29-24 loss to the Steelers yesterday, Detroit's playoff chances have been gashed to just 8% per Next Gen Stats. They need to win out and need the Packers to lose out in order to make the postseason now. Another loss, perhaps perpetuated by an injured Lions roster, feels defeating, but Dan Campbell is not using that as an excuse.
can go first. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'll take the odd numbers.
Okay.
1, 3, 5, 7.
Lost in the chaos of the loss was the second quarter altercation between a Lions fan and Steelers wide receiver DeKalin Zacharias Metcalf. That's his full name, and apparently being called DeKalin Zacharias is enough for him to think it's okay to grab and punch Detroit fans in the stands at Ford Field. That's at least according to Ryan Kennedy of Pinckney, who said the altercation started after Kennedy provoked Metcalf by using his full name, DeKalin Zacharias. Many Lions fans were shocked that Metcalf was able to remain in the game after punching a fan in the second quarter, but a statement from the NFL said the league is unable to intervene for an ejection. Metcalf skipped out on interviews after the game and will likely be fine today. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wait, he's not here.
Oh,
Guess
wow.
what? I asked you guys before the show, do you want me to do this? You guys said yes.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I felt very dirty and like the devil
In coming up with
these. And I actually enjoyed the experience. So,
Overreactions can be positive, you know.
no. I mean, I'm filling in for Smarm.
Right. So, okay, all right. With the spirit of one Jim Costa, let's hit our overreact, Jims.
The Lions should fire both John Morton and Kelvin Shepard. Both are in over their heads. My case study is the Eagles replacing both coordinators in 2023. They went on to win the Super Bowl the next year.
I know everybody wants, they want heads to roll. And John Morton's is already rolled. Like, he's not going to be back. And I think Dan will go out and assess. And I think he's got to assess it in regards to, I don't necessarily have to have a relationship with this guy. You want to be able to hire coaches that you trust. You know what their personality is. You know their work. But you've got to get somebody that is a better play caller than John Morton and in a much better offense. So I think there might be an overreaction on Kelvin Shepard. I'm not saying I would keep him, but the Tampa game early on, with the way that he was able to construct that defense and get them to play, it just wasn't sustainable. We all thought going into and coming out of the Eagles game that they were playing well, and it's fallen apart since. What are you doing?
I agree. John Morton should not be on this football staff next year. I think they need a new play caller, and it's not Dan Campbell either. So, yes, offensive coordinator. For Kelvin Shepard, I think you give him one more season and see how his defense would work with with Branch and Joseph healthy for most of the season. I think they did some good things. I think it was more personnel than anything else.
Yeah, and just one last thing. I know we got to get going, but I don't have a problem with Dan Campbell calling the offense. It's been an explosive offense since he took over. They just need to address the personnel.
It's not time to be nice. Kelvin Shepard, there's going to be somebody on the market that just simply has a more of a proven track record, and that's why I'm saying that. All right, the odds of the Lions missing the playoffs are so slim that they should lose out and finish last in the NFC North. That'll give them an easier schedule next year and a better draft pick. Schedule-wise, the undecided games would become the Titans, the Cardinals, and the Giants.
Oh, man, that is so tasty. That is so tasty, but you can never try to lose. But the fan in me, until they're actually eliminated, I'll say no, I'm not going to root for them to lose on Thursday. But if they lose on Thursday and they go into Chicago with a chance to finish last, bear up, everybody. Go Chicago Bears. But I won't be rooting, but I'll be.
I read this one and I thought you just went full Jim Costa on
That's
this.
right.
No, there is absolutely no part of me that says or believes that they should lose out just so they could get an easier schedule. No, that's BS.
Oh, that schedule's tasty next year. Same old Lions, alive and well. Kenneth Gainwell's catch is the latest example. That catch was the 90s version of Shannon Sharp's catch. In reality, this is just the 90s all over again for the Lions.
No, it's just a guy making a play. And you could say, well, it's luck or it's bad luck. No, it happened. I'm not going to say it wasn't weird or it wasn't unique, but it is not those three letters.
Back in the 90s, you brought that up. The Lions did make the playoffs 2 years in a row. The 2 straight losses to Green Bay, the one where Barry had like negative yards or whatever. So there is part of that, and I kind of thought the same thing because...
Say what I did yesterday, Stoney, when it happened.
Did you text him?
He texted Rieger, who was
Rieger
sitting
only.
next to me with a clown tent, basically. a circus tent. But it did have the Shannon Sharp memory to me because where I was sitting watching that game, it was the exact same part of the field.
I'm glad you didn't text me. My head would have exploded.
I know better, John. I mean, I know this is the segment where I'm Mr. Costa. I just never would have done that to you yesterday because you just have no room for it. I know you're still believing, but I'm telling you what, there are shades of the 90s that are just repeating themselves. I hope the offensive linemen don't mow the lawn in the offseason.
Stop.
The Jaguars went into Denver and torched the Broncos defense. The Jags are a real Super Bowl threat out of the AFC.
I don't think they're a Super Bowl threat, but I think they're really a team on the rise. Trevor Lawrence finally seems to have gotten it. Their coach is a exceptional play caller, and his quirkiness has really gotten his team motivated to do things. I mean, last week, Sean Payton called them a small market team, and then Cohen said yesterday, the small market team, we went in there to Mile High and won the game. He's got his players behind him. He's turning into a really good coach. I like this team, but I don't think they're a Super Bowl threat. They're like a year away.
No, I think the Super Bowl threat, as we've talked about out of that division, is the Houston Texans. And I know it was a struggle yesterday against the Raiders, but they did what they had to do to win that game. I think the way that they play defense, and when you look at Jacksonville, okay, yeah, they took down Denver. I don't know if they would be able to do it because they're going to have to win a couple of games like that in the postseason, whether it's New England, it's Buffalo, as I mentioned, Houston. I don't know that they could do it again to Denver. Obviously, they did it once, so we have to account for that. And I'm not even sure that the Chargers wouldn't beat them.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is the AFC's wide open. And to think the Bills are the favorite right now with that defense, and they almost lost to the Browns yesterday. I mean, I just don't know how you can trust Buffalo's defense. The Buccaneers have lost 6 of 7 games. Todd Bowles should be fired at the end of the season.
I think this is still a bit of an overreaction. They're still not out of the playoff race. It looks dark, but it's Carolina and Tampa. I think this is still a bit of an overreaction. Todd Bowles has been able to get a lot out of that team. They've been ravaged by injuries on the offensive side of things. So I think this is still a little bit of an overreaction.
I think he needs the pink slip, and if Gov's wish comes true for the Lions, I think Todd Bowles will be a great defensive coordinator right here in Detroit. He's a really good coordinator.
Yep, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Biff Poggi will be Michigan's head coach next season. Kenny Dillingham signed an extension at Arizona State, and Kalen DeBoer looks like a pipe dream.
I love the fact that the players love Biff Poggi. I love his personality, but he's basically a hedge fund guy who, bought his way into football. I don't want him to be the head coach. I want him to be around because I think he's really good for the program. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I think Doug's Kyle Willingham is a really good person to bridge for 4 or 5 years because of his age. But no, I don't want Biff Poggi to be the head coach.
Quite honestly, I don't have any idea what's going on. And I know that they have said that they want to make this decision by Christmas because the transfer portal opens up, and any of the coaches that are in the currently in the playoffs, they're not going to play until New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. So it does make it difficult if you want to get one of those coaches or one of their coordinators.
Do you think, John, real quick, do you think it's realistic that they would make Biff the head coach? That it's a real possibility?
I think anything is possible right now.
Okay.
How about this? I mean, I would say no because of his brother, but there's a good chance John Harbaugh gets fired after this year. Would you take a Harbaugh if you were Michigan?
No.
Another one?
No.
Good.
No, and that's why Jesse Minter's not in the mix.
The group of 5 team should be banned from the college football playoff. Yeah, I said banned. Last 2 years, they've been absolutely awful in these opening round games. You're living a lie if you think, or don't think, that Oregon, BYU, and Ole Miss Notre Dame would not have been better football.
I 100% agree with this. This is not an overreaction. I was on this. I've been on this since we've had the college football playoffs. Like, I don't like the whole group of 5 addition. If they want to have their own national championship and say, hey, you are, winners of the group of 5, that's great. That's what it should be. But when you continue to get blown out in situations like this, I don't want to see that football. It's not entertaining. There's nothing fun about it. There's no fan attraction, and you've got so many other teams that could create great matchups. This year was a great example. And it's also those teams, Oregon, that had to play in that game. You're risking injury against a team that you shouldn't have to be playing against. You've proven more than having to, or you've earned the right to play against a better team than JMU.
I think you just have to rework the way the formula is. I have no problem if you have one of them in there. The problem was because the ACC had this effed up tie-breaking system where they couldn't have a real champion. Would have been Miami, which would have put Notre Dame in. And you would have had, yes, Tulane would have been the group of 5. And some years, not in the last 2, a team like Boise State is a legitimate team. So some years it would work. So I think I have no problem with one.
The Red Wings will make the playoffs. They had a great 4-point weekend. They're in first in their division, the second most points in the East. However, they're just 5 points from being out of the playoffs.
God, I want to say that's not an overreaction, but it is an overreaction, and it's because of their resume. We are in December. We still have January. February, they're not going to lose too many games because of the Olympic break, but then we have March sadness. If they can get through March, maybe, yes. They have been playing really, really well, but I think it's a little bit of an overreaction.
I don't think this is an overreaction. I think they can be a team. Do I expect them to be the best in their division? No. Do I expect them to be a wild card team? Most likely. I do think that the All-Star break this year, or not the All-Star break, the break for the Olympics is at a time where you've got young players that are going to get a chance to, it's a long season. They're going to get a chance to get refreshed, re-energized, and I think that this is a team that will make the playoffs.
How'd I do, John? Do you feel okay now? Is your Monday normal now that you've had your smarm? Did I do good enough?
Yeah, I feel just as dirty this Monday as I did last Monday.
Well, go home and take a shower. 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all of our football, all of our sports is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill at one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are. And been there with Stoney. We've been in the pool. We've been in the cabana. You got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for news. And here's Heather.
All right, guys. So a dog was killed outside the animal control facility in St. Clair County last weekend by police. And now the office is facing criticism for how the dog was handled and obviously the death that followed. So the dog was brought to the facility after it was found wandering around outside in the frigid weather. Family found it. They said the dog was not aggressive when they found it. They put it in the back of the truck and SUV and took it to the animal control. But what happened next has some community members outraged. So deputies showed up. They were there to open the hatch of the SUV to get the dog out. And when they opened the hatch, they say the dog growled and then bit the deputy. So they shut the hatch. They called EMS. The officer was treated. They called a supervisor for help. So the supervisor came. They used those catch poles to try to get the dog to the facility. In this video, it was all captured on video, which is circulated social media. The dog struggles with these catch poles on. People are saying that the dog was like basically unable to breathe well, and it collapsed onto its side. It was then dragged to the building where it was then fatally shot. Of course, people who are dog lovers or animal welfare advocates are really upset about how this was handled, obviously pushing back against the decision to shoot the dog, and it is causing the uproar there in St. Clair County. Chip Lindsey's stay at Michigan football lasted 1 year. Michigan, who obviously we know is looking for a new head coach, is now looking for a new offensive coordinator as well. So Lindsey has accepted the OC job with Missouri, and Michigan will now be on its 5th offensive coordinator in 5 years.
That's a problem.
It's a problem. Chip was a great dude, but I think we could all see that the offense never took steps. You started to develop Andrew Marsh, but we believe that there is obviously much more for Bryce Underwood, and I think there was much more that could have been had this year.
Was that Chip Lindsey's fault, or was he just
handcuffed
by Sharon?
Yeah.
So Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf was involved in an altercation with a fan at Ford Field during the second quarter of last night's game. The CBS broadcast captured him talking to this fan who was, wearing this bright blue wig hanging over the side of the first row railings. And it sounded like the fan was holding a Pittsburgh jersey, which is why Metcalf went over there to start chatting. But apparently, and obviously, the fan said something that Metcalf didn't like. Now, according to the fan, who's been identified as Ryan Kennedy of Pinckney, he called Metcalf by his real name and said that was enough to, elicit this punch, which didn't make contact.
What's his real name?
His real name is...
Yeah, good luck.
Decalen Zacharias Metcalf. Okay. So that's what the fan said. He said he called him by his real name, and that was enough. You can see in the video that Metcalf does make contact with, like he pulls his shirt, the fan's shirt, or his chain or something, and does swing at him, but doesn't make contact with the actual punch. However, there could be more to the story. On his Sunday night podcast, Chad Johnson claimed that the fan called Metcalf a racial slur, also targeted his mother, calling her the C word. So there could be more to the fan interaction than what we're hearing, but I'm sure that will continue to come out.
He said.
Yeah. Georgetown men's basketball coach Ed Cooley has been suspended for one game after he threw a water bottle into the stands that ended up hitting a child. So he got really frustrated. He just watched his team miss 18 free throws in an 80-77 loss to Xavier. And then they also missed this 3-point shot that could have tied the game right there. So you could see him. He turned around in frustration and just chucked this bottle. It ended up hitting a kid that was sitting on their mother's lap. So in the post-game news conference, he did obviously apologize, said he was going to reach out to the family personally to make sure everyone was okay. Hey, the Powerball jackpot streak continues. Nobody won over the weekend, which means the jackpot is now a whopping $1.6 billion for tonight's drawing.
Wow.
I wonder how much money people are in on this. I mean, because this has been going on for so many weeks. And if you get, multiple, you're in.
Yeah.
People have been in. If you're going to keep playing.
Sure.
You can't stop now.
You're invested.
So the
jackpot got to get the return.
Has an estimated cash value of $753.3 million. Tonight's jackpot is the 4th largest in Powerball history and the 5th largest among U.S. lottery prizes. John, the largest Powerball jackpot.
Oh, I was going to ask.
Was $2.04 billion in 2022.
All right.
And while nobody won the big prize, there were $2 million tickets sold here in Michigan. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
One in Ludington and one in Grosse Pointe Farms. So congrats if that's
awesome.
Here's a story of a dumb, almost smart criminal, but got caught anyways.
Yeah.
There's a man in Italy who tried to hide from police by joining a nativity scene and pretending to be a wise man.
Okay.
Hide in plain sight. They'll never see me.
Well, it almost worked. So cops were chasing him. So he jumped into this life-size, obviously, nativity scene outside of a church. He froze in place, obviously like he was a mannequin, and they didn't see him for a while. Like it almost worked, but then the town's mayor noticed slight movement out of the corner of his eye, and they snapped a photo of the guy while he was still posed, and they got him anyway. It didn't quite work.
I guess he wasn't so wise after all.
He wasn't, but
No.
it did almost work.
Well
Now
done.
he's behind bars. I don't know why they were chasing him. It sounds like he went missing after a judge gave him 9 months in jail for an assault, and he said, "Nope, not going to take that. I'll run away." And now he got more jail time. So
Too bad.
Yeah.
Too bad. See, crime just never pays.
No.
Never does. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797, which is also the number for some texts. As we're talking about the Lions as they lose to the Pittsburgh Steelers 29-24. And a game that pretty much sends them out of the playoffs. And I know they can get in if they win both and Green Bay loses both, but I don't think that's going to happen. And most people of sound mind don't believe that's going to happen as well. They haven't
Which is less
played
likely
well
to happen, that the Lions win out or that Green Bay loses out?
Ooh, I think
Or more likely to happen?
I think it's more likely that the Lions lose out than Green Bay loses out.
Right. Yeah. It's obviously they've got to take care of business in Minnesota, and then on the toughest one's going to be on the road to Chicago.
I know. They might be playing for a seed, the Bears.
Sure. And then it's just a matter of, even if you do that, even if you put together, and there's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of hope that you're able to put together your 2 best games of the year to end the season, that Green Bay is going to lose both games. Minnesota at the end and Baltimore, who might be without Lamar Jackson.
Correct. We have some texts. Brad Holmes has failed us. 3 straight seasons ignoring the blatantly obvious subpar defense. Another season wasted because Brad Holmes is, quote, the smartest guy in the room. That's Austin from Royal Oak. Guys, was yesterday not a perfect example how much control refs have? They basically got to decide who won the game after everything, and people think things aren't fixed in the NFL, LOL. And by the ref's explanation, we won out, but they said we didn't win. No, this was not a ref job.
No.
I mean, you could sit there and say, were the OPIs that were called, were they ticky-tack? I don't know. I thought it was
The one against Amon-Ra was not ticky-tack.
No.
You cannot extend your arms. You can run at a receiver. There can be or at a defensive back. There can be contact, but as soon as you extend your arms, it's going to be called every single time. And then the one on Isaac Tesla, that one is more of a 50-50 call. But the issue that I had, and I know you said you thought he got pushed into him. No, he is directly trying to contact that defensive back, but you have to then attempt to finish your route. He doesn't. He just kind of stops after contact and doesn't allow the defensive back to recover.
Usually you don't see those calls made in that situation. I think that's why a lot of the fans are upset. But they should look. The Lions got some calls down the stretch that got them in that position too.
If that one hadn't been called on Washington, the Pittsburgh tight end earlier in the game, maybe that one's not called.
Right. It's no longer It's no longer SOL. It's SOC. Same old Campbell. Look, I would have kicked the field goal early as well. Injuries. Blame the injuries. No safety, no cornerbacks. The back end of our defense doesn't exist. Look, that's part of it. But you know what? Every team's got them. I mean, look at Pittsburgh. No T.J. Watt, no Herbig, no Salamulo on their front line. They had another offensive lineman that was out too. I mean,
so but the issue is, okay, yeah, we know that there's injuries in the secondary. But is that why they were able to rip off 45-yard runs?
No.
I mean, yes, the secondary has to be able to support them and be in position so that they don't break a big run, but it's the lack of pass rush and it's the lack of being able to stop the run.
Yes. Look, eventually the Legion of Whom was going to be the Legion of Whom.
Yeah.
And that took place yesterday where they couldn't even, seal off the edges.
They ran for 230 yards. Yeah. That's not a defensive back injury issue.
No. And look, the story of the season, if you ask me, is when they lose, they get outrushed. They've lost 7 games. In those 7 games, they have rushed for 487 yards and have given up 994 yards on the ground. That's just not going to get it done.
No, 2-to-1's not the ratio you're looking for.
No. 248-539-9797. TJ will join us at 9 o'clock. We'll take more of your calls and your texts coming up. It's the Costa and Jansen Show with Heather. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, yes, Costa and Jansen with Heather.
I just want to make sure.
With Stoney sitting in.
Yeah, exactly. On 97.1.
248-539-9797.
I love the song.
We're going to listen to the whole song? Or
Yeah, Frosty's a great song.
It is. Is that your favorite Christmas song?
It's right up there. You know which
Yeah.
one I really like, though? I mean, maybe everybody's going to think it's the obvious one with Bruce. It's not.
Rudolph?
Little Drummer Boy.
Oh, yeah?
I just, bum. I love that.
Wow.
We're going to get a singing of that this week?
No.
Corbin,
Well, maybe. You never know.
Hey, we got Corbin sitting in this morning, and that was a hell of a reaction to Stoney's Little Drummer Boy.
No, I'm still laughing about the fact that I was waiting. I was like, who's going to bite first? Like, because I was like, all right, we're at the chorus now of the song. I was like, who's going to get in and whatnot? But Drummer Boy is funny, though.
Favorite Stoney moment so far, that or calling Brendan Brandon?
But see, yeah.
It was close.
I know.
It was close. I mean, it was Stoney and Jensen for about the first month when we started working together.
That's true.
At least you're not Johnson.
I'm a big dude.
But I don't.
Oh my God.
Gotta have a little laughs, all right? Monday morning after a loss.
He was a hog with the Reds.
Why do you think I was drafted there?
But Brendan, I apologize, but Doug Karsh's son
Yes, is Brendan.
is Brendan, and I've called him Brandon. I'm sure.
Since he was born, probably.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. I did let Frosty go a little bit too long.
Yeah.
I got a little distracted there for a second. Gee, what a surprise. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We have text as well. Here's a interesting text. Guys, grand scheme, we may be in trouble here. We don't have much money to upgrade, and now we have no idea what Kirby Joseph has at this point. Everyone we paid on defense is underperforming, but could that be a coordinator issue?
I think it's a little bit of both. You have a bunch of injuries, and you have to find a way to address. I did like the fact that they went with more zone defense yesterday, and that's why I believed going into this game that, the Pittsburgh Steelers weren't a team that possessed the ball a lot. They were worst in time of possession.
Right.
But I really believed, and I said it last week, Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback that he knows what he has. And whether or not you thought DK Metcalf going there was going to, provide that big play potential, it didn't. So he was going to dink and dunk. He was going to be patient. He was going to play the long game. He was going to play all four quarters and not try and take some of those big shots. Now they did, and they missed on a couple, but I felt like this was going to be a patience game because he knew that this secondary wasn't going to be able to defend their receivers, and he was just going to take what was there, and they were going to probably play more zone. They were going to be off. It was going to be 7 yards here, 5 yards there. I don't think he was planning on his running game going for 230 yards.
No.
Or the fact that he outgained Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, he only ran for 9 yards, but Jahmyr Gibbs, I think it was 2.
I know. It's amazing, and maybe this goes into the overreaction department. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were saying there, it's amazing. Jahmyr Gibbs and Barry Sanders, can you mention them in the same sentence? And people say, well, statistically and all that stuff. And yesterday he broke, Barry's record for most touchdowns under the age of, 24? It hasn't been good. The running game's been bad. They need to beef up on the offensive line.
And
the defensive line. That's the biggest problems with this football team. The lines of scrimmage. Yeah,
and it was. I mean, you look and say, well, if it was a game where you needed more power, I mean, it wasn't like Montgomery was blowing the socks off of anyone. I mean, he had a long of 17 yards, but he ended up with only 14 yards rushing. So. Right. The other 3 were negative plays,
right,
on 4 carries. So it's not a Gibbs issue. It's not a Montgomery issue. It's an interior of the offensive line issue.
248-539-9797. John in Grand Rapids, what's up?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes. We got you. Good morning, John.
Okay. Yeah, I was calling about you already kind of touched a little bit on John Morton as far as he needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing, too, is I had like 3 different questions. The other one was with our draft pick. I definitely think we need a solid center for a draft pick, or we get one through free agency. And then the other thing about John Morton, as far as obviously you guys kind of, I was on hold enough that you guys kind of are in agreement with that. But I thought it was weird to me that, or just even, I know Campbell's been calling some of the plays, but I thought the biggest showing of how inefficient the Lions are, you'll have Gibbs get 3 touchdowns against an inferior defense. And then yesterday, the Steelers were banged up. Tomlin's a genius as far as I'm concerned. He knew how to make the adjustments. Now, he came in, you guys mentioned too, and I agree with that about the running game. It wasn't happening. So then at halftime, the biggest thing to me that I noticed, and they never made the adjustment, is they never did a quick release with him, or they never did checkdowns. And then all of a sudden, the fourth quarter, we start doing it, but it was too late. So my thing is with that, if we get somebody or whatever, and with that, just gets an offensive coordinator that can make some kind of adjustment, where going into halftime, you should have known that as soon as the third quarter started. So what do you guys think?
I think it's more about the defense than the offense. The offense, yeah, I think the offense is more about personnel and not being able to. And to me, that's more a Brad Holmes issue than it is Dan Campbell. When Dan Campbell took over, play calling, it was an explosive offense. It was one of the top offenses in the NFL. Not the same offense, and I said this in the last couple of weeks, not the same way that we wanted to be, or I think that Dan wants this offense to be. He wants it to be a run-first offense. He wants to be able to run play action, but he was able to adjust offensively. We didn't see adjustments defensively.
No, but the other thing is, I mean, like yesterday, they kind of, whether it was on purpose, they pretty much took J-Mo out of the game. I mean, he was targeted 9 times, 5 receptions, but there was never any really deep stuff, his longest reception was 21 yards, and lately we've been seeing more explosive plays.
Right, but even on that play, that's the one where he's running that deep out, and Jared Goff gets rid of the ball literally a split second before he gets hit. Mm-hmm. Like, you have to be able to protect long enough for J-Mo to be able to get downfield. I know he can do it faster than most, but you have to be able to have the confidence that you're going to be able to be protected to get the ball down there. If he's running wide open, but Jared Goff's laying on his back, what does it matter?
Speaking of the quarterback, a lot of the texts are not very high on number 16. Time to look for a new quarterback, guys. Goff is a loser. That's from Mark.
Okay, Mark, why don't you call in and give us your options?
Guys, Goff isn't the answer. While we don't need a mobile quarterback, we need someone who can get us 7 yards and a first down when things break down. His feet are in cement in the pocket. We will never win it all with him. That's from Kyle at work.
I think Goff is good enough for this team to win.
Yes. I mean, who are you going to get right now anyway?
So that's always been my question. When people say, oh, well, you can't win with Goff, you have to get rid of him. What's the path to replacing him? Come up with a path.
Right.
So if you're going to be picking, right now they're picking 17. Are you going to get a franchise quarterback at 17?
No.
In this draft?
No. You're going to go get like Jameis Winston? Is that what you want?
Right, yeah. Is he going to be an upgrade over Jared Goff? No.
Right. I mean, he'll be able to run a little bit.
And he'll throw a lot of interceptions.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. We'll have more of your phone calls coming up next. TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock, and we have some Red Wing tickets to give away, in the next hour, 97.1.
Hey, 'tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel, because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. All you have to do is download the app and explore it. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. It's always something exciting, and it all leads to the Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the holiday spirit and enjoy everything that this season should offer. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go back to the phones, shall we, and say good morning to Larry. Hello, Larry.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
So, one of the smartest guys I ever met told me you learn way more from failure than you ever do success. And I think that's what's going to happen here with the Lions, right, is last year they had a lot of these same problems, but they were 15-2. So why would you change anything if you're 15-2? And now this year, I think what happened is because there's a significant amount of failure this year, it puts a magnifying glass on everything. And I think it highlights exactly what you do well and what you don't do well. And my opinion is the things that it highlights they really did well. Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback in every statistic, despite the fact, I think he had, a 4-string center playing yesterday?
Yeah, he was brought up off the practice squad that morning, I believe.
Yeah, they can't run the ball against good teams. So, and, for all the stuff about Jared Goff not being mobile, he's running for his life almost every play anyways. And he's still out there performing like a top 5 quarterback. I think what it highlighted what you don't do well is, why are we paying Aleem McNeil all of this money? He's supposed to be a run stuffer, and the good teams just run the ball right at him.
Well, he's
That's
had
my opinion, guys.
After his first game back, I don't think he's done much since.
No, he finally made a stat line yesterday.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So, but I agree. You need more out of Lee McNeil. You're going to need more out of Tyleik Williams, who's a rookie. You expect to get better. Same thing with Ratledge on the offensive side of things. You expect him to be better. Now the question is going to be offensively, what do you do with that offensive line? Frank started out as a guard and then moved to center. Is that the same path that Ratledge is going to take? Because we had discussed that, and I know that they were working him out at center. Not having had that, I mean, I know he's played some center, but it wasn't what he finished up with at Georgia. So that could be a path where, okay, he's got some experience, knows what it's like week in, week out in the NFL. Is the best move to move him to center, and then you go get 2 veteran guards to play next to him.
That would make
That'd be one
sense.
path.
Yes. I mean, do you expect Graham to come back next year?
If he does, I don't expect him to be a part of the starting lineup.
And who knows about Decker?
Right, yeah, he had talked about that a little bit over the last couple of weeks. Veteran guys get to this time of the year, and you always start thinking about what would life be like without football.
Some texts. Shep has to be fired after the season, or Dan Campbell's putting a clock on his career in Detroit. Gov, Stanley would never miss a name. That's from Rob, an old listener. Yes, some people did call me Stanley once.
Oh, Stanley. Oh, who did?
Bert Sugar. You know who Bert Sugar is?
No.
Bert Sugar is this old-time boxing guy, legend. He actually went to grad school at Michigan. He was the guy you'd see at the fights with the cigar, and he was always... Anyway, we had him on to promote a fight. It was David Tua, who had this bizarre hair. It went up. So I asked him some question about, what do you think of David Tua's hair? He says, I'm not an expert on hair, Stanley.
Was he trolling you, or did he really think your name was Stanley?
No, it was, look, I've been called a lot worse.
Well, Dick Vitale called him Tony.
Tony, yeah. Hey, Tony.
Tony Stanley.
Yes. Brian in Northville texts in, I can't wait until Broderick Martin and Manu really kick it into gear next season. Oh, wait.
Oh, boy.
Manu's needs another year. We'll see if that was a complete bust. I wouldn't have traded up to get him. That was
it's not proving to be a great move.
Right. Broderick Martin, they did the same thing, too, and he was actually on the Steelers practice squad, and he got released.
Mm-hmm.
DC's got to go. Horrible play calling week after week. Not taking field goals has cost this team.
That's an extreme overreaction.
Yes.
He does not need to go. Mm-hmm. He needs to fix things.
Yes. Brad Holmes has failed us. 3 straight seasons ignoring the blatantly obvious subpar defense. Another season wasted because Brad Holmes is the smartest guy in the room.
A lot of those texts.
Yes, I know. It's going to be an indictment of the entire organization when Ben Johnson gets the Bears to the Super Bowl this year. I don't think that's an indictment of the organization. What were they supposed to do? Kidnap Ben Johnson? They got to keep him a year longer than they thought they would, I believe.
Right, yeah, but it's all those people who say, well, they kept the wrong coach. Coming out of last year, you were not going to move on from Dan Campbell to make Ben Johnson your head coach. So that might be the most idiotic thought that there is.
Some coordinators are turn into really good head coaches,
and some don't.
And some turn into Marty Morningwig. Let's go to John. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I get that players get injured and people get intercepted and all this stuff. There's a lot of facets to football. The one thing I have a real problem with, and I'm not saying you fire the guy, but you have to learn from experiences, and that goes with anything in life. And the fact that Campbell is not learning from the 49ers field goal he didn't take, and I can list them on and on and on. I'm watching that game yesterday, and I told my wife, I'm like, he needs to take the points. I said, there's 3 games here. You need to take the points in every game. You can't make any mistakes here. And he didn't take the points. And I said that's going to bite him in the butt. And sure as hell, look what happened. And so again, I'm not going to overreact and say fire the guy. I'm not saying anything like that. But he needs to recognize that you have to adjust and adjust what you're doing depending on
the game and the situation. Yes,
and the team you have.
Right. I thought he should have taken the points too. But going back, you brought it up. Do you really think that going forward in the San Francisco game cost them when the play call was perfect and the player dropped the frickin' ball?
It's not that one. It's one earlier. There's a field goal they could have took, and it was closer. And they didn't do it. It was not that one. There was one earlier in the game that he should have taken.
No, he actually was kicked himself for taking a field goal, not going for it
at the end of the first half.
At the end of the first half.
Yeah,
really.
And there's been a whole bunch of games where we have sat there and they've won games because he's been aggressive on 4th down.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have one question for you. So I didn't play pro football, so I don't know the answer to this, but I know that they say some coaches are more physical during their practicing than others, and I believe he's one that's like that. If that's true, during the season, could that be a reason why so many players are getting hurt because the practices are too rough on the players? No?
I don't think so. I don't know exactly how they practice, say after week 3 or 4, or how they address after, or how they adjust after week 13, 14. It certainly could be a part of the equation. I don't know that that's the equation here. Most of these guys have been hurt during the games in some freak injuries.
Thanks for the call, John.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Good morning, guys. Goff needs everything perfect for him to play well. And even when he makes a good play, he seems to have missed a bigger play due to checking down. At some point, he needs to be able to throw to J-Mo open. I propose trading Goff, Montgomery, and a pick to Cincinnati for Joe Burrow. Do you really think Cincinnati would make that trade? Come on, really?
No.
No, they wouldn't. Here's a good text. Please, for the love of God, shut Stoney up about all his old-time stories. We don't need to hear what happened during the Civil War. Now, let me tell you something. If the Confederates would have fired Robert E. Lee, they would have done better. They would have had a better defense against Stonewall Jackson.
Okay. So who were they going to go get?
I don't know. Exactly. I don't think Ulysses S. Grant at that time was ready to take over. They waited the appropriate time and they let it play out, and Ulysses S. Grant took over and did a wonderful freaking job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the analysis. Yeah.
They should have defended the Monitor or the Merrimack better. Anyway. TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. With the Lions' 29-24 home loss to the Steelers yesterday, Detroit now has a long outside shot at making the postseason. With an 8-7 record, the Lions are currently plus 1,600 on FanDuel to make the playoffs. They need to beat both the Vikings and Bears on the road in the next 2 weeks. Then they need the Packers to lose at home to the Ravens and on the road in Minnesota. Right now, Dan Campbell is focused on the next 2 weeks and the team playing 4 quarters of football that align with their identity.
Do we have a sponsor for that? Is that the email? Let me check.
Also, Bruce Feldman in The Athletic published a story this morning providing further context to the mental and emotional state of Sharon Moore prior to his firing and arrest. The article, sourced by roughly 20 anonymous players, coaches, and staff members, said Moore would break down sobbing in staff meetings and lash out at other coaches, eavesdrop on closed-door conversations in the program, and frequently messaged women on social media in his free time. One woman said he messaged her a few hours before Michigan kicked off against Purdue on Halloween weekend, and again roughly 20 minutes after his post-game press conference. Moore is due back in court on January 22nd. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. Hey, we got a pair of tickets to give away to the first place Detroit Red Wings. And they take on the Dallas Stars tomorrow night at Little Caesars.
Good
Arena.
test for them.
Yes. You be the fifth caller at 248-539-9797 when you hear Ken Cal drop. When you hear Ken Cal say score or hear Ken Cal say something. When you hear Ken Cal, you be the fifth caller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you give us just a quick impression?
He shoots, he scores. That's more like Bruce Martin now.
I knew it would be awesome. I love being able to talk you into things.
I know.
It's my favorite when we have one of those segments that I could just reel you in and you initially say, no, I'm not going to do that. And I'm like, come on, you already went down that road. And then it's instantly, oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those are my favorite.
I know. We'll have a few
Throughout the course of this week, I'm sure we'll have more of those. That one didn't take me much to reel you in.
No, that was pretty easy.
Uh-huh.
He asked me to do Paul Woods. Well, Ken. I did my Paul Woods. Well, Ken, Vancouver's playing really well tonight. All right. Love those guys.
Okay.
By the way,
give us a Lomas.
Well, that no.
That wasn't even going in the right direction.
I'm not going to do Lomas.
Future Hall of Famer?
Yeah, maybe.
Should be.
Greg in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Stop it with the imitation, Stoney. Stop it. Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What else?
Know your limitations.
This would not a good loss. Not feeling good right now. But anyway, here's my thing that Jared Goff is a top-tier quarterback. He's my quarterback. I don't have to live vicariously through any other quarterbacks. I don't have to live through Tom Brady. I don't have to live through Brett Favre. Jared Goff is my quarterback. My only thing is the Lions have so much talent. And my thing is, if the box is going to be stacked, then you can't continue with the running game because here's the thing. Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamo are the two fastest guys in the NFL. Why don't you put Jahmyr Gibbs out in a receiving spot? That way he's not running against the stacked box. And then Tesla, and I've been wanting to say this forever, he is our Putin Akuta. He has to be used more. The guy is beyond talent because we had no defense. So let's exhaust everything that we have on the offensive end. It's the most talented offense in the NFL.
Well, you have the best. I think you can argue that you've got some of the best skill players in the NFL. The problem is if you're going to line Jahmyr Gibbs out there, and he did have more receptions than anyone else. He caught the ball 10 times and on 13 targets. You've got to be able to protect long enough to be able to get that ball out. I don't think the issue is because they've lined him up as a receiver. They've lined him up in the backfield and run him out. They're getting the ball to him any which way possible. The issue is you don't. It's the interior of the offensive line.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. We have some open lines. Here we go from the text at the same number, 248-539-9797. Any word on how many later round picks the Lions will have to trade up for offense skill players this year? Wow, let Brad cook. I love people to actually type that.
Yeah.
Voice it. BWAH.
Well, that's the evil laugh.
Yeah.
Normally, if it's just HAHAHA, it's just that might be a trolling laugh.
Yes, maybe.
But that was the evil laugh.
Why isn't anyone bringing up the rule on offensive penalty at the end of the game? Defense accepts the penalty, back them up 10 yards, replay the down. Defense declines. It's a TD, game over. Why, when the offense scores, is the game over on an offensive penalty? I get it when there isn't a score that impacts the outcome of the game, but when it's a game-winning score, is the rule flawed? That's the rule. I don't think the rule's flawed.
I don't think the rule's flawed, no. And, okay, let's just say that they go and review that play, and they say you can go on. I think they would probably look at it and say, Amon-Ra St. Brown's forward progress was stopped, and the pitch was after the play was dead.
Yeah, you're right. That's very debatable.
Because he caught the ball on about the half-yard line, 1 yard line. By the time he pitched it, he was back on the 4 or 5 yard line.
Yes. Mike in Northville says, is it possible to teach Jared Goff footwork or to be mobile? We take our kid to agility training. Why not? Oh, come on. You take your dog to agility training, too. No. I mean, I guess you can do certain things, but that's just who he is.
His footwork in the pocket is good. It's clean. Now, in terms of getting out of the pocket, so even yesterday, there were times where he escaped the pocket and threw the ball on the run accurately.
Yeah.
He's not going to outrun anyone.
No.
He's not going to run for a lot of first downs. That's not who he is. But you accept the fact that he's not going to be a guy that is, quote unquote, a mobile quarterback. So what do? You protect him. That's why he was. This offense was so successful the last couple of years, because he was protected not just by simple pass protection, but he was protected with the run game.
Yes.
He was protected with play action pass, and it delayed the pass rush. And now, if you can't run the ball, it's a snowball effect.
I mean, look what Minnesota's going to do again next week if they can't run the ball. It's going to be a blitzkrieg on him. Look, the running game is just killing them. 994 yards they've given up in the 7 losses, and they've rushed 487 in those.
The issue for this offense is not Jared Goff. It's just not Jared Goff.
Is he great? No, but he's good enough.
I think he's better than good enough. He's really good. You look at his numbers since 2022, he is among the top. In this year, the fact that his protection hasn't been there, and he is approaching the best year of his career of not turning the ball over, and he's been under extreme duress.
It's pretty impressive. Beyond frustrated, this team lost its identity, whether that be contracts with core guys, front office being stubborn, Campbell not knowing his team. I don't know the reasons for that, but it's true. They have lost the identity. Part of that is because of the injuries up front, but part of it is just the bottom line. They can't run the football. When they were successful, John, you know a hell of a lot better than I do, and TJ will be here. You guys are offensive linemen. That line was so dominant that they would routinely push back the opponent defensive line 1-2 yards all the time, and they would be very easy to get to the next level. They don't do that anymore. They can't do it anymore.
No, they don't have guys, especially on the interior. Now, I'm not going to sit there and complain about Decker or Sewell. Those guys are good enough to win with, and Sewell, to me, is still the best tackle in the NFL. But if you don't have the physical ability from the center or guard position to get up on a linebacker, especially if one of the best things about Jahmyr Gibbs is that he can get to the edge. But if in doing so, you've got to have guards that can run and that can be able to cut off linebackers. If you don't have that, then you're always asking Jahmyr Gibbs to make an extra guy miss. He can do it, but I don't want to count on it every single time.
No. Defense has been awful. Couldn't stop a nosebleed, but Brad said, we good. Honeymoon is over with Brad. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Detroit. Keith, what's up?
I will give you 3 names. Frank Ragnow, Laporta, those two have hurt the Detroit Lions. If even with saying Frank Ragnow is not there, Laporta is the quarterback safety valve. We miss him big time. Then secondly, Detroit is snake bitten since the Dallas Cowboys. It seems like the refs don't like the Detroit. And thirdly, I think the center yesterday played pretty good. It's just just in and out with these different linemen is not going to create continuity.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know. I'm going to have to go back and watch it and grade every guy, but I don't think he played bad. But there were times where it wasn't good enough.
And then you get better.
And Mahogany really struggled yesterday. The safety.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I mean, and on the safety, he got pushed so far back that the guy that's coming in, that's Gibbs' guy, but he can't step around the penetration to be able to make that block. You can't have, especially in that situation, you cannot give up penetration when you are trying to throw from inside your own end zone.
So do you think if Decker was getting beat too, I just think they need another left tackle. They need to get Hill, Mahogany, and because the right guard, Rattles, looks like he's going to be good. And you got to protect Goff. Goff is not going to be a running quarterback, but you got to protect him, give him some lane to throw. And they didn't do that yesterday. If you don't run the ball, you're not going to win.
Yeah, you got
I
a
agree.
great point. Thanks for the call, 248-539-9797. NFL offices in New York hate Detroit. The biased call reviews continue to impact the Lions. One pride, Aaron. With all due respect, Aaron, shove that up your butt. Seriously. I don't want to hear anything about the referees.
Well, the call review, like which one was reviewed that didn't go the way that it should?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. Was the Tesla OPI ticky-tacky? Yeah, I kind of thought that should have. But it's not this Detroit versus everyone crap. Seriously.
I don't think that one should have been called. I think Isaac Tesla is. This is where you go to the experience of it, where if you're supposed to run your route so that you create contact with that defensive back, but then you have to resume your route. He didn't do that.
How about the one on the Steelers tight end? That was almost as lame as, if not lamer than the other one, right?
No. That one was clearly OPI. And if that didn't happen, maybe they don't call the one against Isaac Tesla.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Hey, you hear those ads? Law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, and it's a big number, and that's great for them. But if you just been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Fabinio. He wins big, of course, but he also knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I like that. Rico and Ryan, kind of like Peaches and Herb. All right, 248-539-9797. I have some interesting ticket text. It's time to move Panay to left tackle. What do you think about that, John?
That's an off-season move, yeah. And if Decker decides that this is his last year, I could definitely see that move being made. I think it'd be a great move. But then you're going to have to either go in free agency and in the draft to draft your next right tackle. It's not going to be Skipper.
No. He wasn't even eligible yesterday. They never made that lame announcement. My biggest issue seems like MCDC doesn't adjust his play calling for his personnel in the game. I have no problem with the next man up theory that he talks about so much. When you're 3 out of 5 starting linemen down, you can't call the game the same way you would with starting 5. Do you agree with that?
Say that again.
My biggest issue, it seems, that MCDC doesn't adjust his play calling for his personnel in the game. And he has no problem with the next man up theory that he talks about.
I think he's done a really nice job of adjusting his play calling. And if the run name's not going to be there, you're going to have to rely on Jared Goff. It's not ideal to throw the ball 50-plus times because then you're relying on those same guys that can't block the run to be able to hold up in pass protection. But it's about getting your playmakers the ball and trying to get them the ball in space. I think when he took over play calling, and it's not just the Washington game, but this was an explosive offense. He adjusted. What we didn't see was adjustments on defense.
In typical Stoney fashion, he just convoluted everything about the Civil War.
Well, in your defense, those are early memories.
I know. I couldn't even remember, which address to go to in Gettysburg. If I was really screwed up, it would have been 7-8. I didn't have Stanley breaking down the Civil War on my bingo card today. I have some Scott and Carlton. Please, more Stoney Civil War to sports comparisons. That was hilarious. Yes, the Lions their offensive line needs to be like Fort Sumter. Or actually, it looks like Fort Sumter. It got blown up, right? More likely than not, Green Bay will be starting Clayton Tune against a Baltimore team that's got to have it, and most likely Week 18 will be meaningless for Chicago. The Lions still have a great chance of making the playoffs.
Well, they have a chance. I'm not going to call it a great chance.
No. And
to take away what has to happen.
Did Malik Willis get hurt too? Did I miss that part?
I don't believe he did. No.
No. So
and Malik Willis has come in. And I think he's
played pretty well.
Yeah, I think he's only got one loss. He's won a handful of times.
There's your backup quarterback.
Didn't he get like 4 or so wins last season?
Early in the season when Jordan Love was out with I think it was a groin injury.
Maybe he's I don't know his contract status is. It'd be a good backup quarterback. Maybe I don't know. All right, let's go back to the phones and let's say good morning to Dave. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, lads, and happy holidays.
Same to you.
Yeah, although it pains me to say this, the best analogy that I've got is going back to 2003 when the Pistons were very much on the upswing and Rick Carlisle got fired so that we could bring in Larry Brown to win a championship. I think that Dan Campbell, God bless him, he's been the greatest coach we've ever had. He totally changed the culture. and he got us out of the toilet and sewer and SOL, but I feel like he's totally stuck and he can go no further. He's just too stubborn. He already knows what he wants to do before a game, and no matter what happens in front of him, he never does anything differently. He's holding us back.
So who do you recommend taking his place?
Well, so that's the tough spot, and I'm not even necessarily saying that he has to be fired, but off the top of my mind, we need somebody that does know what it means to win a championship. Although he's old and crazy with a young girlfriend, obviously Bill Belichick is sitting there.
No, I don't think we're going to bring the hoodie here. Although he did start, he was an assistant coach back in the day when the Lions used to train in Cranbrook, so he fell in love with lacrosse. No, you don't want the hoodie here. I don't think so. Let's go to Steve. You're a 97 won the ticket. Actually, that's Drew. My bad.
Yeah, what's going on, boys?
Hey, Drew.
Oh, man, I got to tell you, I can't, I think it's funny that we're still talking about this team making the playoffs. I mean, yeah, if for some crazy, odd reason that Ben Johnson doesn't want to run the score up on this defense, sure, we got a chance. I mean, seriously, guys, we just gave up time of possession to the team that was last in the league in time of possession this year.
I know.
I mean, this team has just way too many holes on defense, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I had all the faith that they were going to pull this thing out, and unfortunately, we had a bad call at the end. I mean, it wasn't a bad call. It was actually a good call, but it was unfortunate that it had to happen.
Exactly,
at that time.
Unfortunate call. But you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Sony.
Thanks for the call, Drew. What people fail to mention in all this, now I guess they could have tied it. Pittsburgh missed. They one of the best kickers in football, who kicked a 59-yard field goal earlier, missed a 37-yard field goal. That doesn't happen usually. I mean,
no, they were given a gift.
They were given a gift, and they almost capitalized on it.
And after the Isaac Tesla OPI, they still ran 4 more plays.
Yeah.
And had a chance on each of those plays.
Well, don't forget they had a damn false start after the OPI, so they were backed up even 5 yards.
Right, it was 10 yards, and then it was 5 more yards. Yeah.
They should have just tried to run the frickin' football once, and I think they would have gotten in. If you put Montgomery in, and he would have figured out a way. You know what, John, because of my long-time association with the sport and all my high-level playing days.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I never understand why when you get in that situation, you just don't running back just leap over. It just seems so easy, and they never do it. They don't do it enough, in my opinion.
Well, first of all, you got to have a guy that has that skill set.
Right.
Which I do believe they do. And it could be either Montgomery but it's also anytime you leave your feet, you lose all power. You've played your hand. And a lot of you do become vulnerable to fumbling the ball when you are in midair. Mm-hmm. Those are the detriments. I'm not saying it would be one that I wouldn't call, but those are the detriments.
248-539-9797. Now let's say hello to Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy holidays. Hey, listen, before I knew last night, I listened to you guys a lot, all the shows, and I knew Jared Goff was just going to be thrown under the bus today. When I think of the Christmas list of problems this team has, Jared Goff is really so far down the list, it amazes me. And I'm going to go, I agree with the last caller. I'm going to go back. Hey, listen, I'm not a cap guy. I don't understand the cap, nor do I really care to. But I know what I'm watching on TV after 50 years of watching football. And I cannot believe back at the deadline when Holmes and Campbell were in unison with one another, we're good. We like what we got. I don't understand how they could possibly look at that team and say we like what we got. I mean, the problems that have been ongoing, and they don't address it. I mean, the talent level has dropped off dramatically. I know there's injuries, and things of that nature.
Okay, so Steve, let me ask you this question: which position, and who did you want them to go get at the trade deadline?
Well, I think it's obvious. John, we beat it every other week on the show. They need a pass rush. Even Aiden yesterday, let's be honest, he was a little non-existent yesterday. He hasn't been the impact player that we maybe thought he was going to be last year. He was off to a great start. But, McNeil, gosh almighty, man. I mean, he has just been non-existent. And then the secondary, the corners, and the offensive line. I mean, the list, like I said, the Christmas list is a mile long.
You're right.
John,
and you're right. It's the Goff and like the toys, or whatever you want to call the weapons, Gibbs,
right,
and those guys. They're not part of it. It's the blood and guts of this team.
Right. So, but I want to go back to the trade deadline because everybody says, okay, that would have been a turning point, and it could have been. But who was the number one edge defender that was traded? It's probably Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
All right. He's got 1 sack since the trade deadline.
I think that was against the Lions.
It was against the Lions, yeah. But my point is all of the impact and okay, not what the Lions were going after, but Sauce. How has Sauce helped the Indianapolis Colts?
Well, he's gotten injured, so
okay.
I know.
So, but my point is, it's not. You don't go back to that one moment and say, "Well, you could have fixed it on that day."
It was earlier. It wasn't just a trading deadline for me.
No, it was the offseason.
And by the way, Phillips would have helped Aiden get better because they would have had to worry about him as well. It's not just his actual stats.
Guys, the thing so far this morning I think it's getting overlooked is the run defense. I don't think fans are putting enough blame on that. This run defense is back to playing like it did 3 years ago in Carolina.
Okay, so
in the 22 game. And Aleem McNeil has we called him out last week. He's just been terrible. And you got to question the extension. And maybe a side note here. The sneaky loss of Terrell Williams as a coach, coinciding with this run defense completely falling apart.
Right.
And then Kelvin Shepard not having an answer. These aren't the greatest running offenses that they've been playing.
Exactly.
I mean,
I mentioned it last week with Doug when I was in for Gator. Casey Rogers is the guy who replaced Terrell Williams, who is now the defensive coordinator for the New England Patriots.
Right, but he's not because he's dealing with health issues.
I understand that.
But I do want to, when we come back, I do want to talk a little bit more at 8:50 when we start talking more Lions about the defensive front and the rush game.
All right, coming up next, your overreactions. Somebody else is doing them, not Mr. Smarm. 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that are unique and work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so obviously that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. Hey, we all love the holiday season. We all love the surprises, the presents, everything that goes along with it. And FanDuel right now, it's the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. So download the app, figure out and find out what the gift is today. Every day brings a new way to play. So keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads up to Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter and a heck of a lot more fun. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the holiday spirit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock. Right now, it's time for News with Heather.
You guys, this is a great story. There was an ugly sweater assignment at school that led to a big payday for a Farmington High School student. So each year, there's a Farmington marketing teacher, right? And she challenges the students to design a sweater focused on a brand that they choose. And then the students have to use all the skills they learned in that class to share their work with officials at whatever company they selected. And the goal is obviously to help students build real world marketing, design, communication skills in a really fun and creative way. Well, as a sophomore last year, there was a 16-year-old student, Cardle O'Driscoll, who designed a sweater around YouTube. And did the assignment, made a sweater and made the logo, and then sent it off to several leaders at the company. Well, about a year later, he heard back to them, and the company said, "We love it so much, we want to make the design into an actual sweater to celebrate the company's 20th anniversary." And the company called the teen, worked with the teen and his family for they negotiated like licensing designs.
Sure, the rights to it. Yeah.
And they paid him $10,000.
Wow.
The teen was ecstatic, couldn't believe it. And he just said, you know what? College just got 10 grand cheaper. So he's going to use it for school. And not only did they give him $10,000, but they gave 100 sweaters to the school. So everyone in the marketing classes gets a free sweater. And then they gave all of the sweaters to the employees at YouTube too. So pretty cool that it took a whole year, but his hard work paid off. So it's pretty neat. He is planning obviously to attend college after he graduates, but he's still undecided on what he'll study. So
YouTube should have $10,000 for a company like that.
Well, the teacher said, when you hear 10,000, maybe in your head, you'd think more. But the teacher says other students in the past have had kind of similar success stories, but they're not walking away with 10 grand. Some have gotten gift cards or swag bags.
Yeah.
Some get absolutely nothing.
I think that's pretty awesome, along with the sweaters that are being given to everybody in the market, the 100 sweaters that they're giving to the school. Yeah. Come on, Stoney.
When you have a $1 billion company like that, I don't know, 10,000, whatever.
I think it's really cool.
It's very cool. He's a great student, 4.2 GPA, also plays football, baseball, so good for him. Very cool.
Absolutely.
Yep. The Detroit Pistons have expanded their partnership with hometown star Big Sean, who is now stepping into a larger role as their creative director of global experience. So this new role strengthens the Pistons' mission to fuse basketball with music, fashion, and art, all grounded in Detroit's distinctive culture. So Big Sean will work with the team on community outreach, expanding the global fan base, and creative projects that highlight Detroit on a world stage. So
cool.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
The Eagles and the Commanders faced off in Philly on Saturday, and it got a little ugly in the end. So the Eagles decided to go for two late in the fourth quarter, even though they were up by
17.
By 17. And the obviously the 2-point conversion increased their lead by 19 points. And the decision triggered a brawl between the teams. 3 players ended up getting ejected. So I don't know. That's that. I mean, you can expand on it more than I can.
They didn't have to, but I don't care that they did. Go out there and stop them.
Yeah. But I'm sure the Commanders, when they play the Eagles to finish the season, it'll be more feisty than it
could be. Could be.
American Airlines is catching some heat from customers after they have eliminated frequent flyer miles for basic economy customers.
Why?
So the airline recently revealed this controversial change, saying that the tickets purchased on or after December 17th, so it's already gone into effect, would not earn advantage miles or loyalty points towards status. And obviously we know how important these frequent flyers are. Obviously it encourages brand loyalty, and it also gives passengers perks. You can earn the free flights or different lounge access or whatever it is, upgrades. But anyway, the airline says that they routinely evaluate their fare products to remain competitive in the marketplace. They did note that basic economy customers will still receive 1 free personal item and 1 free carry-on bag, free snacks, soft drinks, and in-flight entertainment. So
great. So you're not going to charge you for your purse or your backpack.
There are a lot of other Delta does not allow them to earn Sky Miles or pick a seat for the basic economy. United does allow customers to earn miles and extra points. And then, so there's other airlines that don't. I guess they're just keeping up with everyone else. I don't know. Finally, be careful out there because the most dangerous day of the month to be out on the road is tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes. A new report by Nationwide says that the most dangerous day of the month to be on the roads is December 23rd. And obviously, it's not due to any weather because we're not experiencing that. It's just because there's going to be a ton of busy, distracted drivers. That's apparently the busiest holiday travel day.
Mm-hmm.
Of the year, so.
People running to and from the mall in a panic.
Oh my gosh! I was out yesterday. There was lots of people out.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I didn't see any panic though.
No, we went on Friday to see Santa Claus.
Oh my gosh! How did that go?
It was awesome. It was
have to
awesome.
see some pictures.
Yes, Teddy sat down. You know what? I think Lisa has all of them. She's got the digital copies, and I don't think I have any yet, but I'll get some.
Send them.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Heather. There were tons of people downtown, not even going to the Lions game yesterday. Campus Martius, the skating rink, was packed when I was driving down there.
That's great.
It was really good. Hey, congratulations to John for winning the Wings tickets. He heard Ken Cal say.
I did?
Not you.
Oh.
A different John.
Where's John from?
Sorry, I don't know. Just John. Just John. By the way, before we get to TJ, some texts. Guys, Love is concussed. Willis is dealing with a right shoulder injury. There's a legitimate shot Green Bay starts Clayton Tune. It's not over yet. Well,
I'm not even concerned about what Green Bay does.
Yes.
And they could lose out. Mm-hmm. That would be great.
Yes.
I'll also might make it more painful because the Lions have to win on the road at Minnesota, and they have to win on the road in Chicago.
Yes, indeed. Yes, lose out. They need tons of draft picks. They have a few skilled players, and that's really about it.
No. At no point do I want this team to lose out.
All right. TJ Lang will join us next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Athletics' Bruce Feldman, Austin Meek, and Katie Strang released an article early this morning that said 5 women contacted by the Athletics said they had strange or uncomfortable exchanges with former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore on Instagram as recently as last month and dating as far back as 2020. The story also painted a picture on the emotional maturity of the former Michigan coach in the month leading up to his termination and arrest. The article said Moore would break down sobbing in staff meetings and lash out at other coaches, eavesdrop on closed-door conversations in the program, and denied his relationship with a staff member, would get upset with those that questioned him about it. Moore also frequently messaged women on social media in his free time. One woman said he messaged her a few hours before Michigan kicked off against Purdue on November 1st, and again roughly 20 minutes after his post-game press conference. After being charged with third-degree felony home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking on December 12th, Moore is now due back in court on January 22nd as Michigan is still in search of a head coach. Also today, the Pistons are out west to spark a 5-game road trip. Tonight, they're in the Pacific Northwest to face the Portland Trailblazers at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Detroit is favored in that game by 5.5 points against the Blazers, who are a measly 12-16 this year. Pre-game coverage begins with Dustin Fiocco here on 97.1 at 9:35. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The big number, though, is 29-24. And the Lions suffered their 7th loss and will take a minor miracle to make the playoffs. Joining us now is a former member of the Detroit Lions, Super Bowl champion from the Green Bay Packers, and our good buddy.
Well, he loves to build you up.
T.
Stoney gives the proper
J.
I'll tell you that.
Lang.
Yeah. That's because Costa doesn't like you. Yeah.
I didn't mention also a great thespian. from Pitch Perfect too.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Make sure you use the right pronunciation.
Former actor. Yeah.
Thespian. He is TJ. So
it looks like a thespian.
Make sure you didn't have a lisp.
Yeah. So have you gotten better in your mindset since the last time I saw you, which was right after the game?
Meaning what?
I don't know. You were fired up.
I was, and I think everybody was.
Yeah.
I think you guys probably were. I think
Yes.
most of the fans were. I think, just that type of game where, you call it a must-win. I mean, these guys knew what they had to do going into that game, and just the lack of execution. It's been that way, and I asked Coach about it after the game. It's like every single loss, there's been one or two plays where the other team is just making them, and you guys aren't. And it's frustrating because you can literally look at every single loss that they had and been like, man, Green Bay, you get one stop on fourth down, right? Or even the Rams going 3 for 3, on fourth down last week. And yesterday, freaky catch there with Gainwell down the side. But
it
was like a culmination of, it kind of felt like this has been building up all season. Just the run defense just getting, I don't care what Kelvin Shepard says this week, you got gashed, right?
Yes.
You got gashed.
Yes.
And that's 2 weeks in a row against an offense, a Pittsburgh offense that, you let up almost 30 points to those guys at home in a must-win game. It was gross.
And what was frustrating was, I think the most frustrating was that they couldn't generate anything in the ground.
Nothing.
But on defense, it was they would do some of the things that we had talked about. They were better on first and second down, and then it was 3rd and 10 conversion, 3rd and 11 conversion, 3rd and 10 again conversion. Like that's backbreaking to a defense because you've done all the hard work, and now you're like, okay, well, if we can give up 5, that's fine. We'll still get off the field, and then they convert.
Yes, and Rodgers did a good job. You mentioned the run game, and I threw this statistic, and after counting it up, they've lost 7 games this season. They've been outrushed 994 to 487 in those 7 losses. And to me, that's the story of the season. You can talk about your injuries. You can talk about this, talk about that. The fact that for a variety of reasons, you can figure out what they are, they've been destroyed up front on the offensive and defensive line. And that, to me, was the identity of this football team more than anything else. And that identity's been crushed.
Yeah, and especially at this time of the year where, you hit December football and you got to be able to run the football. You got to be able to control the clock. You got to be able to control the line of scrimmage. You have to be, you have to find ways to just be tougher than your opponents. And I'm not questioning their toughness by any means, but like you said, if your identity is going to be grit and we're just going to do the nasty thing, you haven't done that nearly at a consistent enough rate this year, and especially against good teams that you played, right? That's just a fact. So we all know, what that loss means. I mean, it's going to take minor miracle. It's tough. That's going to be a hard day going back to work, especially on a short week, just playing a game and another 3 days from now, right? But man, it was just listen. You got to make big time players make big time plays in big time games, and that was a big time game last night. You didn't have enough guys making plays, and the run game for me was frustrating because it looks out of sync to me. And even being from the booth and having a different view at it, it just looks different. The line and the running backs, their aiming points don't look like they match up. The speed doesn't look like it matches up. It looks like it's just too slow of an operation. If you're running a counter and your guard's supposed to pull for the defensive end and he runs 5 yards upfield, you'd like to think, okay, the back's hitting it pretty quick. That's where I want him to get. And they're making plays, chasing guys down to the backside. It's just it's been the same thing with no minor adjustments, in my opinion, from week to week in that run game.
It's
frustrating.
Is that fault of the players, or I hate to point fingers at Hank Fraley, but
no, I mean I always put it on the players first. You got to go out there, and
execute.
Yeah,
and it's those are frustrating. It's also the pass protection that I know it wasn't horrible yesterday. Jared Goff was sacked 3 times, but it felt like even on some of those plays that he was able to look downfield, like the 21-yard pass to J-Mo, he barely got that ball out and still got hit. It's the clock that is now in Jared Goff's head that I've got to get this ball out and I got to get it out quick.
And I mean, I felt like the couple sacks he took yesterday, especially the safety, were you got to get rid of the ball, man. if you're going 3-step drop, like the offensive line, you got a time clock in your head, right? Like I'm setting firm, I'm setting a little different, aggressive, try to stop these guys in the line of scrimmage. There's eventually going to be a little bit of leakage because just the mindset of
yeah,
the
but the leakage, like if it's a 3-step drop and you're
I didn't feel
coming
like
out
it was
of the
right
end zone,
off the snap though.
No,
I mean I'll have to go back and watch them, but I didn't feel like guys were getting beat.
Mahogany
right
got
off the
blown
snap.
up.
Okay, well which one on the safety?
On the safety.
Okay, right. Like so, yeah. I mean, it's always going to put it on the players, but I think there's different times where you got to know, man. If I'm taking 1, 2, 3,
get rid of the ball.
You got to get rid of the ball somewhere. And I think that just some of the negative plays that Jared took yesterday could have been avoidable. And turned out to be,
costly.
Yeah, you start the game, right? And nice little out route, Amon-Ra St. Brown, second and manageable. Boom, you take a sack. You know, 5 seconds into the play. It's like that's the experience that you should not be taking those plays in those type of games. And
it really set the tone for the game.
As soon as you have a negative play, like Coach Campbell has admitted it, we're not good enough to overcome some of these things. So the fact that you're still taking some of those in some big moments, you just ultimately, I think you probably got what you deserve, right? Margin of error is not – Coach said it all the time. Margin of error for this team is small.
Yeah.
And when you're making some of those losses and still some of the mental mistakes, like the offsides and lining up wrong or legal formation, like it's just like at this point of the season, come on. Like, come on,
I mean, even right after the OPI, the first one, then they had a false start. That made it worse. It made it from first and 11 to first and 16.
And what was the situation there? About 22 seconds, first and goal from the 1. I think you
run the
timeout.
ball once.
25 seconds.
25 seconds still in timeout. I mean, I think a lot of us, and look, it's easy in hindsight, but I think a lot of us, even in the moment, were like, dude, just give me Montgomery
once,
twice, 3 times. If you can't get in with him at this point on the 1 yard, guess what? You don't deserve it.
Right,
but
that's what I said earlier.
Go past the ball. I don't know. I think it was kind of a weak call on Tesla. Looked like he got kind of shoved into the guy. But obviously, it backs you up 10 yards. Next play, 2 plays later, you're first and goal from the 16,
right,
instead of the 1.
I know.
It's like that's what I'm talking about. Just some of the mistakes that they've made. It's different. You shoot yourself in the foot. If you're a good enough team, you can overcome those, man. But they've just had way too many, shots to the head, just devastating errors.
Yeah,
and then
crucial times.
And the offense, whether it's whoever you want to blame, but the stats don't lie. I think Birchie put this out on Twitter yesterday. They've had 42 this season of 3 or 4 and outs. Last year they had 25. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. Yep, it is. And listen, I mean, Coach is not shy of saying, hey, I expected more out of our offense or our defense any given week. You expect a lot more out of this offense, especially knowing, your defense is, you're down 4 of your top 5 defensive backs. Like offensively, you go into games knowing that we're going to have to score points. We cannot have empty possessions. We cannot give the ball back to these guys as quick as possible. There was one time where I think, out of 50 plays that had been ran, I think 41 were by Pittsburgh at some point in the third quarter of that football game.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're not making excuses up here, guys, but this defense is gassed. They've been on the field the entire game. I think at one point it was 30 to 16 time of possession. And it's just like you can't play like that if you're this offense.
And
you
the
can't do it.
Steelers are last in the league in time of possession.
Well, and it's when we're talking about the run defense, this is where I probably have the biggest disappointment because of the groups. And we've talked about some of the injuries and some of the young players on the offensive line. We've talked about the injuries in the secondary. We talked about the injuries to Laporte in the tight end position. But up front, when, the guys that are hurt are Pascal and Onwuzurike and Lacey, and you don't have any injuries at the linebacker position, that front 7 is the front 7 they went into the season with.
Right, yeah.
And they're getting run on to a tune of 250 yards.
Yeah, and I think that, at least one of the plays yesterday, they had a chance right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And it's even against the Rams, and which is why I kind of agreed with Kelvin Shepard last week where he's like, guys, it's not like we were getting bullied, pushed around. And I agree with that. They weren't getting just blown off the ball and embarrassed, but they had opportunities almost every big run play to make a play either at the line of scrimmage or possibly for a TFL. Guess what? You didn't.
You didn't
make it. You haven't made them, and you haven't done it consistent enough. So I don't want to hear about we're close. We got guys there. We just got to feel at some point you just are who you are. And unfortunately, I think everything that was kind of Band-Aided over for this team for the whole season ultimately got got ripped off yesterday, and you got shown.
And the
for
big
who you are.
hope that we had was
It's
Aleem
frustrating,
McNeil
man. Yeah,
was going to get healthy. And we saw it against Tampa, but at the end of the year, okay, reinforcements are coming. Lee McNeil's there, Reeder's there, Tyleek Williams, Roy Lopez, who I think has actually played very well this year, but Hutch and Muhammad, Davenport, who's back healthy. Like, these guys have just been ineffective.
Yeah, and at some point, when you're saying over and over and over again, hey, if Hutch is going to get doubled, we got to win one-on-ones on somewhere else. Like,
Someone
you
has
don't say
to.
that so often, right?
Yeah.
And like I know the Hutch, he did get credit for
Two sacks.
Yeah.
Early,
yeah, in the first quarter, but after that was just kind of same as LA. You didn't make Pittsburgh uncomfortable enough to get them out of their game. And even when you did, John, like you mentioned, some of the drives that were really good, 3rd and 11. Boom! Like
conversion.
Even you back them up that late in the fourth quarter there, 1st and 20. They get all 20 yards back in one play.
One pass.
One play.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, like that's just, I'm sorry, man. Like that's not toughness.
And,
Like,
and I don't want to hear about the injuries. You look around the league. Look what the Chargers are doing with all their offensive line injuries there. I mean, Pittsburgh was missing Watt and Herbig and some offensive
that might be the
linemen.
most. That might be the most disappointing thing is that you take T.J. Watt All Pro out, you take Nick Herbig out, who was one of the a scary pass rusher in my opinion.
Yeah,
and you still can't get anything going. Like nothing. Right? Like that was so disappointing because normally if you're missing a key guy like that, it's like, okay, like that gives us the little boost that we need. And man, to run the ball 12 times for 15 yards?
Yeah.
We're all frustrated, man.
Yep.
Those guys are frustrated too, but it was just it was gross.
All right, 248-539-9797. Questions for TJ. We got some texts as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, call David at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's the blue Christmas, not the kind we wanted after yesterday. Lions lose. TJ's with us. 248-539-9797. I've got some texts, and then we'll go to the phones. I wonder if Goff is still ticked at us fans who knew they weren't making the playoffs this year. Would you clowns stop defending Campbell? If he kicks a field goal in the first quarter, we win the game, Matt and Highland. Okay, first of all, and I'll say this again for the 5th time this morning, and Matt, you probably weren't listening since 6 o'clock. Most of us believed that he should have kicked the field goal. However, if you think you just add those 3 points onto the score at the end of the game, that means they can win the game. No, the game scores change, strategies change. There's no guarantee that first of all, if they kicked the field goal, Pittsburgh's next possession would have been a lot
starts at the 25 or 30, maybe even 35.
35-yard line as opposed to where they ended up punting. So don't go there. I thought it was a mistake not going for the points, but say they would have definitely won the game is absurd.
I hated the play. I'll let you finish your tick test. I just hated the play call on that.
Yeah. It sounds like TJ is putting a lot of this game on Goff, and I could not disagree more. He was the least of the team's issues yesterday.
There were a lot of issues.
I don't think I blamed Jared, did I?
No.
Listen, I think he missed some throws. I mean, there was a couple yesterday, 3 or 4 easy that were, thrown in the dirt or thrown a little low, thrown a little off. And when your own head coach says our margin for error, I'm not saying it's fair to say like, hey, this guy's got to go play perfect, and if he has one bad throw, then that's the reason. But did I feel like some of the sacks that he took were avoidable? Yes. Did I feel like some of the passes that he kind of threw in the ground were,
bad passes?
Were there? Yes, but that's like your own coach said it. Our margin of error is small, but when we get the opportunities to make plays, we got to make them.
Yeah, Monrod had a bad drop.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to sit here and say he's the reason we lost. There were a number of reasons.
It's opportunities. It's opportunities, and in every big game, every game that you've lost, you can literally look at the other team and say, man, they just made more plays than you. Mm-hmm. That's not an unfair way, I think, to
talk about it.
Team.
No.
Yeah.
The Gainwell catch felt like the Vildor play. Not same level, but same feeling of this can't be happening. It was also reminiscent of Sterling Sharp, too.
Man, yeah, it was just one of those goofy plays, man. Ball bounces other way sometimes, and
and
it
cost you.
And look, he made a great play.
Yeah, it was.
He made a great play. Bob, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, ATJ, I think you do a great job on Fox pregame. Yeah. Listen, I mean, you can talk about this and that, potential bad calls, whatever else, but at the end of the day, you look at ESPN and they're 8-7, and it is what it is. Listen, I used to work in the automotive industry, and if you open the door on your car, there's a sticker and it has a capability assessment. The assessment isn't based on the lowest rated component. It is based on the lowest rated component, not the highest rated component. So in other words, what I think the Lions need to do in the offseason is take a good, brutally honest look at what's going on, because if you have a running back that can run 22 miles an hour, but you have an offensive line that can't open holes for him, what good does it do? And I think if we go that, what's the weakest link, and move our way up from a ground-up thing, then that points you towards the moves you have to make, both either through the draft or through free agency. And lastly, I think Brad Holmes, it's nice to be welcome to the Boy Scouts, but, I mean, incorporate a little more Howie Rosen from the Eagles and be a little more surgically tactical in his approach toward player acquisition.
Listen,
I agree.
I think, and you have a season like this, like it's going to probably force changes, right? Especially with your, the expectations and everything that you've thought about this team. When you're not meeting those expectations, like things are going to have to change.
Yep.
And whether that's personnel, whether that's coaching moves, whether that's, Brad Holmes just saying, hey, man, like maybe I got to relook at the way we're kind of building this thing. That's definitely going to happen. You'd be foolish just to say, oh, well, it wasn't our year again because we just had a bunch of injuries, and once we get everybody healthy, then we'll be back next year. Like this season and some of the losses that they've had and where you're sitting at right now, most likely going to miss the playoffs. Everybody's going to have to look in the mirror, and I don't have any doubt that they're going to do that.
Which unit do you think needs the most work?
Well, I think defense. I mean, like, and Coach Campbell's even said in the past, like, you have to be careful of falling in love with your own guys. I think they've fallen victim to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they've fallen victim to that. Like, they could not give up on the Marcus Davenport dream that, he's going to be
or the Josh Paschal or Ozarike.
Or some of these guys. And, and I know Derek Barnes signed an extension. Derek Barnes had a really nice start to the year. I think he had 4 sacks. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but I expect more out of guys that are getting awarded some of those second contracts to step up in big games, to go out there and make those flashy plays, to make those big plays. And the bottom line is, like, I'm not saying they trusted the wrong people, but I think you do have to kind of take a look at, hey, if we need a little bit of help here, don't be stubborn about it, right? I mean,
I think it's pretty obvious there'll be a change.
Force them to make changes
at OC. I mean, I don't know that that's rocket science there.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. What do you think they do with Kelvin Sheppard? Do you think he's going to be around for another year in that role?
You know what? I like Kelvin Sheppard a lot. I think, look, it's his first. I'm not making excuses. First year calling some plays. I'm sure there's a lot of things that he's going to learn from this year. I like Kelvin. I think he brings the right energy. I think he gets the guys playing with the right urgency that they need. And I think if I'm Kelvin Sheppard, the one thing I look at is how can I change things up a little bit more? Like, he even mentioned, like, we got to be able to disguise what we're doing. And yesterday you didn't do it enough because Aaron Rodgers is that type of quarterback where you show him what you're going to run pre-snap. Most likely
he knows where he's going.
Beat you, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you're Kelvin, one thing is, like, you can call the game one way and say, like, hey, we're just going to line up, rush 4, and go cover 3 and just beat you because we just have the better personnel than you. I don't think they have the personnel to line up and say, like, this is just what we're going to do and we're going to be better than you. And some of that is injury related, right, in your secondary. But I think that he's going to have to take a look at, and even maybe these last 2 games, making some adjustments and becoming a little more exotic and showing some different pressures. Like, it just most of the time, John, and I know you watch the game the same way I do. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, like, this guy's blitzing. Like, Jack Campbell's blitzing. Like, you know what I mean? It's like rarely it's like, oh, they dropped him out and blitzed the safety. Whoa, that was like sweet, right?
Yes.
So I think that honestly the defense, they've been a little predictable, and I think Kelvin Sheppard will learn from that. But I don't have doubts about him being in over his head.
Okay.
That's what some people are leading at.
So and they have some decisions to make on extension people like Brian Branch, like Jack Campbell, and like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. Well, Jack Campbell's probably going to get a 5th-year option picked up, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Same with Gibbs.
Yeah, you got
Laporta and
Laporta too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be some tough decisions.
Yeah. Let's go to Justin. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Do you think, and I have a question, an analogy, do you think that they actually did a comprehensive search for their coordinators? And now, I mean, because we all know Morton's gone, I guess I'm more talking about Kelvin Sheppard, because honestly, TJ, I could not disagree with you more. He's a position coach, and I think that's it. Like, if you look at, like, any job you apply for in real life, you have a resume, right? Do you think Kelvin Sheppard's resume would get him any other defensive coordinator job? No. And so, like, why are we putting training wheels on our defensive coordinator when we could actually hire someone, and especially because Dan isn't a defensive coach.
Can I ask
so you could actually hire someone with experience that brings their own schemes, which TJ just alluded to. Kelvin Sheppard's schemes are like kindergarten.
Can I ask a question, though? How does one become a defensive coordinator then? If a guy's a position coach and then he becomes a coordinator, how does somebody become a defensive coordinator if you never promote somebody?
You get experience. I mean, how many years has he even been our linebackers coach? How much experience overall does he even have?
I think he's been here
not
for
a
5
lot.
years.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, I'm not mad at you, Justin, of having a different
I'm
opinion.
saying that you could elevate the defense by bringing someone who has experience, and you could hire away a big name and actually elevate the defense rather than trying to, like, oh, it's his first year, like, bring him along and, like, hey, if, like, it's a form of nepotism. I don't like the way they like their own guys so much. And I don't even do you think they actually did a comprehensive search for coordinators? No, I will never believe that they actually did.
Well, I think that I think ultimately when you look back in the moves that they made, and look, I don't know what's going to happen, Justin. You could be right. Dan Campbell could be thinking the same thing. Like, I don't know, but
He hired him. How much did he search?
So I think a lot of it was just familiarity with those guys, right? Like John Morton.
Yeah,
was
15-2. Let's live on the 15-2. That's
no. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying with when you're making big coaching changes like that, you would like. I think familiarity is an
guys
okay
that you
thing,
trust,
right? And Kelvin Shepard had been a guy that's been on this staff for
since
5 years now.
2021.
So 21, he came in with Dan Campbell. So there's a familiarity there. I think that when Aaron Glenn's going to leave, right, we're kind of grooming you to be the next guy.
I think that's a lazy excuse. You can meet people in interviews. People hire people for jobs. And have 3 meetings with them. You can get to know them.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not mad at you, dude. I'm just saying. We can disagree on this. I'm giving you a reason why I think they hired these guys. It's because there's familiarity.
I think it's
John
a lazy
Morton has
excuse.
been here before.
I think that's a lazy excuse, and I think the process was lazy.
Call it an excuse all you want. I'm just telling you the facts, okay? It's not an excuse, dude. They wanted familiarity. Kelvin Shepard's been on the staff. He's learned under Dan Campbell. Like, it's not an excuse. Stop saying it's an excuse. I'm just giving you what I think happened. It's an excuse. Okay,
learned under defensive.
Why did they hire this guy?
Campbell.
They hired him because of this.
Campbell,
That's an excuse. It's not an excuse. I'm just telling you why they did it. God bless. Like, I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly could to that guy.
Right. I think
I'm not mad at you for having a. But I'm asking why they hired somebody, given reasons why this guy was hired, is not an excuse.
Right.
It's literally what happened.
Yeah. Which happens in business.
Yes.
97-1.
Hey, in the Motor City, wasn't it?
Tried so hard.
Winter isn't just a season. Oh, sorry, I got to turn my mic back on. In the Motor City, winter isn't just a season, it's a challenge. When the snow starts piling up on Woodward, the slush takes over I-75. You don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing toys up north, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers will absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
Some ticket texts. Question for TJ. I understand the Lions.
Nope, I'm done.
Yeah.
No more interactions.
Don't bring any more of those excuses, Stoney.
How long's he been here? 5 years. That's an excuse.
I understand.
Literally answering your question.
By the way, there's a difference between excuse and reason. There's the reason, familiarity. It's not an excuse. Question for TJ. I understand that the Lions truly aren't good this year. Having said that, the officials have made a major impact negatively against them all season. I noticed that Dan doesn't seem to fight it, and it just makes a goofy face. The players don't seem to address it too much either. Do you think there is more being said behind closed doors? As a fan, seeing him just accept it regularly is disheartening.
What do you want him to go bonkers on the official?
I guess that's what this texter does. I don't.
What's that going to do? Move on. In the game now, after the game, if he berates the officials, all right, and then line up, get in line for a fine.
Yeah, which we all know. Yeah, today's world is not worth it for those guys.
No, and so there is a lot that goes on behind the scenes. There's going to be a list of 20 plays that they'll send to the NFL and say, we need explanation on this, or what the hell.
And you'll get clarification on some calls, and sometimes they're going to admit that they were wrong. But does that help you on a Wednesday after a game? No.
Or in the moment?
Yeah, I'm not doing the whole ref thing today. I mean, it's –
no.
Look, they called, that OPI down in the end zone. They were calling it, against Pittsburgh too.
Yep.
And I don't – you argue if it was, weak or whatever you want to say. Bottom line is you can't put yourself in position after position after position for those calls to affect you, right? You got to be bigger than that. You got to find ways to make plays.
Yeah.
And we said last week, I don't think they get the benefit of a lot of calls, but you know what? It is what it is, man.
Matt in Heartland says two playoff wins in 5 years outside of the Lions' history. Where is that acceptable? Good morning, fellas. Just curious if you guys heard Aaron Rodgers shout out TJ on his post-game press conference.
Somebody told me that.
No, I didn't.
No, me neither.
No, I didn't hear it either. Somebody told me that.
Did you see him before the game?
Quickly, yeah, walking up the tunnel. I think he was going to the locker room.
Quick bro hug.
Said, quick hug. Happy, Merry Christmas. Good luck. That type of stuff.
Was that Costa who just called? Somebody wants to know.
That's what I said at the break. I'm like, that was your Costa.
Costa.
Uh-huh.
It was my Monday weekly tradition of yelling at somebody. Normally Costa.
Blood pressure raised.
Yeah, but look, I told Jim last week when he was like, hey, are they pretenders, blah, blah, blah. I kind of off air told him hey, if they miss the playoffs, I have no problem putting them in that category. And
they're really close to that.
I'm not going to say that, but what he was saying last week, I'm not going to be as mad at him as we were last week when he initially brought some of those things up.
Let's go to Joe. You're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey, how are we doing this morning, TJ?
Hey, good morning, Joe.
Hey, I really just want to ask a question just as a fan. I know I don't know ball as much as you do, but I really have just noticed the lack of production in the third quarter, and these screen passes are really just the death of us. I mean, whether it's on offense or defense, I just really want to know your perspective on it, because it seems to be the constant struggle of this team is that we just can't score in the third quarter. We can only go first, second, and fourth, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's been the Achilles heel, especially the last two games, right? You're feeling pretty good about yourself. Up 10 points, with 20 seconds left against the Rams in the first half. All of a sudden, it goes to 7, then it goes to 4, and all of a sudden, 20 points later, you're digging yourself out of a hole.
Yeah,
I think in that Rams game they had 6 offensive plays. I don't know how many.
No,
it
was
shouldn't have been more than that.
No, they came out of halftime against the Rams, and it was 2 3-and-outs in the third quarter, and another 3-and-out to start the fourth.
Yeah, can't do it. Especially, it's just. Every week there's going to be an emphasis, Joe, right? I know probably last week they're like, guys, we got to come out of halftime roaring. We can't have another, game where we put it all on our defense, man, and we're just wearing them out. It's ultimately disappointing when you don't get what you emphasize, because yesterday that was a huge problem. And you're right. I don't know if that's just the lack of, maybe halftime adjustments. I don't know if that's just something like a comfort area where, hey, guys, defense got to get a couple stops. I think that's fair, but that's been what's killed this team the last couple games is the inability to come out of half roaring and getting these guys, building a lead or getting yourself back in these games.
And they finally got a takeaway, and then it turned into a safety.
Right. Yeah.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a 93-year-old from Farmington Hills is alive today, all thanks in part to a fellow gym member who performed CPR on him after he suffered a massive heart attack at the YMCA.
93?
93. Listen to this. So it happened back on Halloween. Russ Loomis, he collapsed while exercising at the YMCA. Typically bikes 3 times a week for an hour or more.
Wow.
Yeah. Very active. This day, however, this morning.
Comfortable seat.
He said, something felt off, and he got to the gym and thought, I'm only going to stay for about 20 minutes. So he was going to power through, but as he was walking in, he collapsed. And another woman, a stranger who didn't know him, was walking in right behind him and immediately started performing CPR. And the timing was very critical. So what's crazy is that it turns out that this woman, her name is Melissa Jedrich. She had just completed a CPR course 5 days prior, and she was late that morning getting to the gym. So like all of those things, just
all
the
the stars
timing was
aligned,
perfect. Yeah. And he says her quick thinking is the reason he's still alive. Other people jumped in. They were able to use the AED and paramedics got there. But if not for her, most likely he would not still be here. So he's very thankful for his life and now his new friendship with her as well. So a pretty great story and kind of a reminder to people the importance of learning CPR. Could save someone's life. I'm going to do this story again because I thought it was so great. There was a school assignment, an ugly sweater assignment at Farmington High School that landed one student a big payday. Pretty cool. So each year there's a marketing teacher that assigns this ugly sweater contest. You have to pick a brand, make a sweater geared to that brand, and then you have to use all the skills you learned in that marketing class, send it to the higher ups at this company and kind of market your sweater and your communication skills and see what happens. So this kid decided to do a YouTube sweater, created it, sent it off. A year later, he heard back and they said, you know what? We love this sweater so much. We want to turn it into an actual sweater. And they negotiated with him. They paid him $10,000, got everyone in the marketing classes a sweater as well as all the employees. And he said he was very shocked, very cool. He's really excited to have $10,000 to go towards his college education. So pretty neat.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, Stoney thought that wasn't enough.
What?
The $10,000.
That's not, you don't think that's a lot of money?
Yeah, but
to Stoney, it's not a lot of money.
Excuse me, Mr. Moneybags.
No.
To a 16-year-old, quite a
It
bit.
doesn't do much to maintain the moat, but
I looked at it like YouTube is this multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Now,
and
mind
they
you-
give him like 50 grand or something.
But he's a student. This was not
I know.
something they were looking for. But even
It's
the,
still a
I don't know if
great
it was like the CEO was like, I saw this email that was like ugly sweater. He's like, I just had to look. I mean, they could have just ignored it. But pretty cool.
I wonder if he negotiated, like, if he gets a percentage of, like, future sales or something.
yeah, well, I don't know that they're going to sell it.
It
It's
might
one
just
that
be
they
used.
gave to their employees,
Oh, okay,
and
I got it.
It's pretty cool.
internal.
So there's a viral social media airport trend that is now making people miss their flights, and travel experts are warning against it. So obviously there's different type of people at the airport. I think, John, you're more on this side where you like to get there early.
Yes.
You get there.
I hate to be in a rush.
And you get there, you got time to settle in, maybe get some food, and you feel good. Where I'm on the opposite. I like to spend as little time at the airport as possible, but not this little. So the new trend is the airport theory, where they're basically daring travelers to get there 15 minutes prior to gates closing.
Oh my gosh.
So you're basically running through. You get in and you're crossing your fingers. There's no line at security, and then you're running to your gate.
Yeah.
Most people are missing their flights because of it, but some people are getting through.
Why
and saying,
would you even try this?
Why do people try the Tide Pod challenge? Like,
Yeah, it's a lot of dumb people out there.
yes, it's a social media thing. People want, they're probably filming themselves as they sprint down the airport.
Yeah, because that helps them run faster. Here, let me film myself.
I don't know, but it's a dare. People are doing it. But travel experts are saying it's going to end up costing you more because most likely you're going to miss your flight. You're going to have to pay for more upgrades. Your time's going to be wasted, and you're going to waste the time of other people because a lot of people are trying to like jump through security. Like, hey, can I come go ahead of you?
Yes, my flight leaves in 7 minutes.
I need to get through. So don't try it, or try it if you dare. I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. 248-539-9797. More phone calls and texts for TJ here on 97.1.
Hey, we all love the holiday season. We love the gifts. We love the friendship, the family. And 'tis the season right now for FanDuel. They're boosting on FanDuel, because this year you're going to get 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting for you in the app and just waiting for you to figure it out and unwrap it. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads up to that very big day, Christmas Day special, where you get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale on Christmas Day, and your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter and probably more fun. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the holiday spirit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Carson Anderson are coming up next. TJ's still here. 248-539-9797. Let's say hello to Richard. What's up, Richard?
Hey, first-time caller. Love the show. I'd like to make 2 points and get you guys' thoughts. I'm tired of hearing how great golf is. His stats are deceiving. Example, last game, 2 games ago, he threw a pass to J-Mo behind the line of scrimmage. J-Mo broke a tackle at the line of scrimmage and ran for 22 yards. So that goes down as a 22-yard pass for golf. He only throws 6% of his passes over 20 yards. Can our $30 million receivers even catch a long ball? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, you know, when it comes to a big play needed, golf throws it in the dirt, throws it behind the receiver, goes 3 and out. I mean,
I thought he threw a bomb against the Rams that J-Mo dropped.
Well, it would have been a hell of a catch.
That would have been a great
Yeah,
catch.
but it was a good pass.
Yeah, no, it was, and he took a shot as he threw that one.
Well, and he also hit that one over the top to J-Mo in the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
and look, in all fairness, Richard, you know, all quarterbacks get credit for.
Yeah, he's not the only one that gets credit for a screenplay going, 80 yards.
Look, I mentioned it. I'm not saying he's the reason they lost yesterday, Richard, but were there some missed opportunities in that game that I'd expect him to convert?
Yeah, but when you look at other quarterbacks and other teams, the way they move it down the field, it's just a different feel and a different, it just feels different. I mean, golf isn't the guy. Are we going to go with him in the next 2 years?
Okay, Richard, let me ask you this question. All right, if he's not the guy, what's your path to getting a better quarterback for the next 2 years? Please lay it out. What's your path?
Well, we need to hire someone in management that knows how to tell a good quarterback. We've never had luck with quarterbacks.
Richard, you're the guy. You're the guy. We're going to hire you. Who is the quarterback, and how do you go get him?
Well, you got to be willing to pay the money, and you got to know how to draft.
There's no free agent.
So you want one in the draft. You're going to be drafted somewhere 16, 17.
Joe Burrow sounds like he wants out of Cincinnati, John.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What are you willing to give up for him?
Yeah, I'd give up 3 number ones, but I think.
I'm not going at Richard. I know it sounded like I was, but
no, you were, and that's okay.
Yeah, you kind of were.
I just get irritated because what are you? What's the path, and who is the quarterback? Are you going to go in this draft and say, you know what, F them picks, and we're going to draft? We're gonna trade our next 3 first-round picks to get the number 1 overall pick. Do you think, is it Mendoza?
No.
Who is it? Is it Dante Moore?
No.
Okay. So then, if you take the draft out of it.
Right, I agree with you.
All those other quarterbacks, Joe Burrow included, what would it take to get him, acquire him? And do you think Cincinnati is willing to trade him?
I don't think Cincinnati's willing to trade anybody.
No. Okay.
Clearly.
Hey, Josh Allen. He's better than Jared Goff. Let's go get Josh Allen.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. Is Buffalo going to trade him?
No. That's what these people don't understand. Let's go to Ronnie. You're a 97.1.
Hey, guys. I like how you addressed Richard there. If you don't have Goff, you're going to have to. You're up against the salary cap next year, so you're going to have to eliminate 3 of our starters to get somebody else that this guy wants. But people don't understand that when they make comments like that. Where are we at without Goff? Put it that way.
Yeah, fair. I think a lot of people are frustrated today too, Ronnie.
Well, my thing was, we have like 24 players that are on the injury list, and I think our team is looking really bland at the time because you guys said something about the play calling with Shepard. I would say keep Shepard. Morton has to go. But the guys like Shepard. They like his aggressiveness. They're adapted to playing for him right now, but it's hard to put together, a scheme when you got, a patchwork defense.
Everybody has injuries, and as far as aggressiveness, I don't think their defense is aggressive at all. I mean, I maybe you meant his exuberance, the way he, rallies around his players, but I don't think this defense is aggressive. Do you guys?
No.
No, I think there's times where he tries to be aggressive. I just don't think that there's times enough where, it's disguised well enough for
right. Who's coming, who's not coming.
To get, a free runner.
You in protections, you want to make an offensive line gamble. All right, who's coming? Who are we calling the mic? Who are the five of us? We can only block five guys. If they're going to bring an extra linebacker, okay, who is that? And is it away from the running back? Or are they going to bring an extra unblocked guy? Ideally, if you're constructing the perfect defense, is you could fuse that offensive line so you get two guys blocking one, and now all of a sudden you get a free runner on the other side.
Some ticket text. TJ Smash, grumble. Scott Carlton. Justin has no friends. That's from Scott. I don't know what's worse. The Lions lost yesterday or listening to caller Justin. That's from Alex.
Yeah.
Brad Holmes got lucky in a couple of drafts. Other than that, he's been inept and blind to the fact that you build winners in the NFL with linemen. I wouldn't call it luck. If we're going to criticize him for some of the bad picks the last 2 years, that's fair. But you can't say he got lucky.
No. Yeah, and you're not going to hit, on every draft pick. And,
No.
And I know people are frustrated with the 2024 class, really not getting a lot of production there.
Yeah.
Good to have Mahogany back, but look, a lot of these guys I think that were drafted this year, outside of Tyleek and Tate, who are giving you a lot of playing time, a lot of these guys are, they're going to have to wait their turn to start being a little bit more active
and impactful
on this team.
Yeah.
So it's not judging, guys that are in their rookie season right now.
No.
Making a statement that, this guy's going to be a bum or he's going to be a bust. These guys still need a lot of time to develop.
And Larry in Commerce says, remember, Ben
Making excuses, sorry.
Yes. Remember, Ben Johnson was promoted from within, but the Lions team was just developing at the time. San Francisco got Saleh. I mean, a lot of times you promote. It happens.
Yeah. I mean, Ben Johnson, it was fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator, how are you?
I'm all right.
You're all right.
Let's face it. Last night yesterday we were. Thank you, John. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, I can't see you.
I mean, it was that you and I were sitting next to each other.
Yes.
It was that close to being one of the most remarkable games I would have been able to witness in my life, and in the end, it's just a heartbreaking loss, which sucks. And for so many reasons, it's not just the loss; it's when you're losing, what it meant, and all that. That part sucks, but not done yet. I mean, I'm trying to be very disciplined and not looking ahead to next year yet, not looking ahead and see what I think the biggest problems are. I think I divulged one to you last night. And I'm like, is it too early to do that, to even talk about that yet? Maybe not, but I don't know.
Mock draft today?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I don't think we need to bust out the mock draft today. Today, I think we might have some people that want to talk about what happened.
Yes. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. 97.1.
So that pretty much sucked 10,000 different ways, and not a whole lot to be excited about or to be optimistic about. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're pretty much done here. It's going to take an absolute miracle. So I don't even know if it's really worth talking about, because there's no way to make the playoffs if you keep losing and you keep playing poorly. And that's a bit of a roadblock.
If we're going to start here with the playoff thing, right?
Yeah.
I will say that I don't think it takes a miracle.
Don't you?
No, I don't think. I mean, it's not easy. Look, Lions would do what they have to do, which is take care of themselves, which is win the games. Is the Minnesota game on Christmas Day, is that winnable?
Yes.
It's totally winnable. With or without J.J. McCarthy, it's a winnable game. And McCarthy got absolutely rocked in the game yesterday and may or may not play on Thursday. If they're going to bring in their backup quarterback, that's just fine. We'll take it. And then finishing up against Chicago, I mean, yes, the Bears.
I'd love to get it to that. I'd love to have a chance.
Well, I'm just saying, just looking at what the Lions have in front of them. The Bears are definitely an improved team. We said they were going to be a really good team by the end of the season because, once they figure out what they are, they can be trouble. However, the Lions do have some familial knowledge here. They did beat them handily, but it's a different team. Both teams are different.
The Bears are leading one charmed MF in life, aren't they?
Well, that they are.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to be good and you got to get some good fortune. And the truth is, the Lions have had some good fortune, but it feels like ultimately it gets washed over by this litany of injuries. And I hate going back to that, but I'm sitting there watching the NBC show after the Lions game. They said, "What's the story of this game?" And they're like, "It's the injuries to Detroit's defense. The secondary with the run fits yesterday and the angles they took, and they quit giving up 45-yard touchdown runs. And so, I know people are sick of hearing about it. It is a factor. And I always try and go, is it worse here than it is everywhere else? And the answer we keep going back to, yes, it is. Independent people are like, Detroit is devastated again by injuries, and it sucks. You still got to find a way. You still got to have a shot, and you still got to get some good fortune. The problem is both those PIs, okay? I think, you could see them being called. I could also see them not being called. Dominic Foxworth this morning said, I was a cornerback. I hated pick plays like that, but that was a terrible call. And on the one on Tesla. And noted Lions fan, and Rex Ryan admitted as much. He was wearing a Lions Christmas sweater, hated the call on St. Brown. But you got to have some good fortune. And if that means getting a good whistle there, great. But honest to God, they haven't created their own breaks, and they haven't had enough breaks. And it's piled up, and they couldn't run the ball. They had three different centers. They used three different centers.
I know. Two things I want to clear up.
Sorry, I'm all over the board.
It's okay. I know. I have to address two things real quickly and then get back to my original point when we're starting to talk about what they have to do to get to the playoffs. With the interference calls, sure. I mean, the other thing is you look at the Pittsburgh side of it, and DK Metcalf was called for an offensive PI, which was, ticky-tacky too. But their touchdown, the long touchdown pass that they had, the 45-yard of the miracle catch, I mean, their receiver pushed off to free himself. Everybody in the stadium thought it was going to be offensive pass interference, and it wasn't. So yeah, the pass interference rules has been something that's been plaguing the NFL because nobody understands what it is. What's interference? What isn't interference? And then they went ahead and they tried to do let's put it up to review. Oh, well, that worked out well. So it's just very frustrating to see that happen without a doubt. Injuries, of course, the Lions deal with injuries, but you can't talk about the Lions' injuries in the game yesterday without noticing that Pittsburgh was playing without a lot of key players as well, including T.J. Watt, which is a big one when you don't have him rushing the edge. So it happens with every team is dealing with injuries, and the teams that are the healthiest are probably the teams that are going to
that's
keep
a
going
big part
on,
of it,
which sucks. Getting back to the original thing, which is the playoff picture, what the Lions have to do when we know that the game against the Vikings think they can win it, the game against the Bears, it's going to be a real uphill battle, and maybe it's not going to mean anything by the time you play it, but let's hope that it does, because I do like the Lions' chances in that game, a back-against-the-wall type thing, even though yesterday felt like back against the wall. The Packers side of it, though, Green Bay has to play. They are
Are they at the Ravens? Or are they home against the Ravens this weekend? And I don't know.
They are home against the Ravens.
Home
at
against
Minnesota.
Ravens. So if Lamar Jackson's able to play,
he gets an MRI today. It hurt when he threw last night. They're saying it's a bruise of some kind. We'll probably know more information today.
Well, as my football coach told me in high school one time, it's just a bruise. Go out and play. Hopefully he's able to play because that obviously gives them a better chance of winning. And then the other side of it is Jordan Love got rocked in the game, didn't finish it. Malik Willis came in, and it's your guy, and Malik Willis looks good.
Yeah.
But hopefully it won't look good when they take down the Ravens.
Too.
Well, right.
Yeah, he got hurt too.
And then he got hit. So the Packers, that's why I'm saying this isn't a miracle. It doesn't take a miracle for the Lions to get there. It takes help, without question, because the Packers have to lose both of their games and playing against, a banged-up Ravens team when they're banged up, and then finishing up the season against who knows who's a quarterback from Minnesota on the road at the end of the year in a game that Minnesota, it doesn't matter for Minnesota other than pride. It might mean everything for the Packers. That's the part where you're hanging your hopes on, and it is just hopes at this point. But it's not a miracle. This isn't like, I think they have a 1% chance. I think statistically it's like a 16% chance.
So ESPN has one site that one part of they tweeted out 16%, and on their website it says 7%. I think it's pretty much a miracle, but whatever. It's not the point. The point is, it doesn't matter if the Lions. Yes, this is what we should fight about. Whether it's 16% or whether it's 7%, and should we categorize that a miracle? No, it doesn't matter if they don't.
That's my show for tomorrow, by the way.
Is it? Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, because they're just not playing well. They've managed this win-loss thing until they back-to-backed them here, and at the end of the day, they just aren't playing complimentary football. The offense goes through long stretches where they sputter. One area I admit, and something I'm man enough to admit it, Scott. I don't know the first thing about coaching an NFL football team. Neither do you, neither do half the audience. Well, more than half, 95% of the audience, maybe 99% of the audience. Here's one trend, though, that's worrisome. Coming out in the second half. There's something wrong. Halftime adjustments. I had a coach told me once that there's nothing more overrated than halftime adjustments. And I said, well, it really is a big deal. And he says, we make adjustments the entire game. We don't wait till halftime. But you have more time in the halftime locker room. And the Lions' third quarters offensively have been disasters. And that's something that, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why. They ran 3 plays for -3 yards in the third quarter yesterday.
Yeah, well, when you're starting to shadow of your own goalpost, and then
because the defense finally made a play,
right, and then you have a safety, but you can't run the ball because you haven't been able to run the ball. I think one of the crazy stats of yesterday's game is the Lions had 15 total rushing yards on 12 carries. They had 23 yards on 2 carries. Montgomery had a 17-yarder and Gibbs had a 6-yarder. So the other 10 carries they ran for -8 yards.
Well, if you want to hear something that is wildly depressing, it's that Pittsburgh tight end Jonnu Smith ran for more yards than the Lions did. Bertie with that stat on social media.
Yeah.
Look, obviously it's a date event, but what I really want to know, and maybe it's a day to I want people to categorize their emotions today. Are you upset? Are you upset with the Lions? Are you upset with the refs? You hurt? Are you just hurting? Because I'm probably more in that category than anything. It just sucks. I feel like. And what I'm hoping is that this season is just an anomaly in what would be a great era of Lions football, because they've tried to lock up their good young players for a long time. And in theory, you should compete for a long time when you draft well and you develop and you re-sign your guys. In theory, this should be a good stretch of Lions football. But it also can teeter on the brink, and this could be the first sign of cracks that will expose themselves, and that because I don't want to say it's over. I don't believe that it's over, but you never know. And, this is a team that has gone through a ton of injuries again and haven't been able to overcome it. And something isn't clicking. I mean, offensively, not being able to run the ball was a product yesterday of how many guys look completely unblocked. Mm-hmm. With a straight line to the ball carrier, where Gibbs had no shot. The ball was handed to him, and he's drilled in the backfield.
Here's Highsmith already in the backfield. Yeah.
Anyway, how would you categorize your emotions today? 248-539-9797. We'll talk to you next. Oh, it's Champ and Chump. I don't even want to do it, but it's Champ and Chump. Ours today at 10:35. It's Doug Carr for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lisa 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH. SaySarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount. Costco and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. Offense goes dead for long stretches of time. Defense gives up 45-yard touchdown runs repeatedly. You got Scooble running around town on a Scott Boras PR tour reminding us all what we're going to lose. I mean, it just is a terrible freaking weekend.
Oh, man. The Scooble thing.
Dude.
So I was told by a couple different people that they did not have opportunities to talk to Tarek Scooble. But Tarek Scooble was way out in front of everybody. Hey, here I am, the horn at the hockey game or watching a Pistons game and wearing my Red Wing jersey and I'm at the Lions game and all that. And I love it. I think it's great that he's there. And I do think
I'm not mad at him.
No, I'm not mad at him at all. But it's like, what are you doing? Are you doing this because this is like your last go around, or are you doing this because you want to be here? Are we going to announce something soon?
Right.
what's
it makes
happening?
It makes us all curious / suspicious /
right. So they introduced Scooble yesterday.
/ hurt.
Right.
I'm hurt.
At some point during the football game, they announced Scooble. He's actually out on the field, like when they do the hometown hero type thing with the military veteran, which is one of my favorite parts of the game.
Yep.
In addition to that, because they did that as well yesterday, they brought out Scooble at some point, and he's out in the end zone waving to the crowd. I was curious to see what the reaction was going to be from the fans, and thankfully it was all cheers for him.
All right,
should be. He's the best pitcher in baseball.
Let's talk to the people. How you feeling today, Detroit? Chris and Celine. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Hi, Chris.
Guys, big fans. I live around here, but I'm not a Lions fan, so appreciate you taking my call. I have a couple sort of non-Homer slappy questions, if you guys don't mind.
Hold on, we might.
Are they going to be insulting or no?
No.
Right, then let me ask you this also before you get into the question. Please disclose which team you are a fan of.
The Kansas City Chiefs, actually.
All right.
So, question for you, because there's one thing I don't understand, and that's the play calling John Morton situation. I think personally, play calling is a fairly overrated aspect of coaching, but I digress. When Campbell took over the play calling, I actually thought it was a little bit obnoxious. He's got the glasses, he's got the play sheet the size of a Buick. They made it such a public topic. I think they could have done it a little quieter. And I think Dave Campbell's a little bit of a showboat. But my question is, what was so bad about John Morton, guys? I mean, he put up 52 points against the Bears, which is arguably their best win of the season. He scored 38, 34, 37 in their 3-game win streak. He put up 24 and 27 against the Bucs and the Vikings. Why has the town decided, and why did Dan Campbell decide that John Morton was like the huge problem? And I would put on top of that ever since he took over the play calling, it's not like things got significantly better other than against crappy teams like the Commanders. What did John Morton do that turned everybody against him so much?
All right, Swifty. First of all, I don't think that the town has said anything about replacing John Morton. I think, if anything, the town they're fine with it, but it's not like the town of Detroit. I don't think that it's something where. Do you feel like, Doug, that the entire town rose up and said he's got to go?
I don't know.
I don't think
whatever.
that's how
they
that
made
works.
the decision. They obviously decided there was some like J-Mo's been a bigger part of the offense, okay, and they obviously under Dan Campbell, but
they've scored.
But they like the idea that Campbell did something for attention with the big menu and the glasses.
I think Dan Campbell.
I mean, talk about going out of his way to find something to be irritated by.
Yeah, I think Dan Campbell's looking forward to finding another play caller.
I think so too.
And until then, it's his show to run because he took it over, and that's fine. And I think it speaks volumes of how they feel about John Morton. And John Morton's still here, and still technically the offensive coordinator, and still working with it. So,
but whatever, go Chiefs.
Yeah.
Lenny in Farmington, you're next. Hi, Lenny.
Yeah, hi guys. It seems like everybody at your station saying like the Lions still getting into the playoff is going to constitute a minor miracle. I don't think so. I mean, let's take a look at it. First of all, first part of the equation, Lions have to win their last 2 games. All right, so they play Minnesota on Christmas. And they beat us once in Minnesota, but that was mainly attributable, in my opinion, to J.J. McCarthy finally having a really good game. And now J.J. McCarthy is very unlikely to play. Their backup quarterback, Max, I can't remember the guy's last name, something with a B. He's not really highly thought of, and the Lions are going to try to get the bad taste of the last game out of their mouth. So I think it's very likely the Lions beat Minnesota. Second part, Lions have to beat Chicago, and Chicago's already in the playoffs. So to me, it's very probable that they're not going to be playing their first stringers. At least most of the game. To risk
it could be a Chicago team with nothing to play for. That is true.
Right.
The biggest thing we need is we need Minnesota to beat Green Bay.
Twice.
And the Lions to win twice.
All right, let's take a look at that. All right, so Green Bay, last I looked, both of their quarterbacks are injured, and their coach is saying, we might have to be playing Clayton Tune. I don't remember the guy.
Lenny, it's definitely possible. It's a lot has to happen, and I mean we could. I'm not mad at you, but I think technically, you need the outcomes of 4 games to go exactly your way.
Well, I think that you're forgetting Green Bay's got Micah Parsons injured.
I'm not forgetting it at all.
So I don't think it's far-fetched at all, but I just think like many people at your station are saying like there's very
fair enough. I understand.
Lenny agrees with me that it's not a miracle, although I do think it's still a real uphill battle because the Green Bay part of it I think is the tough part. I think the Lions can handle their part, and the Bears game is going to be challenging.
And the Bears might not have anything to play for, but we got to get there first. But Green Bay would have to get upset twice. They're favored in both games. So it could happen, but cross the first bridge, I guess. 248-539-9797. Mike and Westlander next here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Well, hello, gentlemen. Good morning. First off, I want to get my champ and chump out of the way. My champ is Lions fans for sticking with this team through all the ups and downs of 60 years since the trade of Bobby Lane. My chump is Brad Holmes. And my chump is Brad Holmes because I'm not actually mad about yesterday's game. I'm mad about the totality of where this season went. And specifically, chumping Brad Holmes based on where this offensive line is. This team's strength over the last 3 seasons, why they've been able to make the progression they did, why they were able to have such a dynamic and explosive offense last year and win 15 games was because of the offensive line and what a strength it was. When you can control the line of scrimmage, when you can dictate the pace of play, when you could run the ball as they could, when you could give Goff time to look off his second and third reads, that really added to everything. And it really, to me, doesn't matter as much who the play caller is. I mean, it does matter whether it's Morton, whether it's Campbell, whether they bring someone in new. If they don't go out and address this offensive line this offseason and do more than they did, and I understand, they drafted Tate Ratledge. They drafted Miles Frazier. But there was more that.
Do you think they
done.
will, Mike? I mean, doesn't that seem obvious that they need to work on the offensive line?
They may not. They may like the pieces they have in-house with Frazier and Manu and think that they're going to elevate next man up because we know that their mentality has always been next man up. Now, I'd like to think Brad Holmes is smart enough to recognize that Manu isn't ready. Frazier is still unproven and was largely hurt the whole season. And I'd like to give Brad the benefit of the doubt and think that he's going to go out and make a proactive move or two to address the Taylor Decker situation, to get a center to anchor this line to move Glasgow out. I'd like to think so, but given the way this organization and Brad operates with next man up, I don't know.
The truth is, one position where you can find starters outside the first round and actually guys can come in and play is guard. And they rolled their dice a little bit with that. Hasn't worked out. It hasn't been helped by injuries. But you look at like Gray Zabel, who's killing it in Seattle, and Tyler Booker with the Cowboys. I mean, there are some good rookie guards, and they shot their shot with Tate Ratledge. And we'll see. I think it's quite possible they'll address it with a veteran. If nothing else, a veteran center. Because I think when the center position is unstable, it affects the whole offensive line. And Goff said, look, post-game he said some very complimentary things about Kingsley, but it's, there are examples of this year where Graham Glasgow got him in the right, got people in the right places. They were double teaming the right guys, which might not happen as much with the younger center. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is a change that they make.
Well, the other thing is when you look at the offensive line going into training camp and then seeing the guys, there was a massive amount of players that spent time on the IR, whether it's Colby Sorsdahl, Giovanni Manu, you mentioned Miles Frazier. That's three right there that have hardly played at all because of the issues. Jamarco Jones was another one that he's been on IR. And then you let alone the injuries that they've had with Glasgow and Ratledge has been banged up. I think every offensive lineman was on the injury list going into this game yesterday on the practice report. It's been unbelievable, the injuries they've dealt with guys that you're just not even seeing, that you forget about, like the aforementioned, and then the guys that are actually starting and they've been banged up.
Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Have our Champ and Chump nominations in a moment. 248-539-9797. Oh, it sucked. And look, it's not final, but I felt like yesterday there was a feeling of finality that it just isn't going to happen for this team this year. It actually was the whole weekend, right? I mean, the Bears coming from behind and winning that game, which narrows the path to the playoffs because they recovered an onside kick and pulled off a miracle where their offense doesn't do squat for 57 minutes, and then they score a couple touchdowns late and win in overtime was the first kick. And it really just, it was like the multiplier when the Lions lost because now in retrospect, they really needed the Bears to lose that game to try and get to the playoffs. But I mean, look, if you're not a playoff team, you're not a playoff team. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill in Madison Heights. You're next. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, it sucks. Champ and Chump, I'm going to go with my champ first. Mo Sider, he had a great weekend. And we're lucky to have him. He's a great player. And Chump, I have to chump Dan. I don't want to do it. Please hear me out. And I know you're going to hear this. I was just praying he was going to kick that field goal in the first quarter. I know it's the first drive of the game and everything, and you don't know how the game's going to play out. But, I mean, just say that they only needed a field goal instead of a touchdown at the end. And number two, they had the ball first and goal at the one, and I know they were not able to run the ball the whole game. But I think there were 45 seconds left. It was like at the 1.5-yard line. They had a timeout. Just get Montgomery in there. Try to get it in the end zone. He's pretty good at it. If he gets stopped, you got your timeout. Then you got 3 shots to pass it in the end zone. And, I am not one of these people, these anyway, that think that the Lions should make a coaching change or he should be on the hot seat, because one thing that Dan Campbell has done, he has changed the culture of this team. And that is immeasurable. That's the value of that is immeasurable. But I think he needs some help managing a game.
Well, I mean, he's certainly not perfect, and he talks. I give him a ton of credit because I think he acknowledges his faults on his Tuesday's interviews with our crew. And if there's too much of it, obviously it can come back to cost you, and it can cost you your job in the end. I think we're a long way away, and you're not even suggesting that that's a conversation starter. But it doesn't mean he had a great weekend, and I'm sure he would tell you some of the same. So,
yeah, I just think he needs to rev it down, and I think he needed to, he needs to realize this team he's got right now is not the team he had last year or the year before, or even the year before. I mean, these NFL games are so close, most of them, that it comes down to a field goal. And I think maybe next year will be different.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knows that his teams are different.
Look, I first guessed it. I didn't like it at 4th and 3 going for it. I wanted to kick the field goal, get points at that. I don't care if it was early in the game or not. That's what I wanted as well. But I also recognize that I think Dan Campbell's a hell of a coach. Yep. And these are some of the things that I guess you accept with a coach, is you're going to accept that there are things he's going to do that you're not going to agree with. And yeah, on 1st and goal from the 1 was, I think, in great time for Montgomery. Sure. But you know what they did? They called the touchdown play on a pass play. They got penalized for a pick by Tesla, which may or may not have been a pick, right? So the play they called worked for a touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the type of thing where you can say what you wanted, which was conservative, and try to pound it in when they haven't been able to run the ball all game long. But now you want to try to run it at the 1-yard line, or do what Dan Campbell does, which is dial up something else, which resulted in a touchdown only to be called back.
248-539-9797. Time for our champ and chumps. My champ of the weekend is Ferris State. Go Dogs, national champ. 4 out of the last 5. Congratulations.
That's impressive. What Tony Ness has done over there. My champ is Kalen DeBoer, head coach of Alabama. Tide got down 17-0 at Oklahoma, only to run off the next 27 points and then answer for the Sooners' score with another touchdown of their own, make it 34-24, perhaps validating their existence in the college football playoff.
My chump of the weekend is all the Pittsburgh fans that wanted Tomlin fired. Nice call.
Is it 19 straight?
Yeah.
Has he been there for 19?
Incredible.
Absolutely amazing.
He's one of the best coaches in all of professional sports.
Yeah, my chump is Romeo Doubs, the Packers wide receiver who didn't secure the onside kick by the Bears, allowing them to get the ball back and continue their miracle comeback.
248-539-9797. Jeff is in Howell and next on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
What's up?
All right, Jeff.
A little bit, obviously, still reeling a little bit.
Hey, Jeff, we got a problem with your cell. It's breaking up pretty bad. And I don't know if you have us on speaker or not. You might want to take us off if you do, because we got some. You were pretty choppy there.
Is that a little better, guys?
A little bit, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I did have you on speaker through my car, but I'll put you on through the phone here and stuff. But, no, a couple of different things that had really bothered me as the season has progressed. And I know a lot of people have talked about it already, so... but obviously you can just see as the season's progressed how different it is for us to run the ball, how different it is for us to pass the ball. Watching Jared Goff's feet yesterday, and I'm sitting there and I'm going back and forth through plays over and over, watching, he just looks so uncomfortable back there with the pressure that's on him. He's throwing flat-footed. He's throwing the ball into the ground. He's bouncing it to receivers. I know he knows in his mind that clock that used to be at like 4.5 seconds is down to about 3.5 seconds now. So you can just see in his mannerisms how he's reacting to that. And to me, again, I know this has been talked about ad nauseum this morning, but if they do not address this line, the aging line that it was kind of like a bell curve, and you can see it coming, with Ragnow retiring, Decker talking about retirement, Glasgow getting older. Now you have Penei Sewell and possibly Tate Ratledge, as your three youngest guys on your offensive line, and three other positions that are going to need really strong addressing here coming up. And I don't know if you do that from within or if you do it in the draft or you do it through trades. But right now you can just see how things have changed so much just in a short amount of time. And I don't know what happened from when we were 4-1, 5-2 to where we've gotten to now. I don't know if you attribute it to the schedule getting tougher, more injuries. It's been really frustrating to watch when last year you could do whatever you wanted to do to run the ball, throw the ball, and now you're seeing basically what happens when that line doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
And Jeff, it's something that I think is a high priority list in this offseason. And it's something that needs to get addressed, and they have some hard decisions to make.
Yeah, they got to reload, and one of those decisions might be made for them based what Taylor Decker decides to do. But that's not going to be easy to replace because Taylor Decker's been awfully good for an awfully long time now, and he's been just decimated by injuries this year. I could totally see him at season's end, whenever that is, taking stock and going, all right, maybe not. Maybe I'm done.
Ken on a cell, you're next. What's up, Ken?
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to say I think that was the worst coaching job on all sides of the ball that I can ever remember. The offense didn't adjust until the last two drives, but on defense, you start out in zone, which was a great idea, and then Aaron Rodgers didn't want to throw the ball over 10 yards, and those two tight ends they've got couldn't even run. Why didn't we move up and start covering people and try and make Aaron throw the ball over the top? I don't understand. You just let them keep the ball away from our offense. You let them take our offense out of the game. They needed to adjust. I don't get it.
I don't really either, Ken, but I don't know how to, I've said it before. I don't try and coach the team. They did want to keep it inside and in front, and with a secondary filled with guys off the street and second stringers, I'm not sure it was a bad plan. If you think about, if you have all backups in there at just about every position, and they just tried to keep them inside and in front, in theory, I can understand why they tried to do that. Did it work? Not necessarily. They gave up a lot of third and longs, couldn't get off the field, but
third down
they're somewhat limited in terms of the personnel that haven't been here that long. I mean, relatively speaking, they're down on the depth chart, so they're probably not asking those guys to do too much.
Well, and it's also it's a little different because the game plan might change. If the team is able to run against you, then you're trying to fortify to stop the run. If you're trying to do that, then you're exposing yourself in other areas. The Steelers they controlled the line of scrimmage early on in the game. The Lions had a little bit of a pass rush. Hutch had a couple of sacks in the first half, which was great. But the second half, the Lions hardly applied any pressure to Aaron Rodgers, and that's a problem. But the fact that the Steelers were able to run for well over 200 yards in the game, they do have a couple of big tight ends that catch the ball quite well with Freiermuth, and now Washington has really emerged this year as a literal big target. And then DK Metcalf is so dangerous, and Gainwell is surprisingly good.
Yeah, but I mean, I might answer your question as to why. I don't know. I don't know what their defensive game plans are. Kelvin Shepard.
Yeah, I mean, you're going with your number 3, 4, and 5 safeties, and your number 3, 4, and 5 centers, basically, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you're down the depth chart at corner. I mean,
it's yeah. I mean, like we said earlier, every team is dealing with injuries. It just feels like the Lions are dealing with more.
248-539-9797. Hey, I know we just made it out of the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. Don't let Monday bring you down. Get out for lunch, happy hour, dinner at the Peaks. You won't be disappointed. Got NBA action tonight. Local team out west, Portland. You got football Monday night. San Fran takes on Indy. Massive playoff implications on the line. Hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's the best sports bar in the state. And here's the thing about it. They got the best AV package a bar can have. They got the best scratch food a bar can have. Even I like it. And the coldest draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. Craft cocktails and the beautiful, hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. It's a recipe for success. And there's big news. If you're a football fan this week, their Auburn Hills Lodge will be open on Christmas. That's right. Not even the holiday can stop them from delivering their famous game day atmosphere. You won't want to miss the party as they are raffling off presents. More than Santa could fit down a chimney. We're talking about a 75-inch TV, an ice maker, a smoker, gift cards, and much more. You won't want to miss it. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, here's a bunch of feedback from Kyle. Champ, the Red Wings are playing really good hockey lately. Chumpa's DK Metcalf. Enjoy the suspension, clown. He's making a run there. Probably not wise.
Taking a swipe at a fan.
Champ, the Red Wings, great weekend. Chump, the Lions organization, for the way they handled the expectations this season, did nothing or little to address the defense or offensive line in trades and offseason, misleading fans. The fans, Dan Campbell, should be put on the hot seat. Should he be put on the hot seat?
Should Dan Campbell be put on the hot seat? I think it's fair to criticize Dan Campbell. There are things that people don't like. Hot seat, hell no.
Yeah, right. Chump, Doug Karsh for overhyping the return of Mahogany. The 2024 draft class was a waste. Champ, the Chargers for crushing Dallas.
Did you do that again?
Yeah. In spite of warnings.
Did you go out there and do that again, overhype Mahogany?
I did.
You thought he was going to make a difference?
I thought he might. My bad. Champ, Michigan basketball, they just win every game by 40. Chump, the Lions, they're just not very good this year, and the team needs to take a hard look at how they do things next offseason. That's from Jamie. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Let's go to Court. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Court.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
2 quick points. First one, it seemed obvious we really missed Glasgow last night, just with the lack of offensive rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And second one, Tesla had a very near incredible catch in the end zone in that last drive. And I think if he comes down with that ball, kind of changes the narrative today, and maybe not the overall critique of spending that draft capital, but certainly changes how people look at that game and, the utility of having that big body receiver. Game of inches.
Yeah, without question, it would in a lot of instances. I think still we'd come out saying, well, they have problem with the defense yesterday in the game because it didn't stop the run, didn't control the line of scrimmage offensively, and there are those issues that are still there. But 100%, if Tesla is able to hang on to that, and it was not easy because he's got a defensive back draped all over him and punching at the ball and whatnot, and obviously they knocked it free. It's too bad because he made a very similar catch earlier in the game, and you're starting to think this guy's like Superman. If he just gets his hands on it, it's a catch because he makes the unbelievable believable.
Well, I think that's the ultimate goal for Tesla. It would have been awesome if it come to fruition yesterday, but is to be that big body, strong-handed, contested catch guy, because that's what the team was lacking. And I think that's the ultimate goal. Hopefully as early as next year. We wanted it yesterday, but as early as next year. Because the thing with the Lions offense is they don't throw 50-50 balls. They don't.
No.
They scheme guys open and they throw to the open receiver. But when you get to the red zone and then within the 10-yard line or the 5-yard line, there's no room back there, and you're going to have to throw a contested ball. And that's where Tesla comes up big, especially if you don't have Sam Laporta. The Lions don't have a Devonta Adams, a Puka Nacua right now. They need a guy that can kind of just throw up there and go get it. And St. Brown's got to get himself open. Raymond's got to get himself open. J-Mo's got to get behind the defense. Tesla's that X factor. So, yeah, yesterday would have been huge because that's where it would have helped a lot, but hopefully that's the ultimate goal for him.
I think it's a valid point. And that was a hell of an effort.
Oh, hell of an effort. Yeah. And he made a touchdown catch earlier that was contested as well, by the way.
Took a hit, hung on to the ball. Yeah, I can see what they like about him. It's probably too late for him having really any significant impact this year in terms of what they're playing for the rest of the way, but certainly moving forward, there's a lot to like there. Got to take a step forward.
To like, and all 4 receivers were part of the game plan yesterday. Khalif Raymond had the nice touchdown after the catch and ran around the side, and all 4 guys are part of the game plan, and I fully expect next year that Tesla will take a step forward and have more targets come his way. And I do hope that it's recognized, I'm sure it is, that guy is a legitimate threat in the red zone, as King said, to win the one-on-one battles. Because King's spot on. You don't see a whole lot of, hey, let's throw it up and see if St. Brown's going to come down with it. That's not it. St. Brown's job is to, work the middle of the end zone when you get in that situation, or at running parallel to the end zone, catching it and trying to run in after that point. They're not the back shoulder throws or the 50-50 passes that you see thrown to other receivers. The Lions just don't do that, and maybe next year we'll see more of it.
It's an offensive mindset they have. They scheme guys open. There's a reason why they're at the bottom of the league in defensive pass interference calls. They don't get them because they don't try for them.
Mike in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
What's up?
I don't mean this as a criticism. I love the Lions. I'm the guy, the 11-year-old kid in 72, 73 that was walking around with a Greg Landry jersey. So I'm there. The frustrating part to me is I understand the injuries, but even in spite of the injuries and whatnot we have, a lot of these games we were still in position to win. And the thing that I keep seeing that's frustrating me is we're making these dumb, stupid, undisciplined penalties, man. You know, like when we were down in the red zone and the center, there's a false start. I'm sorry. To me, false starts and things like that in that situation are just inexcusable. And I'm just wondering, are we regressing? We just sometimes seem like a very undisciplined team, you know. And I don't know how you fix that. Is that coaching or inexperience?
Well,
I'm looking at the.
I think that was experience.
That's a kid making his first start.
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
a really
I get it, man,
unfortunate time to happen. But you're right. It's shooting yourselves in the foot, going from first and goal from the 1, to first and goal from the 11 or whatever it was. It sucks.
Hey, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. I understand we have a patchwork secondary, but it would just seem to me that when I'm watching the running back running on the outside, it just seems like everybody's out of position.
The crazy thing is, Mike, that's where the secondary, I think, actually hurt them the most yesterday, was in run fits. I think they really struggled.
Well, I think that's where you missed Brian Branch.
Yeah. I mean, they really struggled in making a instead of a 5-yard carry, a 45-yard carry. But, the penalties that drive me crazy, I don't think they did yesterday, and that's neutral zone infractions for first downs, which can happen against Aaron Rodgers a lot, jumping into the neutral zone, or he catches it in substitution. A rookie center, well, he's not a rookie, I guess. A kid making his first career start, there is going to be some hiccups along the way, and that sucks. It sucks. 248-539-9797. Brendan in Royal Oak. What's up, Brendan?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I got a couple points. I think the injury story is getting really old, so you got to make some adjustment. I don't know whether that's firing the strength and conditioning coach who's been there since 2020, adjusting the intensity in practices in training camp, but, I mean, it's just getting so old. I'm sick of my Sundays getting ruined.
Yeah, if they're doing something wrong, I would suspect that the Lions would be aware of it and make a change. Having traveled the country and listened to a lot of talk radio, teams that get beset by injuries, there's invariably a strength and conditioning coach call. I don't ever remember where a team said he's the reason our guys get hurt, but I think it's just bad luck in life in the league. But I hope they look at everything, Brendan.
Yeah, I agree. Something's got to change. I don't know.
Hopefully they get some
just
good
keep doing
fortune.
The same thing, expecting different results.
Well, actually, you can. In football, there's a reason why they have reps and they do the same thing over and over and over, is because you get better at it. Football is a sport of repetition. And when guys have experience, they've done it a lot. But if you're talking about as far as injuries are concerned, I don't know, man.
Every team deals with injuries. It just feels like the Lions are dealing with more because we watch them every week.
Open lines, Champ and Chump votes. Get them in. 248-539-9797. What are your emotions today, Detroit? Tough one yesterday to Pittsburgh season. 97-1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After a win over the Hornets on Saturday, the Pistons hit the floor again tonight. However, they will not return to Little Caesars Arena until next year. Tonight's game is the first of 5 straight road games for Detroit. They won't return home until New Year's Day against the Miami Heat. After getting the Trailblazers tonight, the Pistons will face the Kings, Jazz, Clippers, and Lakers before the new year. Tonight, they'll of course go against the Blazers, who are led by interim head coach Tiago Splitter. Splitter was chosen to lead the team after their former coach and former Piston Chauncey Billups was arrested by the FBI for his involvement in an illegal gambling ring perpetuated by the Italian crime syndicate La Cosa Nostra. The Blazers have won 3 straight games, while the Pistons are victorious in 5 of their last 6 and 7 of the last 9. Pre-game coverage starts tonight here on 97.1 at 9:35. The game tips off at 10 o'clock Eastern. We're still waiting to hear if disciplinary action will be handed down to Steelers wide receiver DeKalin Zacharias Metcalf after he grabbed and punched a Lions fan yesterday. Adam Schefter said on ESPN this morning that he would be surprised if the NFL didn't give DK Metcalf a 1-game suspension. Elsewhere in football news, Bill Belichick is reportedly hiring none other than Bobby Petrino to join his coaching staff as the offensive coordinator at North Carolina. Petrino spent this past season as the interim head coach at Arkansas. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How you feeling today, Detroit? How you feeling? It's a tough one. Following a loss to Pittsburgh, which really makes it an uphill battle. Characterize it however you will. It does not not look very promising for this season. But the big picture is, you zoom out, you wonder about what the future holds. Is this the beginning of the unraveling, or is it just a setback? And teams, really good teams, have setbacks. Really good organizations have rough years in the middle. I always point out, between Super Bowls, Philly had a 4-win season. But it doesn't help a lot when you're in the middle of it. But it doesn't also, a season of missing the playoffs, if that is their fate, you hope they can come back next year better and maybe make some changes based upon this experience this year.
My feeling's been numb the whole time, Doug. The last 2 months, it just has not felt right. After that 4-1 start, you felt, okay, maybe they got it together now, right? Week 1 was Week 1's a liar. It's always a liar. You don't believe week 1. They went off and won 4 in a row. But at some point, I think it was after probably the Vikings loss, where they got pretty handled at home, it just didn't seem right. Dan Campbell takes over the play calling. The injuries start to mount up. They can't win back-to-back games. The whole season has just not felt right. And yesterday, after that crazy ending, which I didn't even know what had happened until finally, I still didn't know what had happened until after I read everything after the game, to be honest with you. I just felt numb, man. I just felt like, you know what? This is not their year. This is just not their year. It's okay. I know it's not technically over yet, but I don't see it happening. I don't care how many paths everyone keeps showing me. It doesn't matter if you don't take the path, right? You can show me all these paths. Hey, this is how you get there. Well, if you don't take the path, then you don't get there. So I've been to the point where it's just not going to happen. Fetch is not going to happen, Gator.
I feel like it's I feel sort of exposed, because for a while I've been thinking, okay, how much longer they can keep getting by with the injuries and beating the teams they should beat, but then they have the tough games and then they get beat by the tougher teams. And what's going to happen against Pittsburgh was an interesting one, because Pittsburgh is kind of in the same boat as the Lions. They've gotten better as the season has gone on, and I think that's because Aaron Rodgers has finally figured out who his teammates are and what he can do there. But Pittsburgh's dealing with some injuries too, and then yesterday happens, and it's a gut punch. It's kicked in the schnutz. It's whatever it is, and what the Lions are, I think the Lions are a very good football team that has been made average because of injuries. I'm not thrilled with some coaching decisions that have gone on, but boy, 95% of the time, I'm loving the coaching decision. So I'm not holding Dan Campbell on the hot seat, pushing his things in that direction. This has been a trying season for the team, and it's not over with yet. I still have hope that Lions can win out, but can the Packers lose out? Can the Packers lose to the Ravens, and can they lose to the Vikings on a final game of the season? And who knows who they're going to have at quarterback? either team. But I mean, specifically the Packers, they don't know who's playing on Saturday. They don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to watch and care and hope, but I'm not particularly optimistic about it working out. And I don't think you are either. You just think it's...
I'm not optimistic. No. But let's take first things first. Will the Lions win on Thursday? Yeah, I think the Lions win Thursday on Christmas Day. I think they're pissed. I think they're better. I think that's the number one reason is they're just better. And if even if McCarthy is able to go, I mean, he just got rattled and banged up on Sunday. So
his receivers did him no favors.
No, but it is what it is, right? So I don't think the Vikings are that good of a football team, even though they beat the Lions a few weeks ago, which was strange. But I think the Lions can go ahead. I think the Lions can beat them.
Yeah, let's go to Dave in Brighton. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I think once I get wrote down, the quarterback for the Jaguars.
Okay, Dave, I don't know. You sound like you're underwater. I don't know if you have us on speaker. You're not talking into your phone. Could you try just talking directly into the phone?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
A little better.
Hold on. I apologize.
It's all right. Tell you what, we'll come back to you, Dave. We go to Ron. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, I'm done with Jared Goff. I was so sick of the announcers comparing him to Aaron Rodgers. His weaknesses has been shown when he's under pressure and the other teams are able to put pressure on him. He's been rattled. It's affected his head. He has lately, the last couple of weeks, just been ineffective. We need a quarterback that is mobile, that can move. He's got no threat of getting out of the pocket.
He's the second highest rated quarterback in the National Football League.
Yeah, well, statistics, you could take your statistics and you can do with those.
What, you don't like 32 touchdown passes to 5 interceptions? You think that's something
he's done.
Look at our record. Look at our record.
Yeah.
Under Jared Goff the last few years has been pretty good.
Without Jared Goff?
Pardon me?
What would it be without Jared Goff?
Well, it looks like we're in the rebuilding stage as it is anyway because our
rebuilding
defense
the line.
sucks. Yeah. We can't cover anybody.
Ron, how about fix the line? Is that, or do you want to take the $96 million cap hit and cut him?
No, you're right. There's a lot of things that need to get fixed. I'm just super frustrated with Jared Goff. He's just been
I don't think he's anywhere near the top of the list of things to be frustrated with this team. And it's not because we talk to him every week. I don't get that.
I don't either. But
hey, is Jahmyr Gibbs mobile?
How
many yards did he get yesterday? All right, enough with the Jared Goff mobility. I knew this was coming. I knew it was coming. He's not the problem, and his mobility is not the problem. That offensive line looked like crap yesterday. Jahmyr Gibbs got nothing, and he's pretty mobile.
Let's try Dave again. Dave, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Better. Go ahead.
Okay, so my MVP, my great MVP is Trevor Lawrence. He threw for
you're champ of the weekend.
Champ. Yep.
Okay.
Champ. He threw for 280 yards, 3 touchdowns. Their team is moving forward. Chump, offensive line, injuries are key. I don't want to chump them, but they played horrible. They didn't give nobody to run. The past 2 games have been horrible. Horrible.
Well,
you can't go anywhere. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel I'd love to see if they kept the group together that was going to be healthy. But if not, I think they probably need to make some upgrades there. And it's a veteran, and you can put some money into it and go get a veteran probably at center. But they need to take a look at. They know better than we do as to who's worth investing in and who isn't, and who it's time to move on from.
But 66 yards for Gibbs and only 14 for Montgomery. You're not going to go anywhere with those stats. I don't know. I don't blame. I love who.
Well, they stopped running the ball in the second half. They realized they weren't getting anything with the ground game, and that David Montgomery hardly played in the second half. Was that a mistake? I don't know if it was a mistake. I think once you realize you can't run, that you take that element out of it, fine. But one thing Montgomery does do is he blocks awfully well. Mm-hmm. That being said, the protection was better for the Lions, particularly in the fourth quarter. In the third quarter, how many plays did they run?
3.
and one of them resulted in a safety when he just got housed, and so it was a very frustrating day yesterday for everybody involved.
Dave in Rochester. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Jared Goff, a great guy, overachiever, is the problem. This has been a grand 5-year experiment. The Rams realize you need to have a quarterback, either a mobile one or one who's not a mobile one who can make pressure throws and to make the big plays.
Who do you think?
Okay?
Who do you like?
Rams knew what they were doing. Brad Holmes said, we can have a good enough quarterback with all the other pieces around it. Great. Okay. And that seemed to be working. But the Rams, in effect, said, no, we need the Super Bowl potential quarterback with good enough pieces around it. And this is a 5-year experiment.
Dude,
they
he's
knew
got
what they were doing.
Two of the best receivers, one of the best receiving combinations in the league in L.A. They have an effective run game, and you know what else they're doing? They're protecting him better than the Lions are protecting Goff.
Yeah, and guess what? In the whole 5 years, he had 2 good years because there wasn't a hiccup in the system, including a world-class offensive coordinator.
So what do you do, Dave?
By the way,
what do you do, Dave?
What do you do? Well, at this point, you reassess how. Let's maybe we took a risk. And I understand it, but let's go back.
So who are you eyeballing, Dave? Who do you like? Who do you want at quarterback?
Stafford.
Oh, yeah. Let's get with the 30.
If you put Jared Goff in the middle of the Rams offense with the way that line is playing, with the way they're running the football, and with those receivers,
they look like the Lions.
I mean, I
recognize yesterday was a little bit of a statistical anomaly when they had the 15 yards rushing that they just couldn't run the football.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think that Jared Goff was a problem when he threw for 360 yards and 3 touchdowns and no interceptions? Or do you think maybe the defensive side, where they gave up a couple of 45-yard touchdown runs and a 45-yard touchdown pass, do you think that may have been the worst part of what was going on?
You sat down with every person in the NFL and said, fix the Lions. How many would start with Jared Goff?
Not one.
97-1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams on the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers are going to win on every single deal, and the deals right now are unbeatable. Starting with Friends pricing for everyone on every 2025 demo in stock. You can get a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for just $169 a month, or your choice, 2025 Trax or 2026 Equinox for only $199 a month. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, here's great news. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. Huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments are necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Kenny with an absolute sizzler last week at 8-1 to storm the gates. He's now a game up on me for the lead.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's not a lot to be
He throws a
stoked
ball
about
you can
today.
catch.
Champ and chump. I mean, there's other stuff going on, but of course the Lions, the overwhelming on the majority of most people's minds today. Red Wings are playing better. Michigan State both win. Wolverines by 50 again. Pistons with a win over the weekend, et cetera, et cetera. But
when does Michigan next take on like how about a decent opponent? I didn't say good, but
I'm
let's say
shooting
decent.
for the 20-0 versus 20-1 matchup at the end of January. Been talking about it for a month.
For the Michigan State game.
Yep. I mean, they play a decent opponent. They play Nebraska coming up. Nebraska's ranked.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. Michigan State plays them too. That's probably the biggest roadblock between Michigan State getting to 20-1 because they're on the road at Nebraska. And nobody just walks into Lincoln. I think that's Michigan's toughest game between now and then too. But let's get back to the people. Mike is next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike. How are you?
What's up, Mike?
So I haven't watched the NFL for about 65 years because I'm a Detroiter. But recently I've been tuned in, and what's obvious to me as an old football player is the NFL is selling about 30% more season than is credible. We're now watching third stringers paying first string prices, and I don't know how you can possibly ask these guys, 25, 30 something year olds to play 17 games and then playoffs plus the preseason. It's way out of control.
Well, I look at this league and I had a belief that it was too much a league of attrition already. It is a brutal, brutal sport. And the truth is, to protect the players and protect the integrity and the quality of the game, the last thing they needed to do was add a 17th game, play more Thursday games, more quicker turnarounds, and take away a second bye week to help with players in recovery. Decisions aren't made for the betterment of the game. If decisions were made for the betterment of the game, they go back to 16 games. They cut back on the Sunday, Thursday turnarounds, and they would add a second bye. But that's not why they make decisions. I'd probably get fired as commissioner because my decisions wouldn't make more money. But that's what I would do.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, Schembechler said the money will destroy the game. But, as a kid, in my teens, we'd play 8, 9, 10 games maybe in a season. And, we could bounce back from injuries in a day or two or a week. These guys, when I got to the 25, 30-year-old range, I wasn't involved in any organized sport, but the bounce back was like a month, you know?
Well, as you get older, it's harder to recover, yes. 248-539-9797.
And as you get older and you're playing in a league like the National Football League, where athletes are bigger, faster, stronger, the game hits a lot harder.
But I don't want to lose his first point, which I couldn't agree with more. What we're asking of the players, and the players' union could step up and do something about it, or attempt to do something about it. I think we're seeing the results of it right now. Because I don't want to overplay the injury card, but I don't want to underplay it either. When independent sources come out and say, yeah, the Lions are just ravaged again, it sucks.
Yeah, and here's another short week for them, too.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, they're not happy about that either.
No, they shouldn't
the
be.
players are pissed that they continue to have to play these Thursday night games or Thursday games.
Well, and
short rest.
And I think Penei Sewell came out and said he hates that he's playing on Christmas, which I can totally understand. Why would you want to play on Christmas Day? I mean, it's Christmas. You don't want to be playing football.
Doug, and to go back to the NFL making these decisions for money, the players, they're at fault too because they accept it and then they throw all these, hey, look how much more money you can get if we stream on this platform on Thursdays and we stream on this one, maybe we'll start doing Wednesday games or Tuesday games and Netflix wants to get involved and whoever, and they accept it because they get more money and now they're going to get more hurt as well.
Let's go to Ron next on 97.1. Hello, Ron.
Hey, guys. I'm glad you're talking about money right now. Because I think this Lions team started to fall apart when Aiden got the big deal. Do you agree?
You think his contract signing had something to do with Brian Branch hurting his Achilles?
Yeah, A little bit. Like if you think you're the best, and then somebody else thinks they're the best, and then they get the bigger money.
So you got a problem with guys going out there and trying to play like they're the best in football.
Yeah.
Okay. Good call.
The way I see it is when he signed that contract, I said, "Oh, the season's over," and I told my friends, I said, "Hey guys, I think that this is where they're starting to fall apart. Every game, I wanted to call in here when they first signed and said, "Hey, that season's over. They're not going to make it to the playoffs." He signed that big contract. Everybody else is going to give up. They should sign those big deals after the season.
Why would they be motivated to give up? Because one of their teammates got paid.
I don't see it that way. I see it as a human nature thing. Maybe even subconsciously they do it. They have a
These are professional athletes that are playing for their next contracts.
Well, I don't see them. I've seen it all start to fall apart. I just got this huge sense when they gave them the big money, there's no more integrity in these guys. The injuries, yeah, that happens. But I think you're more prone to injury when you're not giving it. You're 100% on. You have a little bit of a
he's on
chip your
pace.
shoulder.
Just so we're sure here, you think Aiden Hutchinson signing his contract and now he's on pace to have his best season in the
it's
pros?
His teammates gave up because he got the big contract. Ron, just
I
before
feel
we
a
let you
little
go,
sense of
you said you believe this. Is there any other beliefs you'd like to share?
I believe in the Lions still. I love Aiden. I think he's a Michigan boy, and I'm glad for him. But these other guys aren't from Michigan. They're from their own cities. They have their own roots that they come from, and when they get that big money here to the Michigan boy, these other guys, they're I just see it. I can see it in Brian Branch's eyes. I could just tell. He said, "I give up."
Brian Branch
And I
tore
think
his
there's a couple other
Achilles.
defense- Well, yeah, he did.
What does that have to do with Aiden Hutchinson signing a contract?
I just don't think that the effort just totally dropped.
The effort dropped?
That's just my opinion. It's my opinion.
I'm trying to understand how you have that opinion that his effort drops when he literally had to be carried off the field. He's trying his ass off, tears his Achilles, and you're saying, well, the effort dropped ever since Aiden signed a contract. How does that make that make sense to me, Ron? Make that make sense to me.
I just had a sense. It's a human nature type of thing.
It's a human nature.
I just think
you
that.
really think Brian Branch decided to start taking plays off?
No, not specifically his injury, but I've seen a decline right after that contract. I said, uh-oh, watch this. I believe they lost the next game after the contract was signed, and I was like, uh-oh.
Ron nailed it.
Uh-oh is right. My goodness.
Aiden signed his contract. Everybody else started mailing it in. Specifically Branch.
Yeah.
Branch, who hasn't signed his money cannon contract, decided he was no longer motivated.
Contract looming here. If I finish up the season, have a great year, but I should probably take it all, just step back a little bit with my production, maybe in decline in production, because that'll get me money. That'll get me paid.
I hadn't thought of that. Wish I had.
With reason.
Ron. 'Tis a season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking to see what drops next. It all leads to Christmas Day special where you can get something extra special, but you got to check it out. They always have deals at the top banner there with FanDuel boosts and whatnot, so you can take advantage of those. And if you don't like it, move on. And if you don't like any of the games and the numbers that day, move on. But there's 7 days of gifts with one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get in the holiday spirit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirement, maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We do like to provide a forum for people to give their opinions, and there are going to be times we disagree with those opinions. But the fact is, where we step up and disagree is where we think the criticism gets unfair. In the last half hour, we've taken Jared Goff as the problem calls, and that's fine if you don't like Goff as a quarterback, but I feel like if top of mind today is Jared Goff, you may not like Jared Goff, but I can't imagine that Jared Goff would be one of the first things you'd try to correct with this football team. I can't imagine it's one of the first 4 or 5 things you'd try and correct with this football team is the quarterback spot. But obviously some people have that belief. But that's where we step up and defend Jared Goff. And I will step up and I will defend Brian Branch and the rest of the team, having known plenty of professional athletes. The previous caller who thinks it's human nature, remember it's human nature to give up when one of your teammates gets paid. I'm not sure he understands what human nature is for a professional athlete. Do you think I'm wrong?
Do I think you're wrong?
Yes.
No.
Do you think it's...
Do I think
do you think
that he doesn't understand what human nature means?
Yes.
I don't think he understands what he was saying, period. I mean, the idea that... let's talk this out rationally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lose my top on this.
Mm-hmm.
The thought that Aiden Hutchinson signs a big contract has an effect on the rest of his teammates, in that the rest of his teammates now feel like they can relax a little bit because Aiden got paid?
Or they've given up? Isn't that how we put it?
I'm not
This
sure
is where we get very defensive of the Lions. There is criticism that there's worthy criticism and justifiable criticism.
I don't think they're good enough. I think it's, in fact, I will offer this up. I think it's been a very disappointing year for Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader up front. I expected a lot more. I trusted Dan Campbell and the staff when they were talking about, and Dan Campbell in particular, he said, he's a problem. He's going to be a problem for people. And Aleem McNeil looks great, and he did look great. But in games, just haven't seen the same Aleem McNeil that we saw a couple years ago that we were like, this guy is one of the best young defensive tackles in the game. It's been disappointing. Now,
like the O-line. But hey, look, man, let's get back to the people.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike and Davidson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was calling in to just make a comment about someone said something about Dan Campbell and about some of the play calling yesterday, but I just wanted to those calls, the last call about the Brian Branch thing, I don't really understand that. That sounds kind of crazy, but I don't think Jared Goff's beyond reproach or criticism. I mean, I don't know if there'd be a big market for him if the Lions were looking to deal him. I don't really know. And I'm going to say my champ and chump are basically, I'm going to say Brad Holmes is the chump and Les Snead is the champ here. And because the Rams totally did win that trade, and we'd have to probably give up a bunch of draft picks to try to get someone to take Jared Goff's contract. And I just also wanted to say, because if you look at Brad Holmes and what he's done, I mean, he has.
Hold on, it's a non-starter. Nobody's going to trade for him, and they're not going to trade him. It's just that's not reality.
Well, it's a non-starter because the Lions aren't looking to trade.
Yeah, they aren't
Jared
trading, and nobody's like that contract makes him borderline untradeable for a while.
Oh, because of the Lions side.
Yes, because of the Lions side.
Not because teams
would want him.
Of course, teams would want him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay. Well, if you look at it, Brad Holmes' great drafts were all when he had those extra top picks from the Rams, and really since then he hasn't had so many great drafts. And I just want him. And Ragnow looks like the MVP of the team. He wasn't drafted by Brad Holmes. And I just want to make one other comment about the game yesterday. They're not really fooling anyone with a lot of this play calling anymore. Like Lomas and TJ were commenting a lot about the stupid play action at the end of the game. They're not running the ball. But did they ever try? Why did they go away from Montgomery so much? And did they ever try just putting it, not trying to fool everyone, you have Penei Sewell. Just put in the jumbo lineup with 3 tight ends or 6 linemen or whatever you can do, and just put Montgomery back there and the quick hitter, not these slow developing run plays. I just that's what I would critique Dan Campbell for going away from Montgomery and just trying to on that first down.
All right,
and
Mike,
goal.
thank you. Let's go to Jim and Fraser. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey guys, this golf stuff is driving me crazy. These people are nuts. They have no clue what they're talking about. The guy almost won the game for him yesterday with absolutely 15 yards of running. He's been bashed. Every time we lose a game, it's always his fault. The guy, yeah, he might not have wheels, but you know what you need to ask these people, and I think you started to. You're about the only people on your station to do this, is when people want golf out of here. Yeah, you did ask them, what do you want? What do you want? You want to go after Kyle Murray? You want to go after Bassett? Do you want to be the next New York Jets? You want to go get Fields? Is that what you want to get? Who do these people want? This guy has given the city everything he possibly has no offensive line, threw for 368 yards, has gotten 29 touchdowns, I believe, 5 interceptions,
32
and they want
touchdowns.
him out of here. Well, guess what? 32, okay. So let him go. Let him go. He doesn't deserve to be here then. Let him go. Send him somewhere else. But I want to know from these people, who do you want? What do you want? You want to bring a rookie in?
That's why I ask it, Jim, because it bothers me too.
you're
It's
the
like
only one
the
who's
grass
done that.
must always be greener with somebody else's quarterback. And all Jared Goff has done since Jared Goff became a Detroit Lion, all he has done is validate the fact that he was taken first overall in the draft and been a top, I'll be conservative and say top 10 quarterback since he's been a Detroit Lion. He's probably been a top 6 quarterback the last couple of years.
We just got a tweet from somebody that was criticizing us defending Goff, and I said, is he near the top of the list of their problems? He said, no, but he's not a solution. And he's right. Jared Goff can't block, and Jared Goff can't play in the secondary. I mean, the solutions are to correct the parts of the team. This is turning into another Stafford topic, right? It's blaming the quarterback for other obvious weaknesses on the roster. And
he's been better than Stafford statistically, and actually when you look at playoff wins.
Well, hell yeah, he won more games here than Stafford did
and I think
in the
Jim brought up
playoffs.
a great point.
And Stafford, I was a Stafford fan. I was probably the biggest Stafford fan on the station. Also a mobile quarterback with a Super Bowl ring.
In yesterday's game, they ran for 15 yards. You had no running game whatsoever. Steelers knew the Lions were going to have to throw the ball, and he still threw for 364 and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and could have been 4 touchdowns and a game winner if not for 2 offensive pass interference calls.
Dude, he almost made the play of the year.
Shaky.
And he got that pitch and made it in the end zone. And he was like, that was Jared Goff, who looked like he was putting his head down to get into the end zone.
Yeah.
And was going to run somebody over if necessary.
He dove.
He flew in the air.
Yeah.
How ironic would it have been had the immobile quarterback, who everyone rips on a daily, weekly basis, gets a lateral and runs it in and flies into the end zone to win the game.
And alas, it was not because of the offensive pass interference call. And then previously, he threw another touchdown pass that was called back.
That last caller nailed it, by the way. If Jared Goff hit the open market, he'd be the number 1 targeted quarterback from every team that needs a quarterback. The Raiders would be calling, the Jets would be calling, the Cardinals, whoever, right? Because if you lose Jared Goff, by the way, you are the Jets, you are the Raiders. Do you want that, people? Do you understand what that means?
Want to go back?
You're going backwards if you let go. If you wanted to get let go of Jared Goff.
I wonder how much of this, and look, I have a fundamental disagreement with a lot of our listening audience, and I get that, and I try not to lean on this argument too much. I think the mobility for the quarterback position is down the list of priorities. Others think it might be the most important thing in football in 2025. I think it's down the list. This is the disagreement that I have with people. But I struggle with sort of the idea that it's easier to find somebody better. If you go back and look at first-round quarterbacks who've been drafted that have sustained success in the NFL, sustained, not 1 year here or there, because there are a lot of those guys too, then you realize how difficult it is to draft and hang on to and have someone be as consistent and good as Jared Goff has been. and you can win with him. I mean, Jared Goff did take a team to the Super Bowl. He's won playoff games. The team has other deficiencies that need to get addressed. Addressing the quarterback, it just seems a misappropriation of resources.
The fact that he has had the season that he has had, despite the shortcomings of the offensive line, is really, truly amazing. He's not the problem.
Well, he's not. But the guy who said he's not the solution, I'm like, what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to block? Is he supposed to play in the secondary? He's supposed to be run fits defensively? Put him in playing with his hand down? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, it's cold out there, and because it's winter, that's what it is. Is your garage door making some strange noises? Because the cold weather can really wreak havoc on all those moving parts. It's not good. Older equipment is especially susceptible to breaking down in the cold. So if you're having issues, or it's not just if it's not working properly or maybe just making a lot of noise, make sure you do the right thing and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. I know this. My garage doors made some weird noises years ago. I called them up right on the spot. They came out, checked it out, diagnosed the problem, fixed it, and I couldn't have been happier. The telephone number, easy, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience. That's right, a time that works for you. You can do that at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797.
I want to apologize to you.
To me?
Yeah.
Why?
I feel like when I was texting you on Saturday night, maybe I touched a nerve or something, and I just
hold on. I know. We'll revisit that at some point. You were like the 70th person that texted me.
That's what I thought. Probably.
And I texted you back. The phone lines aren't open right now, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, I was not.
After snapping at me about something.
Yeah, it was totally. I think I need to apologize to you.
Maybe. And maybe that was the impetus of me apologizing first, but it's okay.
You know how this works, right?
I totally know how this works.
I saw a meme that somebody, I don't know who put it out there, but it was hysterical. It was, the little symbol for your phone, like messages. And if you have like 2 messages in the corner, there's a little red and it says number 2.
Mm-hmm.
It means you have 2 messages. And somebody put out there, me on my birthday. And it was the Greens talk thing with the 2 messages. And then it was me when my head football coach gets fired for inappropriate relationship with a staffer. And it was the same thing. And it said 376.
Right.
I'm like, yep.
Yeah, that's about right for you.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm sorry. Let's go to Tony on a cell. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Tony.
Good.
I'm the one who still believes that all 3 of them have to go. Starting with Goff, he's not going to win a Super Bowl for anyone. He's not going to win a Super Bowl for the Lions, of course. And the minute he has to move his feet, we're done. I don't care if it's 3rd down, 4th down. Hopefully it's not 4th down. There are too many options in the NFL and college that have mobile skills. I don't care about statistics. It's about those plays that win games.
How many of those guys are actually good quarterbacks?
Extend plays.
How many of those guys are actually good quarterbacks and not just guys that, occasionally they can extend a play?
Where did they find Purdy? It's not my job to find that quarterback.
I love
There's
that
a man
response.
who
I
stayed at the
love
top
that
to
response.
pay that quarterback.
And I'm being
There's a
facetious.
man
I cannot
in the
stand when
roster
that
of
response.
the
It's not my
team
job.
That is paid to do that.
You're going to come out and you're going to call
You
for
understand
somebody's
it?
head, then offer up something else in return, other than it's not my job.
Okay, 3 seasons of spiraling head down. Every season has been worse for the last 3 seasons.
You make it seem
And Goff's,
like
Goff's seasons, Tony, Goff's seasons have been consistent. It's other parts of the team. Tony, hold on for a second. Tony, 3 seasons spiraling downhill. Goff's seasons have been consistent. Go look at them and compare them. Tell me every other aspect of this team is ready to win right now. Tell me you look at it, Tony, and you see other parts of the team haven't got worse. Tell me that, please. Go ahead, Tony.
I told you it's 3 seasons downhill.
Who?
The whole staff.
Okay,
I'm
but
talking
Tony,
about from homes down.
where has
Homes
it
down.
been the worst?
How many years are
All
we
right,
going to
Tony,
get?
you're not going to have a conversation. I'm sorry. Because honestly, you're right. It has been going the wrong direction. And you started with the quarterback, who's been one of the more consistent performers all 3 years.
I mean, 2023, his quarterback rating was 97.9. He had 30 touchdown passes and 12 touchdowns.
Remember, he doesn't care about that.
I'm just saying it, and 4,500 yards. The next year, and they won the 2 playoff games. The next year, they lose in the playoffs. He throws for 4,600 yards, 72% completion percentage, 37 touchdowns to 12 picks, 111.8 was his quarterback rating. This year, the Lions may not make the playoffs, but I wouldn't blame the quarterback who's thrown for 32 touchdowns and 5 interceptions and 109.4 rating, the second best in the National Football League. That being said, is he the perfect quarterback? No. If I were to make a quarterback in a lab that I could try it out there on the field, he doesn't look like Jared Goff, but you know what? One of those aspects would be, and that's whatever is between the ears, his decision-making, his ability to process what's happening, all that is elite. His accuracy is pretty close to elite. He cannot run. Got it.
Yep.
Fair enough. But that doesn't mean that it guarantees you anything in terms of winning just because your quarterback can get up and go. I look at the other factors like you do, Doug, and say, what are the shortcomings in this team? I think that the biggest thing that happened to this team was that Frank Ragnow decided to retire after the NFL draft.
I just found this on Football Reference, and somebody cued me in on Twitch. Thank you. But the average time an NFL quarterback has to throw is 2.8 seconds. Jared Goff right now is at 2.0. Only one quarterback has less time to throw on average in the pocket than Jared Goff, and that's Tyler Shuck from New Orleans. He's got the least amount of time to throw, and he's having an elite season. Elite season. I shouldn't say elite season. He's having a consistent season. I don't want to get bogged down on what we call it. He's putting up similar type. He's having a similar type season in terms of personal performance as previous years.
He's got the second best quarterback rating in football, but I get it. People want him to be able to be more mobile, and I understand that. And I'm not being a jerk about it. I get it.
Yep.
That being said, the problems with his team aren't because he can't make plays with his feet. The problems with his team started with Ragnow's retirement and then trying to scramble and figure things out afterwards. That maybe Brad Holmes made a mistake by not putting more of an emphasis in finding an offensive lineman in free agency prior to that. That you're going to bank on Glasgow coming back, got it, or with your draft picks. Fair enough. The other parts of this team that have been a real disappointment is a secondary. Some of it is injury related and some of it is performance related. And I would say the defensive line has been a big disappointment. Getting Olimi McNeil back, having DJ Reader come back for a second year, I'm expecting the defensive line in the middle to be quite good. And it hasn't been that good at all lately. And yes, they still struggle to find somebody on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson had 2 sacks yesterday, but where was everybody else?
Well, I hate this argument. I hate saying this because it's assuming. I bet many of these people are the same people that said you'd never win a Super Bowl with Stafford.
Probably.
James is next on 97.1. Hi, James.
Yo, guys. Hey,
What's
long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Hey, man, God bless you guys because you guys take some of the wildest takes I've ever heard. But so my champ and chump, just to stick to that, is my champ is Frisker and my chump is the guards. Man, when they were polling and they missed those blocking assignments, that's why we couldn't run. That's why
they missed. I mean,
is not the problem.
James,
Goff is not the problem.
James, there were so many free runners that blew up the run game.
Yeah,
it was odd.
Yeah, so I don't know. Is that Mahogany and Radledge? Is that who started that?
Those are the guards, yeah. And Ferkser had a nice game. He caught all 4 targets, thrown to him 40 yards on the day.
Yeah, that's a football player, man. That's how you beat attrition. Next man up. All right, tight end crew. He's in there. He makes what he needs to do.
Yeah, the tight ends caught 7 passes. Shane Zylstra had 3 for 20, so 7 out of the 9 targets they caught passes. But that being said, there is a big old drop off when you talk about not having Laporta, not having Brock Wright.
Oh, for sure.
To Ferkser and Zylstra and whoever the third tight end was, because you're going with your 3rd, 4th, and 5th tight ends on the roster, along with your 3rd string center, along with a guard that just came back from injury, and 2 or 3 other offensive linemen that are starting for you that are on the injury report every single week. This is a banged up crew. I hate to just chalk it up and say, well, this isn't their year. It's not over with yet. They can still make the playoffs, but they need some help. Yeah. Obviously, they need some help, and it's not likely. It's not a likely path to go. It's been very disappointing and frustrating to watch the offensive line struggle as much as they did because it has been the absolute strength of this team for the last 2.5 seasons.
Absolutely. And Goff, everybody coming in saying Goff is the problem. Goff is not the problem. He's got us to 2 NFC championships.
Well,
did we win them? No.
One NFC championship game.
Yep. And then a 15-2 season, but yes.
You're right. Okay, but 50% of the time we're in the playoffs as him as our QB. 6 out of 9 of his total career, he's went to the playoffs, won Super Bowl. The dude, do I get upset when the clock in his head doesn't pick up the pressure? We all do, right? I mean, we're all looking at the TV come on.
Yeah. But and at the same time, he makes a throw yesterday where he's about to get absolutely crushed from behind, but he stays with it, and delivers a strike and then gets crushed. And I don't think he gets enough credit for something like that.
No, I know exactly which play. Coming up from behind, sneaking up on him, and you knew. And when he let the ball go, he went out of frame, and you're like, "Oh boy!"
I'm like, please tell me that ball is not going to get affected by him getting drilled, and he released it just before because that's what he does. He stays in the pocket. He's good. He's really good.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. How you feeling today, Detroit? It was a tough one, and things are pretty bleak now for the Lions this season. Certainly work to do in the offseason, but we're not there yet. It is Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The DK Metcalf fan-punching saga has morphed drastically in the last hour thanks to reports from Tom Pelissero on X. One post from Pelissero says, a source close to Metcalf says the fan, who identified himself to the Free Press as Ryan Kennedy, called Metcalf's mom a derogatory word and called Metcalf, quote, something we both know you don't call a black man, unquote. Another post from Pelissero says that Metcalf has a history with Kennedy and reported him to Seahawks security last season. Theoretically, that report could have come from Metcalf when the Seahawks were in Detroit to play the Lions on Monday, September 30th of last year. The Free Press interviewed the fan Ryan Kennedy at the game, and Kennedy told them that Metcalf's outburst was after Kennedy called him by his legal name, DeKalin Zacharias. Pelissero says the NFL will likely make a disciplinary decision on Metcalf today. Also, Michigan football interim head coach Biff Poggi spoke to the media today and made some interesting revelations about the state and future of the program. First, Poggi said, quote, everything that happens in this building has to be reevaluated because it's not up to standard. It's been 5 years of, let's call it what it is, a malfunctioning organization. There's something every year, unquote. He also said Michigan AD Ward Manuel spoke to the team this morning and told them that he hopes to have a new coach between Christmas and the bowl game on New Year's Eve. That gives Manuel just a 6-day window and 9 days from now to select the next head coach. Poggi said he's in the running and said, quote, I'm being considered. I've had multiple interviews, multiple conversations. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Do want to welcome back Kang, who was out sick last week, most of the week. Feeling better today, buddy?
Modern medicine, my friend. Modern medicine.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel better. Otherwise, I don't want to get you guys sick.
No,
we don't need that.
No, I know you went above and beyond last week and did some stuff that people aren't aware of to make this show go, and it's much appreciated.
Grit, dog, grit.
Yes,
unlike Kirby Joseph, I came back. Too soon?
We don't need to start it on
right.
Kirby. I think Kirby's
Just saying,
doing everything he can.
Seems like a misdiagnosis there. He went on IR since I've been gone. So
Hopefully people understand you're joking.
Yeah.
If not, we're in trouble.
No, but I'm back, and didn't want to come back to this show on Monday. I'll tell you that much.
No.
That sucks, but it's not over like Gator said. It just seems unlikely. I feel like, Gator, you're talking about how the miracle might be for like the Packers to lose 2 in a row. I think the miracle might be for the Lions to win 2 in a row, man. I haven't seen it in so long. I just don't have any faith right now. My confidence is obviously really low.
Everybody's I'm not blaming anybody for saying they have no faith, or I'm not going to get on board with somebody saying they have 100%. Look, everybody feel how you're going to feel, and you're welcome to it, because this team has not done enough to make you feel strongly, I think, one way or the other.
Let's get back to your open line calls. By the way, it is Monday, which means Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We talk to Mitchell on a cell next here on 97.1. Hi, Mitchell.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry for my language, but it's just asinine to me, the lack of football IQ in our fan base. And to say that a man signing a contract causes another guy to tear his ACL, I mean, I don't know what universe that guy lives on, but definitely not here. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, anybody with any football IQ, I think, can say that it's not Jared Goff's fault. And that would be like blaming your car for breaking down. Like if the motor went, so it's the tire's fault. It's common sense.
I mean, Mitchell, my favorite one that we've gotten so far is he's not the solution. And I'm like, okay, the solution is to fix the team's weaknesses. One would argue that the weakness is not the quarterback spot. It's the defense all over, and it's the offensive line.
And it shows when you lose a Pro Bowl center in Frank Ragnow and you try to replace it with a 30-some-year-old banged-up Graham Glasgow. I mean, miracles happen, but it didn't happen. And it's just time to address that in the offseason. It would have been nice that, if it would have got addressed at the trade deadline, but that didn't happen. I mean, you can shit in one hand and want in the other.
Right. Glad you were concerned about asinine. Real comfortable up in here.
248-539-9797. Feedback, Scott.
Yeah, feedback.
People are sending us text messages.
Well, you can do it at the same number.
Yep.
Just call in.
Champ Brad Holmes for his receipts. Chump Brad Holmes for his receipts. Why is that? Why would you champ We asked people, what are your emotions today? And most people aren't answering it. That's fine. My emotions are crap, writes this unnamed texter. That was the most emotional game in a long time. I'm not sure Campbell's the right person to be calling plays. It's all over the place. I don't think Dan Campbell probably prefers to be calling plays. I think he wants to have an offensive coordinator that he's more in line with.
I mean, he called I don't like that they bypassed a field goal attempt on 4th and 3. I don't like that. But his play calling should have resulted in a win. He called a touchdown at the end of the game. It was 1st and goal from the 1. I think everybody was expecting them to let's hand it off to Montgomery. They didn't do that. They threw a pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was wide open for a touchdown. Unfortunately, got flagged for a pick play by Isaac TeSlaa that has been much debated by football talk.
I mean, I watched Get Up this morning. It wasn't good for my mental health because Rex Ryan's wearing a Lions Christmas sweater and says, I'm a fan, and his son's on the staff, and he thinks it's a terrible call. But then when Dominique Foxworth came and said, look, I played corner. That happens all the time. That's not a good call. I'm like, oh, my God.
Here we go. Did you read the condescending comments from the referee from the
pool report?
The pool report?
I did not.
It was very upsetting to me reading through them because the first part explaining what happened on the last play of the game, I got that, and I'll understand that. I thought that was interference. I'm fine with it, whatever. But talking about the TeSlaa incident and goes through and basically it's just letter of the law. Yes, we thought that was he had set an obstruction for the defender, which is against the rules. And then the follow-up was, did you think that was that not within a yard of the line of scrimmage where it would have been legal? Well, obviously it wasn't, because if it was within a yard, then it's not a penalty, but that's the penalty. It was just very condescending.
You didn't like it, huh?
No, I didn't like it. Didn't like it, and I've got a problem with those officials. It feels like they're never going to. My problem is that they're not really accountable. Even though they're accountable to talk to a reporter, they're not taking on the responsibility of making a mistake. If a mistake was made, if you really feel a mistake was made, they don't do that. And that bothers me. And then the NFL will release something later in the week and apologize for something. We'll see if they apologize to the Lions or not, but I'm sure they will about other mistakes that were made over the weekend, because mistakes are made every weekend.
From an unnamed texter, my champ is Western Michigan. My chump is Dan Campbell. Why can't he take points? Western Michigan took care of Kennesaw State.
That they did.
Yep. I wish there were a group of 5 playoff. I think Western would make a run. Give the MAC a little.
That's interesting.
I like that idea. If you qualify as a group of 5 team, you're in. But if you don't, there's a group of 5 playoff.
That could
same format.
Maybe we can just bypass the bowl season and do two
two
different.
Well, you could
playoffs.
Incorporate the bowls. You know.
Yeah, the Bulls can host them.
Yeah, not upset. I'm glad this death march of a season is over. It's just like the end of the Tiger season. I don't know why anybody would feel this way. And it's not over.
Not yet.
But it probably is. I've settled a feeling like the Lions are what they are, an organization that's become competitive, but not one that has turned the corner to be a serious year-in and year-out championship contender. That's from Paul Morin. They were for 2 years. I think pretty safely you could say that, but
I think people feel like it's over right now because it's not in their hands. Like if it were in their hands, there'd be all types of hope. Hey, if the Lions win out, they're in. But that's not the case anymore. Now they need help. And because you need help, it's like, well, sure, every time you expect help from somebody else, it doesn't happen. You got to do it yourself.
It seems like it happens rarely, doesn't it?
Yep, you got to go out and do it yourself.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Red Wings won in overtime against Washington. Pistons beat Charlotte over the weekend. Michigan State beat Oakland by 9. Michigan beat LaSalle by 50. Still no coach at Michigan. But we had the Lions with a quick turnaround game on Thursday, which the quick turnarounds, there should be a limit on how many times you have to do that in a year. Because one of the teams that has to do it the most has, amongst the most injuries in the NFL.
So Nolan Bianchi put this tweet out, which I think is quite something, actually. This will tell you something from the Detroit News.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions defense is allowing 458.6 yards per game over their last 5 games. For context, the Cincinnati Bengals have allowed the most yards per game this season at 402.8.
And they're at 456 the last 3 games?
458.
458.6 the last 3 games?
5 games.
5 games.
That's how bad
that is
the defense
dreadful.
has been.
That is dreadful.
Yes. And so I go back to that because you're talking about Dan Campbell calling plays. I want to take a text you read. I don't think Dan Campbell's done a bad job of calling plays. I think he's actually done a pretty good job opening things up for Gibbs and J-Mo more. But the problem with him calling plays is I feel like it takes away from his other responsibilities as a head coach of this team. One being able to help the defense a little bit, especially when you have a first-time defensive coordinator. The defense is just the run defense especially has gone off the rails. Like they cannot stop the run all of a sudden. We know the secondary injuries, that's going to hurt a lot too, but I think you need that calming influence, that voice of Dan Campbell, and I think he's got other responsibilities now with the offensive play calling, things like that, taking away from his overall, stature as the head coach of this team. That's why I don't like him calling plays. I know a lot of teams in the league do it, but I think the Lions are a different team than those other teams.
I understand. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls and feedback. Mondays mean champ and chump. It is 97.1. Let me tell you about Michigan Auto Law. If you've been in an accident, car or truck accident, call our friends over there at Michigan Auto Law. Many law firms don't specialize, but Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. That's why they have the largest auto and truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They are board certified in truck accident law, and they have white glove customer service. They communicate with you. It's important to them. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Happy holidays, everybody. Hope you have a good week playing with family ahead.
Hey, I did something last week that I said I was going to do for a long time.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Finally did,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Very happy, actually. So, as I was out last week, said to myself, I needed to get a haircut. I said, you know what? Let's call Martin. Let's call Albanian Martin and get something done.
You called one of the Martins?
I did.
And?
I called. I looked up because I was looking for, I knew that where he had his hair studio was in Birmingham.
You Googled Albanian Martin?
I Googled Albanian Martin Birmingham. No.
Oh, okay.
Hairstylist, whatever. And it came right up. Martin's Cuts came up. I gave him a call, and he answered as if he was surprised by a call.
Yeah.
Because I think it may have been his cell number. He's like, hello? I'm like, Martin? Yeah. Hey, it's Gator from 97.1. Oh, hey, buddy. How you doing? So he was awesome.
So did you sit in the chair and let him cut your hair?
Yes.
Was it like having him on the air the whole time?
Yes. 100%. He was kind enough to accommodate me. I'm not sure if he was scheduled to come in at that time or not, but he's like, I'll be there. So I got my hair cut last week. He cut it. It was Wednesday or Thursday, whatever it was. And it was awesome. He was great.
So great.
He could not have been nicest guy.
Love it.
And great guy and great time. And
well,
and
Albanian
really great
Martin,
cut.
please do not take it personally if I do not contact you for your services.
He can cut what you got, man.
Well, I just cut it myself. So, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
I did something while you were gone.
Oh.
I finished that movie.
The one with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson, The Island?
Yeah.
You finished The Island?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It petered out as I expected, and I was not impressed in the end. But here's the funny part, though. You know what I got out of it? I edit together the family movie at the end of the year.
Did you include Scarlett Johansson?
No.
Oh.
I took something from the soundtrack. That's the only positive that came out of it. The movie started out, I'm like, ooh, this is a thinker. I was enjoying it a lot, and then it just turned into over-the-top violence, and that's how they solved all their issues. So,
I missed it. What made you watch a 20-year-old movie all of a sudden?
Well, I saw it was on considered one of the best movies on Netflix, and I'm sitting around, I'm like, all right, I had other stuff going on. I was working out, and I'm like, well, let me put something on. I've kind of been through all the Netflix documentaries, so I need some new ones, updated material. And I'm not really interested in the Diddy story. So anyway, I go and I watch The Island, and I was really enjoying like the first 35 to 45 minutes, and then it just got absurdly violent and ridiculous, and it ended up being, I guess, in the end, just bad.
You know, a lot of not a lot, but some of that movie was shot in Detroit, Michigan.
Was it?
Yeah.
The Island? Oh, that was back when they were shooting movies in Detroit?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well,
that used to be fun, man.
When we have movies here, it was cool.
We got the sign now. This is Detroit.
Yes, we do.
It's just like the
That's what we got left.
Same.
Yeah.
We used to have all the sightings, the celebrity sightings, and now it's like,
We have,
someone had
people.
a ham sandwich with Hugh Jackman. That was cool.
Well, every
to
once
hear.
in a while, somebody would pop up. I was an extra.
Yeah,
we had a lot of that going on, so it was cool.
Yeah, the Lovely Heather was in the movie. Was in one of those movies.
A Hugh Jackman movie.
With the Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
And I had a couple other friends were in that movie. Erica Erickson was in one of these movies. Wasn't she in like Superman or something like that? One of the Superman movies we filmed there. Yeah, as a reporter, as Erica Erickson.
Is that right? She played herself?
I believe so.
I bet she was good at it.
I believe it.
Nobody more qualified.
I totally believe
She could play a softball catcher.
Dude.
She's good at that.
People don't know
by
charity
director Ang Lee.
People don't know charity softball game. Base hit to left, run a rounding third. Kang's playing left field. He comes up firing, and you let a rocket go to home plate.
Oh, really?
And she caught it and flew backwards into.
Yeah, literally went back 5 feet. After
Toughed
she
it out
caught
though.
Yeah.
She was fine.
Yeah,
stayed in the game.
Trooper.
Yep. All right, let's get back to the people. We go to Ron in Southgate. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ron.
Hey, guys. Hey, great job today for what you're putting up.
Hey, we're not digging ditches over here.
We allow people to vent. People are upset, and we totally get
yeah.
it.
Look, before the season started, we lost Ragnow. And then we knew that Decker was going to take a little step back, and we knew we didn't have a left guard. So my expectations were we're going to have some trouble. And then with all these Thursday games on top of it, and if you go back, and I really think the bigger issue here is if you look at our coordinators that we lost, okay, and the big guy that I think we lost that we really didn't think much of is we lost that D-line coach.
Yeah.
He went to went to the Patriots. Yeah. And I think that was huge. Now, back to Jared Goff. When you have a quarterback, for me, I want a quarterback that can process the defense first. He's got to be able to do that. Number two, can he throw the ball and is he accurate? And I think he checks all those boxes. The problem is when you're getting blown up through the center of your line, that's going to be a problem. You know, I mean, and I think that's where some of our problems came from. We just lost so many coaches and so much staff that I think it was really hard. And I think we really saw it on the D-line because I think as bad as our offensive line was, I think our defensive line was just as bad.
All right, Ron, I have to ask you a question.
Here we go.
And I'm wondering if Doug's going to agree with me. And I want to ask Doug the question first. I want you to withhold the answer. And then I'd like you to give the answer to this. Okay, Doug?
Yes.
Do you think that Ron's cat has a name that is associated with the Detroit Lions?
I'm going to go no.
Ron?
So his name is Oliver, and he keeps trying to tell me that his champ is Fisker and his chump is Brad Holmes. And if I don't do this, he won't stop.
Yeah, well, and now that he's got it out there, now you can go ahead and feed the cat or get this ball of yarn out or whatever it is you got to do.
Now he can stop. But, anyways.
Thanks, Ron.
Like I said, I just think they lost a lot.
They did. And here's – look, part of being a head coach is making the tough decisions. And Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have to look in the mirror, figure out what they did wrong, and then look at the staff and see if anybody needs to be replaced. And I'm – suspect that there will be some people that need to be replaced.
God, they were that close.
What are you talking about?
They just won the damn game. They were that close. Dude. If Tesla doesn't get called for the pick, it's a touchdown. Lions win it in ridiculous fashion. And here we've been talking about,
funny?
Here we come.
As that game was winding down, I'm thinking, don't leave Rodgers anytime. Don't leave Rodgers anytime.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, are they going to score too quickly? Guess what? And then it got down to 22 seconds. And okay, that's fine. We got
I would bet that 90% of Detroit at the end of the first half was screaming at Campbell to use a timeout when it was 3rd and long. And he eventually did use the timeout.
Yeah,
and Rodgers
too much time tick off. Or not?
And yes, he let too much time tick off, and so all these people screaming, "Take the timeout! Take the timeout!" Then he took the timeout. Rodgers converted the first down, then threw the touchdown pass with the extra time he was afforded when they were willing just to run out the clock and go to halftime down 10-3. But Campbell took the timeout like people asked, and then people were screaming, "Why'd you take the timeout? You gave him more time." Aaron Rodgers. Let's
that close.
I know, dude. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Jeff?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How's your cat?
How'd you know I had a cat?
It's just a
thing. Instinct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyways, I wanted to elaborate on the one caller that called about the Aiden Hutchinson contract.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, I don't say I agree with him. But human emotions, human nature, it's a business. They're employees. You ever have somebody at your job who you think maybe shouldn't have deserved that or is more of a favorite? And that can affect the locker room. We don't know the locker room there.
Let me ask you, because now that I hear how you're explaining this, do you think that's the case? Do you think that the Lions, that his teammates are thinking he doesn't deserve that?
No, I don't personally. I think he does deserve it. I was just trying to
explain what he was saying.
You don't need to, Jeff. You don't need to explain what he was thinking.
You can let him.
Well, you can just let that one go.
Yeah. And also, I don't think Goff's the problem, and I think the offensive line is the problem with the team right now.
I can't believe how many Goff calls we've taken today, but I should believe it. 248-539-9797. Mark in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
What's up?
You got it. try to be quick because I got two champs and it's a toss up on the champ. But the champs I got to get in. First, I got to give Jennifer Hammond the champ.
Oh, dude,
for losing the bet to y'all, shooting the boot, and cussing live on there. That was awesome.
It wasn't us. We didn't make the bet with her. She
made a proclamation with Stoney.
That's what Stoney said. Stoney said it was with y'all.
Well, we had nothing to do with it, but she is a champ.
That she is. She was at the game last night. She came up to me and said, "Am I going to really get to shoot the boot with bourbon?" I'm like, "Is that what you said you were going to do?" And she said, "Yeah." I'm like, "You are." I said, "How much bourbon are you talking about? I think you're just putting like a shot or maybe at most 2 shots in there, right?" So, well, yeah, just like a couple ounces of that. That's fine. That's fine. But I said, I don't think you're going to have to. That's what I said.
Hammer's awesome.
And then the game happens. And then she starts sending me pictures of the boot, the literal boot that she was going to use, and then 2, the bottle of a bourbon she was going to use as well. And I was giving her advice on how best to shoot the boot. And this eventually happened. I haven't seen it.
It did happen. Go look at our Twitter feed. Somebody tweet us a video. Who's your chump, Mark?
Yeah, she was awesome for that. But the other champ that I would have to try to sneak in is Jared Goff. Because Jared, a.k.a. Willie Beeman Goff, he when he got that ball, it was just like straight out of Any Given Sunday or any movie. He looked around, but he said, I'm getting in his end zone. I got life insurance. I know I'm going to die, but I'm getting in there. And he did. He won me over with
I really wish that play counted. It would have been just an absolute thing. It would have gone down in Detroit lore. But real quick, your chump, Mark, we're up against it.
Okay, real quick, it's either St. Brown or Tesla. I feel like Tesla a rookie, so he get a pass. He could have threw his hands up and sold it, but St. Brown no better than the push off. So either or.
All right, thanks. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Okay.
You groove it? You groove it in this one? You like this one?
Is this last Christmas?
Yeah.
You act like you don't know.
Give me your heart. That was nice.
Mm-hmm. You want to give it to somebody special? Is that what it is? Bruce in Farmington Hills, you're next. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Great show today, man.
Thank you.
It's Brooks, but that's all right.
Oh,
Brooks.
apologies.
Well,
What's up, Brooks?
We won't make that mistake.
Oh, that's all right, guys. Man, you guys got a great show, man. I get the frustration, man. Being a Lions fan, man, it's rough. You know, you got to be, you got to be vested, man. We got a lot of fair weather fans, unfortunately, man, in this town. And they come out of the woodworks, man, when we having problems, especially this golf thing. It's outrageous to me.
Brooks, I'll give you your time. I just want to make this comment. I understand people's frustration. I think a couple things happen when a team fails to live up to expectations. One is some people just want someone punished. They want to find one person and punish them and say it's their fault, they need to go. What I wish, and I've seen this all over the NFL, and I've seen it all over sports, is really good, smart people make really logical decisions. And in sports, sometimes it doesn't work out. It just happens. And it doesn't mean anyone needs to be damned or blamed or anything like that. You stick with it. You come back next year and you give it another shot. And that's why I think one of the most fascinating things out there is go look at the seasons that the Philadelphia Eagles have had between Super Bowls. They kind of stuck with their plan, many of the same people, and they did have some turnover for sure. But watching them ride the up and down from the Super Bowl to 9 wins to 9 wins to 4 wins to 11 wins to back to the Super Bowl is kind of where I hope the Lions are, in a place where they can keep up in spite of this disappointment, keep the train on the tracks, keep making good decisions, and keep battling at the highest end. That's all. And Brooks, I'll give you your time. I'm sorry. I think that's what's going on today is a lot of people want somebody punished. And I think it's natural, but it's also probably not prudent.
Hey, man, you right on the money. I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. You know, unfortunately, when you're a Lions fan, man, dealing with, I'm 50. I'm 59 years old, man. I've been a fan since I was 13. I go all the way back to Dexter Bussey and James Jones. I can go on and on, man. This is the happiest I've ever been in my lifetime being a Lions fan, man. And my roots, I was born in Pittsburgh, but I've been here since I was 2 years old. So my whole family are Steeler fans. So, I'm really frustrated this morning. But unfortunately, you hit it right on the – man, this is nothing – that we need to panic about. It's an unfortunate season, man. Football, it's just a fickle game. Look at the teams that's winning. Look at, the teams that then, like with Carolina and the teams that then turn things around. Man, it can happen, and that's what I love about football. You can change your fortunes overnight, man. Yes, we had the Frank Ragnow thing, I think, was devastating because he retired. He never gave us a chance to even replace him. That was unfortunate. The guy was a stud. And you see, man, that's been one of our biggest flaws. Yesterday, I was really disappointed in not taking those 3 points, man, at the beginning of the game. Me and my wife sat there and said, take the 3. We were down 3-0. I said, just go for 3, man. This looked like this going to be a game where every point is going to matter. And it came down to that. So that made me angry. Because if we take that 3 points there, we're only down 2. You know what I'm saying? And we had a
well, you never know what happens after that because it changes the tenor of the whole game. But I understand where you're coming from. And look, Brooks, thank you for the phone call. It's a frustrating time. It is a very frustrating time. And let's hope that they can learn from this because I think it would be pretty safe to say it's probably a pretty extreme opinion that the people at the top should be replaced. I think that's a pretty extreme opinion that isn't based at all in reality of what's going to happen. But the people at the top need to learn from this season and mistakes that were made and get better from it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it because nobody's perfect, and these teams, this team's warts have shown through this year, and it's not just the personnel; it's the people that are in charge and have to be better at putting this team together. It'd be great if these guys didn't suffer as many injuries as they did, but it's all part of it. It's part of it for every single team in the league, like the Steelers were dealing with it in yesterday's game too. But, we'll worry about the draft when the season's officially over, but it's not. And until, unless the Packers win their next game, I don't plan on having this discussion until after the season.
And as far as like what they need, and you mentioned Ragnow retiring, Tyler Linderbaum is a free agent this offseason with one of the best on the market, a center.
Awfully good. And
Joel Bitonio is the guy that people want the Lions to trade for. He'll be a free agent. Probably go with the center over the guard, but I mean, let's take a look at some of these things. And if you're good at your job, you figure out where you have perhaps needed to step up and what you need to do better. Everybody should do that at all times, and that includes Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. Let's go to James in Tecumseh. Hi, James.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
I have a champ for you. You guys are going to be surprised about this one. Is Leonard from the Red Wings. He stepped up, came up, and scored 2 goals in 2 different games over the weekend. So let's give this guy his props for this coming up.
Yeah, John Leonard was killing it with Grand Rapids. I think he had 29 points in 20 games, and it was just doing great. And now he's getting an opportunity with the Red Wings, and 3 points in the 4 games, including the 2 goals. We'll take it.
Yep. So let's give him his props. My chump is the NFL. Whoever thought that rule should be written the way it was. How do you decline a penalty on a touchdown, and the touchdown does not count?
It's against the offensive team.
Yeah. Well, still, you declined the penalty. So if you're declining a penalty,
yeah, but why
the play should count?
Yeah, it's a rule, and I understand why. The offense commits a penalty.
I mean,
right, but
why should the offense get another chance to beat the defense when the defense?
Okay, but they scored a touchdown on that play.
Well, if you look past, they call it you don't. I mean, if you accept it, then they back them up, I guess. So I don't know.
It's because you can't extend the game with the offensive penalty.
Offense can't commit a penalty to extend the game.
That's why.
Yeah. All right.
The clock did go to 0. So.
Jeff is next on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. I got about 3 things I want to hit real quick with you guys. First is a question. The next one's a complaint, and the other one's observation. Question is, Metcalf took a swing at a fan. It was caught on camera. Why wasn't it buzzed down immediately to have him ejected from the game? Should have been done.
I don't know that that's a rule. I don't know that you can rule on that.
I'll tell you.
Everything else is a rule.
All right, slow down, Jeff. Slow down.
Yo.
I would say this.
Okay.
I would certainly
like.
All right. If it's not in the rule book, they can't. Okay, Jeff. If it's not in the rule book, they can't do it.
How about I'd like it to be, investigated before somebody just reacts.
Yeah, that's true too.
Okay. I got a complaint now, and then an observation.
Another
complaint is, I forget where it came from, where it was at. We were in the red zone. Goff threw a pass. I believe it was an incomplete pass. Right after he threw the ball, he was standing right after he threw it, standing there after he threw it, and the defender took both arms and shoved him to the ground.
I saw that.
No call. Unnecessary roughness. They never called it. You can see it as clear as day. He threw right to the ground. Nothing. And that brings me to my observation. My observation is the NFL is supposed to be protecting the quarterbacks. It's really funny how Jared Goff is one of the least quarterbacks that ever gets called for being roughed up on. Every other quarterback in the NFL, they're throwing flags. When it comes to Goff, it's just Jared Goff. We'll just continue to play.
I won't disagree with your last point.
All the time.
Jeff, you're angry today.
Angry because also if we win our next 2 games, I'm going to hit my prediction of 10-7, which hopefully I'm going to get that. So that's the other thing.
Well, very excited about that possibility for you, Jeff. Thank you for the phone call. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, 'tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. It all leads to the Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get in the holiday spirit. FanDuel, play your game. Always look at the banner at the top for all these specials. And take advantage of when they're there. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirement and maximum wager about. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Happy holidays, everybody. 248-539-9797. Frustrating day in Detroit. And we've asked people what their emotions are, and they don't really care about our topic. It has become a complaint line here, and it is what it is. I get it. Very, very frustrated. And look, there's been some really good times the last few years, and I think we'd be well advised to give the people in charge a chance to fix what ails them. And I don't know, I'd hope they're not stubborn enough not to do that. I don't think that they are. But well, let's get to the phone calls. We go to John next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to hop on the Goff defense train here. I know you're getting a lot of it, but figured I'd add my 2 cents.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to talk about how there's been plenty of Super Bowl teams with a quote-unquote immobile quarterbacks. You could go to recently Stafford with the Rams. I wouldn't consider Stafford very mobile in his older age.
Well, you could say the two of the greatest of all time, Brady and Peyton Manning. They're not mobile, and you mentioned
Yeah,
Stafford,
but I'm also going to go, Flacco with the Ravens.
Yeah.
All those teams, what they do really well is they stop the run and they get after your quarterback very well. And they all had solid offensive lines. And I feel like that should be more of the focus of we're getting this team where you want to go.
Yeah.
We really need to shore up the trenches. And I think you look at most Super Bowl teams, winning teams, aside from that first Chiefs Super Bowl with Tyreek in them, most of those teams have very, very good defensive lines, very good at stopping the run, and very good at getting after your quarterback. So I just think that's where more of the focus needs to be, not on Jared Goff. He's got the second highest quarterback rating in the NFL. The guy's playing outstanding. So
the argument against, of course, is if you're one that believes that moving forward it's impossible to win with a mobile quarterback or a quarterback who isn't as mobile, then you will take issue with the belief. I think you're right. I don't think there's only one way to get it done. I think if you think there's only one way to get it done, you're not giving yourself much of a chance because you're just trying to copy everybody else, and then it's hard and fast rules, and I don't think there are hard and fast rules. Figure out what you're elite at and do it. And in our particular case, we got a quarterback who makes great decisions where to go with the football. And right now, yesterday basically did it without a running game or a defense, and still had a statistically great game. There were some missed throws. He's going to miss some throws, but at the end of the day, if you think the list of things that needs to change with the Lions starts with the quarterback position, we have a fundamental and gross disagreement.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. John, thanks for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Byron is next on 97.1. Hello, Byron.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, fan base wise, everybody has their complaints, and I get that. What I want to focus on is what do we do about the problems we have, right?
Yep.
We have a quarterback who's not always clutch, but he is able to throw great passes here and there. He threw a lot in the dirt yesterday. What are we working on that we're, law of averages, Sonic and Knuckles, why are we not running the ball?
They couldn't
Why are we
run
giving
yesterday.
them one chance and saying they can't run? Look at 5.2 average yards per carry for Gibbs in Montgomery. He can punch it in when they had the 1 yard chance yesterday.
They had two carries yesterday that went for
3 times.
They had two carries yesterday went for a total of 23 yards. Everything else went for -8.
But you've got to let them run 3 plays to get it sometimes. It's not a
If
one
you
and done.
I guess, Brian, I'll just normally I would say, yeah, I want to keep the running game going, but yesterday's game looked like the offensive line, there was no way that the run was going to work.
They were
with them.
struggling.
There were players coming in unblocked, making tackles in the backfield.
They used 3 different
seemingly every
centers.
time that they went to run the football. I just don't think it was working for them. It also didn't help that they had 3 plays in the third quarter because of the safety situation, and then they had the 9.5-minute drive from Green Bay. So by the time the Lions had the ball in the fourth quarter, playing some catch up, they had to throw the ball, and they moved the ball down the field just fine.
Maybe some variations of that run back there then. Maybe some reverses.
Well, I don't know if running was
Like
going to
I
help.
said-
Could they have run it in from the 1 yard line at the end? I suppose they could have, and I think that was surprising. But the play they called worked for a touchdown, but was called back for the offensive pass interference. So, the game they called looked like it was going to pull out a win in the end with an offensive line that was incapable of run blocking in the game yesterday. Maybe it changes on Thursday with guys getting healthier. Maybe hopeful they'll be able to run the ball against Minnesota.
Looking season-wide, I would say the averages on the run has been really productive. Maybe not yesterday's game entirely.
I was going to say, there are times when you have to say it's not going to work out, and yesterday I think was one of those times you could say it ain't going to work out, just throw the football.
That could very well.
Thanks, Byron.
Yesterday's run game was so putrid. Remember when they got the ball back before the 2-minute warning and they ran a play?
Yep.
They lost 3 yards and a down. They actually hurt themselves by running a play before the 2-minute warning because they were down a down and they lost 3 yards.
Yep.
They started 2nd and 13 after the 2-minute warning.
Yep.
It got worse.
Looking ahead to Thursday against Minnesota, the Lions only ran the ball for 65 yards against the Vikings in the previous matchup. Montgomery had 11 carries for 40 yards. Gibbs had 9 for 25. That's a game where I think Gibbs was, he really was. They locked in on him. Goff threw for 284, 2 touchdowns and no picks. It looks like it's going to be a game where they're going to have to throw the ball to win. If they're unable to run the ball, which is surprising given that's the team's bread and butter, and they just haven't been able to do it lately. That's a problem.
Let's go to Jim in Livonia. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Merry Christmas.
You too.
Your show has been a crack up to me, some of these people calling in, but I love you guys. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Appreciate it. You too.
Hey, I want to look at the Lions from a bigger perspective. I'm a Lions fan lifelong, and I'm just so excited about these guys. Yeah, we had a rough game yesterday, but you look at last year, 15-2. There's a lot of cities that would be killing for our team. This year we're 8-7. There's a lot of cities out there that have 3 and 8 teams, and I just think it's these injuries on the offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, and cornerbacks, and safeties. They're just added up to too much to overcome. And I think we just got to hang in there as fans. We got a great quarterback. We got great running backs. We have great players, and it's just these. If we could take, I think injured reserve. Are we number one as far as how many guys are on injured reserve?
I have to look it up, but they've been in the conversation. Yeah, I mean whenever it goes to national analysis and they start talking about injuries, the Lions name always comes up. It's unfortunate. It's bad luck. I really, really would like to see us have a type of season where we're not talking about everybody who's hurt, and everybody has injuries. Don't get me wrong. I'll see if we can find any data that would support that the Lions have more than most.
They're tied for third. They have 17 players on IR. Number one team in the NFL with IR players, 22 is the Browns, and the second are the Niners. So the Niners are going to make the playoffs, it looks like, and they have 19 players on IR. They've been decimated by injuries this year, so it's no excuse. It sucks. Everyone deals with them, but you got to play through it, and the Niners are, and the Lions right now don't look like they are.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's easy. No, it depends on who those players are too, and where. And
Fred Warner, Bosa, those are pretty big players.
Yeah, coming from the same position, the Lions have had 2 areas that have really been. San Francisco's done a great job. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, Lions have 4 players on injured reserve that were starters. When you look at Laporta, Branch, Joseph, and Arnold, 3 of those guys in the secondary, that really decimates things. Let alone other players that just gone out, missed multiple games without being placed on IR.
It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, happy Monday. Depressing Monday, you guys.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, my goodness. Doug, earlier you mentioned Gators shooting the boot, and I was there on that 2009 trip with you guys in Traverse City, and I thought I was going to lose my dinner watching that whole thing, but thanks for reminding me.
We had fun. Hey, real quick, we got about 30 seconds.
Champ and chump, Tony Annese, Ferris State University.
Yep.
He's my champ. And Campbell, not only for the 4th down play calling, but he doesn't run any 2-back sets. He's got 2 weapons in the backfield, and he only uses one at a time, and he makes it a predictable call. So,
all right, thank you for the phone call. Appreciate it. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Frustrating Monday. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. There's been new releases in the DK Metcalf fan punching saga today. The story originally started that Metcalf's outburst was after Robert Kennedy, who identified himself to the Detroit Free Press, called DK Metcalf by his legal name. Then Tom Pelissero on X revealed today that Metcalf, a source close to Metcalf, said he said something derogatory about Metcalf's mom and called Metcalf, quote, something we both know you don't call a black man, unquote. Metcalf also reportedly has a history with Kennedy and reported him to Seahawks security last season, likely when the Seahawks were in Detroit to take on the Lions in Week 4 of last year. Tom Pelissero says we should expect NFL disciplinary decision on Metcalf today. Also, Biff Poggi spoke to the media today. He called Michigan a malfunctioning organization and said something happens every year that they need to fix. He was also asked if he's being considered to be the full-time head coach. Here's what he had to say. The Pistons will take on the Portland Trailblazers tonight out in Portland, the first of a 5-game road stretch. Jalen Duren is probable tonight, and Ron Holland is questionable. That game's right here on 97.1 at 10 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. A lot of people venting today. We go to Jeffrey on a cell. What's up, Jeffrey?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, can you take us off speaker, Jeffrey, if you don't mind?
Okay, yes, sir, I will. I love your show, by the way.
Appreciate it.
And I just have a couple comments about Goff and Dan Campbell here.
Are you struggling to get us off speaker? I'll tell you what, we'll come back to you, Jeffrey. Let's go to Nick in Shelby Township. Just for the record, always take us off speaker if you don't mind. It's a lot easier to hear people. Nick's in Shelby, and you're on 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
How's it going? Having a good morning? Because I'm not. It's been, I sometimes listen to some of these guys speaking, and I wonder how many of those guys need to actually have their MRI checked. I mean, ripping on Goff is so absurd, like, it's ridiculous. I mean, the guy, I think he's got, 2.0 seconds to throw the football, second in the NFL. The guy's been a top 5 quarterback in the last 3 years. You know, some of these guys need to get their heads out of their ass. Our offensive line is pathetic. Guys say, "Oh, we should have ran the ball." Our guys on the offensive line didn't know which way to block, left or right. They didn't know what was going on. And then the other thing to me, the other point is our D line. Davenport needs to go. DJ Reader's been a no-show. Tyleik Williams has been a no-show. Our interior defensive line has been horrendous. I mean, I'm going to give McNeil a pass because he's coming off an injury, and we have to build this offensive line in the offseason, and that's got to be what we got to do. We got to be able to run the football. And Goff is a guy that makes things so much better when we can make play action. But those are my biggest points.
Yeah,
right now.
It's in the trenches. It's the defensive line. It's the offensive line, and I think you're right. The defensive line has been disappointing this year. The interior in particular. I think Lopez has had some moments, and don't expect him to, right? But here you see this guy's making a play almost every game. But Tyleik Williams has been a little slow to really contribute in a major way, and DJ Reader I don't think has been anywhere near as advertised, and Aleem McNeil is. Had a very pedestrian season, coming off of his injury. So I'm not sure what they really have in the middle of that defense now.
It's been pretty disappointing up front. I mean, I think Hutch has had a nice season. I don't want to discount what he has done. I think what he has done is pretty good. last year he looked like he was on his way to having one of those potentially 20 sack seasons when he got hurt.
Yeah.
He's come back this year. He's going to have a career high in quarterback sacks. And I feel guilty about feeling like he has more to give, but I do think he has more to give. I mean, he's going to have the most sacks in his career most likely this year, which is a step forward. Boy, I was hoping for a big jump. Like seriously, he had 7.5 sacks or whatever it was, 5 games last year, and you're like, wow, this guy is going to just put up a historic number. But he's not had a bad year. Don't get me wrong. But then the rest of the group up front, I mean, it's just something that in a cap world, you have to you take your chances with certain positions. You go, I hope we got enough here. I'm gonna roll the dice that we have enough here, and so we can address over here. Because if we spend here, we can't spend there. And so you go, I think we might be able to get by with the 2 young guards. And I think if we get this guy back healthy or that guy back healthy, I mean, Pascal, another lost season, Davenport, it's obviously was a risk that wasn't worth taking. Although there was nothing
because they didn't pay him.
Yeah, they didn't pay him anything. But I mean, they were counting on him to make plays, and that didn't pay off. But they didn't pay him anything because it was all incentive based. But bottom line here is some of these risks that they had to take didn't work out. If you say, oh, they should have paid big for an edge rusher, yeah, maybe they should have, and then you don't end up signing somebody long term because you did that, and you might lose that guy. It's tough. It's tough. It's kind of a bit of a shell game financially, and there's no doubt that I hope they have an aggressive. I say this every once in a while, and I don't think it's like relying on it, because I think he's mostly done a very good job. But I think this is a very important offseason for Brad Holmes.
Lee McNeil I'll give him I'll cut him some slack like the caller said too, because he's coming off the injury. But next year, he has to be the guy that they gave the extension to. He's one of the highest paid defensive tackles in the league. He's got to show up. He's got to win one-on-one battles. He's got to be seen and heard throughout that game. Hutch continue to get better, because the other 2 guys, the guy next to McNeil, the guy opposite of Hutch, they're complementary guys. You're not going to expect the world out of those guys. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I know everyone wanted Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby, whoever. You're not getting 2 elite DNs. You're just not. But you need those 2 guys you have that you're paid already to step up. And McNeil especially. He's been absent since he got back.
Let's go to Devin next on 97.1. Hi, Devin.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
Good. I'm going to go Champ Pistons because they have grit. Chump Lions have absolutely no grit whatsoever. Season on the line at home, and that's the performance you put out. I'm beside myself with it. I'm not going to place blame on Jared Goff. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. The offensive line is atrocious. The defensive line is healthy. They can't do anything. They can't stop the run. There's no pass rush. I know Hutch and Muhammad have some sacks this year, but they almost seem a little bit meaningless. I put the blame on Brad Holmes. I mean, let's really look at it. The last couple drafts, we haven't gotten much from it. The signing of DJ Reader, it's a bad signing. The signing of DJ Reed, it's a bad signing. So this comes back. Those great drafts were 3-4 years ago now. You got to step up. You got to do something with it. I think he's not on the hot seat yet. It's an important offseason, but we got to see something here.
Well, I'm not giving up on these 2 drafts, but they're not getting the return, Devin, that they've got on some of those other drafts. So I hear where you're coming from. I think there's still some guys that might be pretty good for them when it's all said and done. But you talk about like season 1 to season 2, Tyreek Williams and Tate Ratledge. Big step up. Christian Mahogany, there was an expectation that he was going to be a quality starting guard, and he had his share of struggles, and he had some health issues this year. He's got to step up.
Yeah, Miles Frazier, we'll see. He didn't play in training camp all that much, and then just came to the team a couple weeks ago. But I have high hopes for him in the future. And all these other guys that got hurt right away, Sorsdal, Manu, Jamarco Jones, are any of these guys going to be of substance for this team? Are they going to be, quality backups? Are they going to contend for starting jobs at some point? I mean, it's really hard to see that when they spent a year, on the sidelines.
Let's go to Edward next on 97.1. Hi, Edward.
Hello, how are you?
Okay.
I agree with a lot of people, what they're saying. My thing is, I don't understand, and I sat there with 8 men yesterday as to why he didn't kick that three-pointer. Because we all knew it was going to come back and bite us in the butt. And it did actually bite us in the butt if you watched the game and how it could have ended. We would have won. I think Dan Campbell needs to go. You can talk about everybody else. I love Jared Goff.
You would fire him today.
I'd get rid of him at the end of the year. He needs to go. And I think he's one of the main reasons that a lot of our players are hurt.
Who do you want to coach this team?
Going on fourth down.
Who do you want to coach this team, Edward?
Well, I guess they find somebody.
Right, but I mean, if you're calling for somebody's head, you got somebody else. I mean, you don't. I mean, they can end up winning 10 games this year, maybe miss the playoffs, and it would be a 3-year total where you've won. What is it? 37 games or something like that.
Yeah, and he's got to go.
And you're saying he's got to go. They made the playoffs the last 2 years, won the division the last 2 years, but you want him to go because this year?
Why are our players hurt so much? It's because of Dan Campbell.
You think the players are hurt because of the coach? Why?
Yes.
Why?
The fourth down. He has to go for it every time.
You think the players are getting hurt on fourth down?
He could have taken the 3
What does that have to do with the
What's that do
injuries?
with
What
injuries?
I'm missing what that has to do with injuries.
You're going for it on fourth down, and guys are getting hurt constantly.
They're not getting hurt on fourth down.
Well, and what do you think that how many times they go for it on fourth down yesterday? Twice, and one was absolutely necessary. Do you think those plays are too risky? The extra 2 offensive snaps are costing them?
So you're going to tell me that the 3 points that he could have taken?
Well, I think the whole game changes. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the injuries.
Well, no, I think it all has a lot to do with it.
I agree with you on the 3 points. I would have gone for the field goal to start the game. I looked at Stoney next to me. We both said, yeah, we'd kicked the field goal, gotten the points.
You said beforehand.
Before he kicks it. We're like, I would have, before they went for it on fourth, and when they kick
first
it, get the points. But they didn't. And I also recognize that's part of Dan Campbell's DNA, that he's going to go for it.
Edward, for all the winning that he has done and the places he's taken this team, which we haven't seen in a long, long, long time, and I'm not saying it's been perfect. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You don't think that this man deserves an opportunity or is good enough to fix any issues at this point, and you would fire him?
He's not fixing nothing.
Okay, thank you, Edward. Wow. It's Sports Talk Radio. Who's got higher standards, Gator?
Is that it?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, cold weather, especially extreme cold, can really wreak havoc on your garage doors. Now, older equipment is especially susceptible to breaking down in the cold. So if you're having issues and it's just not working properly or it's making a lot of noise when it opens or closes, don't wait to get it fixed. Take care of it today and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. The number, real easy, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or set up an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your convenience at PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Treat each other with respect.
I know. And we try. We're not always successful. But fire Dan Campbell. Fire Dan Campbell.
That's a solution. One
of the things that we have to keep in mind, you know what's a very safe position if you want to position yourself to sound right, is our team will fail. Because essentially you're picking the field.
Right.
Every year in every sport. If you want to sound right, you can always say in the end, I don't think they're going to do it. I don't believe they're going to do it. Why not? I don't, for whatever reason, give whatever reason, but you're basically picking the field. And it's a very safe place to be. And there are competent people that make mistakes or it just doesn't work out. And I think this is kind of turning into one of those years where it just isn't their year. They aren't getting the breaks that they need. I'll tell you who's getting abundance of breaks right now are the Chicago Bears. And good for them. Take advantage of them while you've got this opportunity. The Lions had some good bounces in the past, but this year they're not getting them. And I think it takes a certain degree, a dash of good fortune to have the kind of season. I think the Bears are having one of those seasons.
Well, and the Bears are also, because they've been able to stay relatively healthy. And one of the guys that got hurt, one of their linebackers got hurt and got replaced by a guy who's doing unbelievably well for them that nobody saw coming. And good for them to have that. But we thought that the Bears are going to be a better team in the second half of the season because once they start to get a hang, and specifically with Caleb Williams, once he gets a handle on what this offense is supposed to look like, he'll be better. Now, he still hasn't played like he's the best quarterback in the world, nor do I ever think he's going to get to that level, but I think he's good. He's got all the talent in the world. And yes, he makes plays with his feet. He can extend plays, and at times it's spectacular. And over the weekend, it was kind of spectacular what he was able to do in 45 seconds worth of work or whatever it was. And it's frustrating for Lions fans to watch that happen for a couple of reasons. One, it's a guy that shows off that skill, but also because all the Packers had to do was hang on to an onside kick.
Right.
It was kicked right to him.
By the way, something else, as we sit here and we think of all the important things they need to address, they honestly are going to need to address the safety. Because we don't know the situation with Kirby Joseph, and Brian Branch probably isn't going to be ready to go from week one.
Right.
And they're going to have to go find themselves maybe even two starting caliber safeties when you got two that could be back at some point. They got to figure out Kirby's issue.
It doesn't sound good.
No. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed in Waterford. You're next. What's up, Ed?
Yes, thanks for taking my call. I'm not in agreement with Edward, the previous caller, about firing Campbell, but you brought up a subject where Campbell's got to recognize he doesn't have the team that he had last year. If you go back and look through the season, we've had one for sure, maybe two, and yesterday was another example of it. Had he gone for the field goals, gimme field goals, we'd be in an entirely different position for the game as well as the season. Now, had a lot of injuries, and, actually we've played quite remarkable in counting all the injuries we've had. But again, it's one thing to go for, fourth and short when you're on the last play of the game and you need a field goal or something and you just got to play it out regardless. Or then early in the game, walking away from a field goal, or the middle game walking away because I'm going to go for fourth and short and I'm going to get it because we always get it. And, of course, they come up short. And you've talked about this through the season, and now it's come back to bite us. If we'd have had just one more win, we'd be in an entirely different position.
I will say this. I give him credit for the wins, too. I think he's done a great job putting him in position to win a lot of games, too. But, yeah, if you don't have as good an offense, probably need to rethink your strategies on fourth downs when you had the offense that was functioning at a higher rate it has been the last couple of years. And I think, we've seen a couple weeks where he hasn't gone for it when he had some obvious times not to. I don't know what changed yesterday where he decided that 4th and 3, he thought they'd get it, but obviously didn't work out. Carl's next. Hi, Carl.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Happy holidays. Carl here. Yeah. So look, I want to say I'm sure some people might not like the initial reaction might not be good, but I want you to hear me out. I think there's a lot of good defensive players coming out of college, and I think that attacking the defense and getting a good balance is going to help you guys out. And I really want to say, and this is what I think might be a good solution. I think Jameson Williams, Laporta, and Tesla can really handle the heavy lifting. And if you can get 2 first-rounders or 3 top 60 picks, maybe consider trading St. Brown, using those picks to build the O-line to help protect your running game, which is the most important thing, getting a lot of these good defensive pieces and not – because you're on the verge of almost turning into the Bengals with your offensive situation and the lack of defense. And I know a lot of people don't want to –
Can I stop you? I think the dead cap number is $44.2 million, and I don't think they can afford to trade him.
What about trading Jameson, though, and getting something? Because I think Tesla could step up and take that number 2 spot. Laporta could jump up and get more targets, but you got to acquire
You're talking about big. Yeah, these guys just signed contracts. So they're going to be big cap.
His dead cap number next year is $25.493. I don't think they want to waste that.
I really like what he has become.
J-Mo?
Yeah, he's played in the 15 games he's played in this year. He played 15 all of last year.
Yeah.
The numbers are basically identical to what he did last year. Like 1,000 yards receiving, almost on the dot, 7 touchdowns, same both years, and I think the receptions are off by like a 1 reception. And he still has 2 games to play because he's healthy, knock on wood.
Don is next. Hi, Don.
Hey, it's me, Tommy from Windsor. I just want to say a couple of things.
Tom.
On the hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
Oh, okay. We got to keep Dan Campbell. Everybody in Detroit loves him. We love him on 4th down. I don't think the guys are getting hurt in any way by going the extra down. Everyone in Detroit loves him when he makes those plays. It's all just known now that we're going to go for it on 4th down, provided that we're not going for more than 2 yards. However, I do want to say we need more of a running quarterback. We need somebody. Goff is throwing balls that are at the ankles. Guys aren't able to catch them. He's throwing these. When you look at Aaron Rodgers and you look at Mahomes, those guys throw a nice tight spiral. This guy's throwing these wobbly things that nobody can catch.
Really?
I don't know what the
nobody can catch.
We need more of a running quarterback. Don't you guys agree?
No,
he's.
I don't.
That's a
I think they have.
He doesn't believe in it. That's a total troll.
Don't even bother.
Zach is next. Hi, Zach.
Hey. There was last night, bad night, terrible, sad. But there was a play. I think it was in the 4th quarter. I was talking to my friend about. That was just so weird. There was a huge opening. There was a huge opening to the end zone, and Jared was just standing there. There was nobody there.
They were out of timeouts. He would have had to run 12 yards into the end zone if he got tackled. That was the last play of the game.
It was not the last play.
It would have been because they didn't have any timeouts, and they wouldn't have been able to stop the clock.
Oh, okay. I think again. I think, as you said, it's not the Lions' year. It's not our year. Long story short, I think just miss the postseason, get everybody back, try to make plays where Jared can maybe improve his throwing, and just try to get everybody together.
His throwing's not his problem.
Next year, the number 1 rated quarterback instead of the number 2 rated quarterback.
If
maybe that'll happen.
They need to shore up the lines, offensive and defensive line. If the offensive and defensive line had metrics that would say they're number 2 or number 3 statistically at what they do, I'd probably be less worried about them. If the Lions were, say, 2nd in the NFL in quarterback sacks and pressures and run stuffs, I'd probably feel pretty good about the defensive line.
Chesty?
Yep. If the offensive line was having the kind of season where they were arguably one of the top 2 or 3 in whatever metric you chose in the NFL, I'd probably feel better about that. Oh, that's the quarterback. It's those areas I just mentioned that are coming up woefully short.
But the quarterback's actually the 2nd-rated quarterback in the league.
The quarterback is the 2nd-rated quarterback in the league. Stats aren't everything, and I agree with that, okay?
But he must be the problem.
But the idea that spend the offseason so he can get more, what do you say, get more accurate or throw it better? Or?
Throw it better, I don't know. Yeah. Hook him.
'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking to see what drops next, and it all leads to the Christmas Day special. We can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to get in the holiday spirit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I will. You and I had different thoughts about snow typically. You know, that I'm not a fan of winter at all.
I love it.
The one time of the year that I do enjoy winter is the week of and the week after Christmas. And I'm going to be really bummed again this year because we're not going to have a white Christmas down south here. Up north might be a different story, and I hope it is for those that live up north and those that go up north. But for us living down here, it doesn't look like it's going to be a white Christmas, not with 40-something degree temperatures coming in the next couple of days.
Nope.
That sucks, man.
I know.
It really sucks.
I know.
We had all this snow recently. We got through the Snowmageddon stuff, right? It was like one really bad day of travel, and outside of that was fine, and it was on the ground. It looks pretty and all that, and I'm fine with it. And then it disappears over the weekend, and it's really going to be gone this week.
I love all four seasons in Michigan. I'm a fan of seasonally appropriate weather. Whatever season it is, I lean into it. And in the winter, I want snow. I don't mind the cold. But that's me. I get it. Not everybody loves it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Antonio here next. Hi, Antonio.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to say Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
You know, I was thinking, everyone says grit, but to me, it's more like grift. An example is just like Aiden Hutchinson makes $45 million a year, and he's doing all these extra commercials. He's going to U of M game day. And it's just like, in my mind, don't you owe it to the fans to be obsessed with winning? Just doing everything in your power to find a way to get better?
Goes back to something I've said for a long time, Antonio, and that is fans want their players to wake up, lift weights, nap, eat health food, nap again, work out again, go back to bed. They do have lives outside of football, and they should have lives outside of football, and they should be obsessed. I agree with you there. I think many of these guys are. If they're not, then they won't be around long.
And I think most commercials are probably filmed in the off season.
Yep.
But
yeah,
if you're going to let that bother you, Antonio, I guess I don't know what to tell you. I don't.
Well, hold on.
Any...
Have you ever seen Aiden's off-season workouts? He's posted some of his stuff on social media. He goes hard in terms of training in the off-season.
Listen, I agree with you that they should have a life at the end of the day. I just think what they do with their time outside of being on the field, right, in games, it should really just be focused on getting better. Like, my problem is really outside of Gibbs and maybe Jack Campbell, I don't see a lot of improvement in any of these players since this new era started.
You don't think Jamo's improved?
I don't think Aiden's
going to have a career high in sacks this year.
Who?
Aiden Hutchinson's going to have a career high in sacks.
How many does he have right now?
11
what
and
is
a
it,
half.
around 12?
He's got 11 and a half. Yeah.
Okay. How many did Myles Garrett have?
He's not as good as Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and see, that's part of the problem, is it's all a grift. We think these guys are going to take us to the
I'm sorry.
Oh, are you tired of that call?
It's all a grift.
Did you get
It's
tired of
all a grift? I mean,
let me help you out, too, for the next guy. Aiden Hutchinson isn't as good as Micah Parsons either. You know what those two guys are, Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons? They're the best of their position.
Myles Garrett has TV commercials with Oikos yogurt, Gatorade, Sony headphones, and municipal apparel.
Yeah, but did he show up at the Michigan-Ohio State game day?
I mean,
he better not go to Texas A&M and games in the future.
In fact, I feel like he's got 15 nationally aired TV ad campaigns, does Myles Garrett.
Just means more in the SEC.
Adam in Flushing, what's up? It's all a grift. Hold on. I can even see being disappointed in what is going to likely be a career high in sacks for Aiden Hutchinson, because it felt like last year he was on his way to have a 20-sack season.
Yeah.
And so keep it in perspective. But then to describe Aiden as all a grift, because what, you got a State Farm commercial?
And he went to game day.
Adam in Flushing. Hi, Adam.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So
What's up?
I had called in. I called in because I am really disappointed in Brad Holmes, and I'm going to use a word that you like to use a little often, and I feel like he got a little too chesky. And he had, if you go back and look at his draft history, he had arguably two historically really good draft classes, and then he followed those up with two pretty bad draft classes. You're talking Broderick Martin, Hendrick Hooker, Ennis Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold, even Sione Vaki. Like, these guys that they're taking these risks on, and they're trading up for Manu and Tesla and all these other guys. I just don't 100% agree with it. And he doesn't do anything in free agency. And I've got to wonder if he knew that Ragnow was going to retire, because if he did, then it really aggravates me.
Yeah, I would say he probably didn't know.
But they did draft two interior offensive linemen in the draft this past year. Right? So people will say that they weren't.
They drafted one the year
and
before,
they drafted
too.
linemen the year before and the year before that. They've been drafting offensive linemen pretty consistently here.
Yeah, I agree with that. But, like, our offensive line is what makes this entire team go.
Yes.
And a lot of people have been bashing Jared Goff and all this stuff. And since Holmes came from the Rams, he scouted Goff. He was there when Goff had success, and they had a really good offensive line, and they had one of the best backs in the league with Todd Gurley. And that's what we had the last 2-3 years. But we don't have a great line no more, and that is the problem.
So now we've got a quarterback who's still playing out of his mind, but they don't. You're right. The offensive line has not been good this year, without question, and it's been some of it's injury related. A lot of it is Frank Ragnow retiring, and they tried to make it work this year, and it hasn't. Not as well as you wanted to, so they have to address it.
Think about this and ask yourself this question. For the most part, Brad Holmes' work since he's got here has been pretty damn good. It's got them to the position where they are an expectation is to compete for the Super Bowl, and it's not a dream. And the last 2 seasons they really have. This year they're coming up short of that expectation. And you say you'd be really mad if he knew Frank Ragnow was going to retire. Why would somebody who is otherwise pretty competent and smart and knew what they were doing not, if he knew he was going to retire, why would he not do something more in free agency if he thought he was going to retire? Why would he not do something to account for that if he thought he was going to retire? I think it's pretty obvious that an otherwise smart football guy who isn't perfect, but it would make no sense not to address the center position if you thought he was going to retire or get some semblance of a clue from him so you could account for it. I think it really caught him off guard. 248-539-9797. Leo is next. Hi, Leo.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Merry Christmas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. Merry Christmas to you.
Champ and Chump, and then if I could, I'd like to throw a name in a hat, too. So the Champ and Chump, Champ is obviously, in my mind, Ford Field fans. I mean, it's amazing. You heard Aaron Rodgers say that's just wild. Our fans show up, show out, and, I mean, they really rally the team, right? Chump, Ali McNeil, come on, man. You're getting paid. You got to step up. You got to perform. I mean, it's like you regressed instead of progressed, and I get it. Everybody loses a step here or there, but he's just almost like a no-show. And then name in the hat, Robert Saleh for the Michigan job. I don't know how you guys all feel about it. He's a Michigan guy, NFL guy, did really well, defensive-minded.
I think he means state of Michigan, but do you mean Michigan State guy or state of Michigan?
Yeah, no, state of Michigan, Michigan.
I mean, he went to Northern, but he was assistant at State.
Guy,
look, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I want somebody with some head coaching experience, preferably in college. I'll stand by what I said all last week. Kyle Whittingham would be my number one call. I would suspect if he were the number one guy that they would have called him and probably hired him already. Maybe it's because they're going over the top and vetting everything under the sun to make sure. Because I feel like what Michigan football needs right now is Lloyd Carr. You need a guy whose integrity might not be the flashiest, but his integrity isn't called into question. The modern day Lloyd Carr is Kirk Ferentz. You're not getting him. Kyle Whittingham, to me, is about the closest you can come to it. And, okay, got it. Maybe he's old. I don't mind old right now. I think Michigan getting an old, established guy who wins in the trenches, recruits even in Utah, and gets the job done and wins in boring, old-fashioned football ways without what we know, any scandal or anything like that is, yes, bring me that old guy and worry about 5 years from now.
Well, it may behoove them just to simply say we're going with Biff Poggi for the next year, and we'll open up the search after the year.
If he could keep the team together, I'm not sure that would be possible, but I'm a Whittingham guy, and I have been.
Well, if you can get Whittingham, go get Whittingham. I think Kyle Whittingham is outstanding, but at 66 years old, it looked like he was stepping away from
He's
Utah.
made some comments that is pretty clear he would coach again. So that's the guy I'd go get, and I hope they've called him, and I hope that the reason this is taking so long is because they're vetting. And go ahead, vet. As I like to say, DM Instagram models before and after the Ohio State game, not during.
Oh, is that what you like to say?
Good Lord. 97.1.
Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice cold showers? Well, of course not. And you need to do what I did, and that is call the great team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 Wing. Kang's here. Got the whole gang back together. For now. Let's go to
one and done.
Ken in Clinton Township. Wait, no, hold on. Where's Ken? Right there. Oh, Ken. Ken put us on hold. Lance is next on 97.1. Hi, Lance.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, look at I'm old enough to remember the original Pistons run and the Red Wings run, and driving home from the game last night, a little disappointed. I'm like, I have seen this before. I have seen a rebuild, a building up to some things, a down year or two, a situation where, like we had this year, you take the 22 guys who started last night compared to the 22 guys who would have started week one. And you're like, man, we got a center last night who's not even in the program. I feel very comfortable relating this back to the Pistons' first run, the Red Wings' first run. You're going to have these little bumps in the road, and I think everybody comes out of this, from the coaching staff to the players to the guys who got to play this year who might not have got a lot of good playing time. I kind of going to file this away as a learning year, and when we finally hit the crescendo, I think looking back on this year is going to be one of those years that was kind of the foundation of a team that's going to be great for the next 5 or 6 years.
Well, I like the way you're looking at it. I hope you're right. Certainly, it's kind of up to them. Like, what kind of off season are they going to have? How much how much more aggressive does Brad Holmes get? Is the right thing to do to stay patient with some people? Which people are those, including coaches? Like, which guys were a little hamstrung with their position groups getting injured? Who got playing time this year that's worth keeping? Which of their young players, specifically on the interior offensive line, can be a cornerstone? Which ones can't? They have a lot of tough decisions to make. They got to go get a starting safety. They might need to get 2 starting safeties based on these injuries. There's a lot of tough questions that need to get answered, but it's part of the job. And at this point, they got to hope that their best players take steps forward. Like that player that Hutch looked like he might be a 20-sack guy 2 years ago before he got hurt. Hopefully that's the Hutch we get next year, that he's back up to speed and there's no lingering effects maybe from the injury, which I don't know that there are or there aren't. He might, but and why didn't he take that massive jump forward? What about some other guys that are, what are they? What's Terrion Arnold? Is he worth keeping around, or is it time to pull the plug and look some other direction?
I mean, it's only 2 years, but here's my concern with the secondary is that it's 2 years where Arnold has missed a lot of time. Rakestraw hasn't even played, and those are 2 picks that you had from 2 years ago. Then you look at the 2 safeties. This is early in their careers, and they're already suffering season-ending injuries. And you know how I feel about the secondary. It all adds up. It's a position that is killed by attrition due to injuries. And when you suffer injuries this early in your career in the secondary, it's my biggest concern is, are they ever going to get healthy? Are they ever going to stay healthy? Because once you start going down the road of getting injured, it seems like it just doesn't stop for a defensive back.
Thanks for the phone call, Lance. Let's go to Tim next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm a very casual Lions fan, but just from maybe a zoomed out perspective, this never was going to be the year. You're replacing both coordinators. You've had so many injuries. Your best offensive lineman, your center retired. Honestly, it's kind of a miracle we're above 500, to be frank. I mean, I don't know, maybe a little bit levity here. I like the last caller, and just a name I'm going to throw out there for the Michigan job as well. I don't think I've heard him mentioned. How about Lance Taylor at Western Michigan?
Came up. I think Lance.
Champion.
Yeah. I think Lance is a pretty good start to his career. My guess is that Wolverines will probably go a little bit, set their sights a little bit higher. But the timing of the Sherrone firing
might be what they can handle, though.
Might be all they might not be able to get who they want. We'll see. The timing was terrible, and they're kind of, many of the candidates they might have want, but we'll see how this plays out. There's a lot of moving parts here. I say, I can't believe Kyle Whittingham's available. Michigan has an opening. Yes, please.
Yeah, again, you're right. Timing is bad. Circumstances are horrible for them, and what now that they've thrown out the investigation, they're throwing an investigation on top of it internally. That doesn't make it look appealing either. But yes, if Whittingham is there,
dude,
I don't know what they're waiting for.
I don't either, and that would be my number one guy. I think for the context of where Michigan football is and what's happened the last few years, nobody questions Kyle Whittingham doing it the right way that I'm aware of, but. And he's won. At Utah, they've beaten Alabama. Probably to beat Ohio State in that Rose Bowl if Cam Rising didn't get hurt. Maybe that's an overstatement, but they played with him for sure. I don't know.
Rising was really good when he was healthy.
Ken in Clinton Township here on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, so I have a phrase that I always use. It says, "You can't count on luck, but luck counts." And I was just going through looking at some things and different stats and stuff. And this year, I mean, I can't believe that people are as surprised as they are. I mean, we lost both coaches. Our center retired. I'm looking at the points we've allowed. There's only 4 games this year where we didn't score 20 points, but there's a lot of games where we've given up a lot of points. I'd be curious what the stat is over the last 3 years, how many points we've allowed this year compared to previous years. But like 3 years ago, right, we were like one pass off a helmet away from the Super Bowl last, and you're like, okay, well, darn.
I can tell you this year they've given up 374 points. Last year they gave up 342 through the full season. The year before that they gave up 395. So they gave up a lot more that year that they made it to the NFC title game. But yeah, it'd be nice to see him get some good luck. Alas,
luck is running out.
Yep. Mike Valenti's in studio. Oh, Mike, there we go.
How bad? Scale 1 to 10. What's the level of angst I'm walking into here?
Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with having angst.
No.
We've had some very interesting calls.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, is how many wackos have called in?
Well, your terminology, not mine, but we've had
Sorry?
Players get hurt because of the 4th down calls.
Oh, dear God. Okay.
We've had the rest of the defense gave up when Hutch got paid.
This is like the guy from History Channel that says, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. We're dealing with that guy today.
Maybe a little bit. There's some interesting theories out there. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, much of the team. Yeah. We've gotten a lot of golf calls.
Which has become par for the course. Is like the guy will play like a Pro Bowler for 20 games, and those people are in a cave. And then you get a game that I will call his performance uneven yesterday. And it's like, okay, well, then you want to point the finger at the quarterback. No, it's deeper than that. You know the deal you've made. It's like a marriage. You know who you're marrying. You have to do certain things in order to have the marriage be copacetic. With Jared Goff, you have to protect him. If you can't protect him, it's not going to look great. The offensive line's a disaster. I'm not going to scream about Goff.
No. Well, we've got some golf calls.
All right, we'll get to it. I have 2. You were there?
No, I was at the game, yes, but I'm saying those calls.
Level of angst leaving the building.
I mean, there was definitely a deflating feeling like walking out of there that this is it. This is the end of the season. I mean, it was already going to be the last time that the Lions were playing in Ford Field for the season because of, they certainly weren't going to win the division and host a playoff game. But I will tell you this. It's an amazing roller coaster of emotions because for half a second you believed that they had pulled off the incredible in absolutely incredible fashion.
Right.
Only to find out that it didn't happen, and that happened twice.
Yeah, that's a knife twist. There's no doubt.
Yeah,
I've got 2 pieces of audio. I'm just going to do it a little different way, which is, I know me and Rico have talked in different terms the last 6 weeks. Like, I haven't really liked the mindset, whether it's the comments from Campbell, Goff, whether it's been some of the things you see. The team's kind of lost their identity a little bit, and I want to play 2 pieces of audio, and you get to pick. So we're going to do that to start. And then, yes, we will do the – Can we say that ought to be lively today?
Well, have a great show, Michael. Appreciate you stopping by. Ken, good to have you back. Thanks, everybody, for listening as we all cope with this thing together.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah, I know. Game on Thursday. All right. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, let's get to it. No time to waste. Everybody knows what went down yesterday, and we're here to talk about it. So, a lot of different things to unpack, a lot of different angles, and I don't want to kind of pigeonhole you guys into one particular thing. So we can open the phone lines, and if you just want this to be Festivus and the airing of the grievances, I'm here for it. If you want to kick back and relax and allow me to kind of take you on the journey, that's fine too. But I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. So let me start at the top. It's something that Rico has the day off today. We've talked about for weeks. I've talked about for weeks. Is this team was living in delusion. And whether that was from the very top levels, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, we're good, running it back. Even as the year's going along and things aren't going well, we're fine, we're close. Didn't love the tenor of it. Whether it was Jared Goff going at the fans, because he did go at the fans, listen to the audio, into that performance. The attitude overall is suggestive of a team that thinks they're something they aren't anymore. They are not last year's team. They are certainly not the one from 2 years ago. And yet, it's only through these jarring losses are they realizing it. And that's a problem. It's a problem of leadership in the room. It's a problem with leadership from the top. I have not been satisfied with Dan Campbell's messaging, with the team leadership messaging. And before you get bent out of shape about that, I do have, and we're going to get to it next segment. I want to let this breathe a little. I have 2 pieces of audio. One of them I consider a leader. The other one I consider hilariously entitled and delusional. And the problem is they both play for you. We'll get to that in a minute. But you've lost your identity. You are not the tougher team when you take the field most weeks. And I will argue you are not playing as hard as you played. And the team that has the right to say grit, toughness, Detroit versus everybody, you don't get bullied. You're getting bullied. And before you pick up the phone to play the victim card about injuries, while I agree the injuries will keep you from winning a Super Bowl, they do not excuse or absolve or explain 250 rushing yards to a Steeler team that is horrific. It does not explain 15 rushing yards by you. So before we play that game, I want to help you with something. Both of those touchdown runs were opened up on the left side of the Steelers' offensive line, where they have a third-string tackle and a fourth-string guard. I don't want to hear it. The NFL is not here for excuses. If you want to say we can't lead the league anymore in rush defense, I understand. One problem, your front seven's healthy. It is, guys. Those injuries aren't there. Now, I brought up the Brian Branch thing and was called an alarmist. You're seeing where Brian Branch's loss is hurting you, stopping the run. Clearly on the offensive line. I understand we can't be who we were. You also can't allow Jack Sawyer to make his own mixtape. 15 yards rushing against that team? Please. Because the Steelers, by the way, were down 2 of their top 4 defensive players in Nick Herbig and TJ Watt. You may have heard of them. Injuries are everywhere all the time. Do the Niners cry? Fred Warner's dead. Nick Bosa's dead. Their whole team's dead. They keep winning. Your job is to be better. That brings me to the officiating thing that I don't think is a thing. First of all, if you find yourself begging for calls against the Pittsburgh Steelers as 7-point favorites at home, you've lost the plot. You didn't play well enough. Second of all, both calls were absolutely legit. You don't have to like it. They were legit. Was the end chaotic? Yes. Do we ask officials to get it right? Yes. Did they get it right? Yes. I'm sorry. Facts are mean. And by the way, at least the guy who I consider the leader of the team acknowledged that. I'll play the audio for you in a moment. But top to bottom, when you look at this season, and now we go in totality, you haven't won back-to-back games since September. You haven't beaten anyone who's currently got a winning record. Not one. And that Vegas over-under that seems so easy to start the year, yeah, you're going under. It's a lost season. And I think the seeds were planted in the offseason, in free agency, in the draft, and certainly with the lack of doing anything at the deadline. I just think this is where you end up. Because the defensive line that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell said, we're good, you're not good. That D-line is nowhere near good enough. Aleem McNeil is a major problem who makes major money, and he's been a major disappointment. And the rest of that D-line is simply not good enough because your front seven is healthy. And against the Rams and against the Steelers and against the Giants, and you'll go, well, what about our secondary? We're injured. I understand that. You can't give up 500 yards a week no matter what the injuries are. You can't. It's not how the league works. And if we're going to sit here and we're going to pimp the win against the Bucs, which feels a decade ago, and do that Legion of Whom thing, while I don't expect you to be elite, you can't be historically bad because then it comes to a scheme issue. This is the other problem in this. And again, I'm not going to sit here and just make fun of Kelvin Shepherd. I think he's done a pretty good job. But in the last few weeks, you're seeing where experience matters. He has been de-pantsed by Stafford and Rodgers. And I'm talking at the line of scrimmage. Rodgers was basically drawing plays in the dirt, instructing each receiver with their homework assignment, and then it'd be 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 15, 1st and 20, gutting you. It's not good enough. Those are impossible situations to routinely get beat on because here's the other problem. The Steelers don't have a bevy of weapons. Yes, DK Metcalf is good. Yes, Kenneth Gainwell is a very talented back out of the backfield to receive, but they don't have weapons. In the NFL, it's a numbers game. You want to take DK away? Make somebody else beat you. But it can't be Scotty Miller. And on a lot of these, there was nowhere. That's not talent, that's scheme. That's not talent, that's details. That's assignments. You know, there's no zone loose enough for a guy to park it on 3rd and 11 and have nobody within 5 yards of him. That's details, schemes, assignments. It's not talent. Especially when, by the way, a lot of the responsibility in the middle of the field, 15 yards and under, it's your linebackers who are all healthy. So I don't want to hear it. The team has lost their identity. They are not the tougher team. They're not the more detail-oriented team. And when you start to look at this, guys, you're not good at the line of scrimmage. You're not going to win games. And you don't have the coordinators to overcome it. That's before we get to Dan Campbell. Why are we not taking points? Didn't we have this conversation? I feel like a disappointed parent. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Dan, we talked about it. I need the car home by 10. Your mother and I worry. Have the car home by 10. We don't have a problem. And you get full privileges. And then here comes Dan coming home at 2:30 and the par's parked crooked on my front lawn, and he lost the keys on his way to his bedroom. Dan, you can't have the car anymore. It was a race to 20. It's a 3-0 game. You don't have the interior of your line. You know who you're playing. Take the points. Instead, they go trick play into pass play. What are we doing? So look, that's just a level set of where you're at. And I'm done. If you think you're going to call in between 2 and 6 now and I'm going to sell you a 6% chance of making the playoffs, I'm not. And let me be even more candid with you. I don't want this team making the playoffs. I'm done. You have wasted all of our time, all of our emotion, our effort, our belief. We're done. I'm done. You can do whatever it is you want to do. If you want someone to sell you a whiz-bang-pow scenario and Hey, be Charlie from It's Always Sunny and we're going to be at the Matrix. I'm sure somebody else at this station will do it. It's not going to be me. You're done. You blew it. You haven't beaten anyone worth the damn. You haven't won back-to-back games. Your defense has given up 500 yards routinely. I'm done. I don't want to look at you anymore. I don't want to see you on Christmas Day. I don't want to look at you. They need a come-to-Jesus offseason. They need a retooling. They need a shift in the ideology of how they operate. And they need to really look in the mirror and ask themselves, are we going to keep doing the same thing and think it's going to end differently? No more project draft picks in the middle rounds. No more conservative free agency. No more seduction of only liking your own players. And please, for the love of God, on his holiday, can we please start to prioritize the front four? I mean, if it takes them missing the playoffs for those conversations to happen, then guess what? I'm all aboard. I'm done. You give up 500 yards to the Pittsburgh Steelers and they have a scarecrow at quarterback, I don't want to look at you. So I'll play you the audio. We have tons of ground to cover today, but I wanted to just lay all of it out there. And you guys, bring whatever you want to the table. It is a Can We Say That Monday. You're welcome to phrase it that way if you like, or just yell into the phone. That works too. 248-539-9797. I'm here with you till 6. Let's rock and roll. I'll have that audio for you in a few minutes. 97.1. Okay, so before we get to the callers, I want to play some audio for you, and I want you to just listen to it, okay? And I'm admitting my bias is I absolutely love Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think he's the leader of this team. I think he's as old school as it gets. I think he's tough as nails. I want to play for you Amon-Ra postgame versus Aiden postgame. And if you can't get beyond the fact that I didn't go to Michigan and I went to Michigan State, if you actually think that's the reason of my discontent, then honestly, I don't know why you're listening to the show. Because that would make me a complete moron. And while I'm not a rocket scientist, I'm far from a moron. So work with me. When I talk about the team losing its way, and when I talk about their delusion, listen to how different these two pieces of audio are. Why don't we start with what I consider the ridiculous one? Aiden in the postgame. It's just entitled. It's delusional. It's this faux intellectualism I'm not interested in. Talking slower to really think about your words. And then here's the best part. Blaming the officials. Oh, we've lost the plot. Aiden, you weren't even on the field for that call. Second of all, you're the captain or one of the leaders and certainly the highest paid guy on a defense that just got orbital rammed by a hapless Steelers ground game for 250 yards. That wouldn't be acceptable if you played Army this weekend. But here's Aiden in the postgame. Clip number 1, please. So we're you can blame the official. No, you can't. I've never seen that level of intervention. Okay, we're just making things up. They're both legit calls. You weren't good enough. And the fact you were even in that position to have a chance to win the game, pure luck, because you played next to no role in that in the second half. You were nowhere to be found. Now, here's Amon-Ra. And Amon-Ra has a better perspective because one of your drives continued by a interesting call. But guess what? Both teams got calls. And I think the game ended 7 penalties apiece. This wasn't 14 one way and 0 the other. Here's Amon-Ra. There you go. We didn't make enough plays. That's the difference between leadership and entitlement. This is going to be a big offseason for this franchise because it does start at the top, from Brad Holmes to Dan Campbell to your highest paid players. This whole idea that people are doing you wrong, that Aiden point of view, well, you could blame. No, you can't. The calls are right. Well, there's going to be, they'll validate or invalidate the call. Okay, you know what? Go watch the Zapruder film because that's where you're at. These guys have to own it. The way Dan Campbell used to own it. Remember when Dan Campbell, after wins and losses, we got a lot to work on. Teachable moments. We've got to be better. You know what the messaging was this year? Well, we're close. No, we're good. No, you're not. And I think it bled into this team. Because I don't see a whole lot gritty about him. David, please, Kenny, go ahead before we get to what's going to be an avalanche of phone calls today. Where am I right? Where am I wrong? Things I missed, please.
Here's what I was shocked at with that game, because I never expected the Pittsburgh Steelers to run the ball the way they have. Now, the Lions had given up a lot in the run the last couple games before that, but the Steelers hadn't shown that in their entire season. In fact, Jaylen Warren had only had one other 100-yard rushing game this year.
Against the Dolphins.
And he had 100 yards against the Cincinnati Bengals this year.
Even worse.
And didn't come close to 100 yards in any other game this year until yesterday. And the fact that he did that, this defense is in real trouble. And every week we heard it, whether it was from Shepard or whether it was from Dan Campbell. We just got to fix this one thing.
How about Shepard? If you take away all the good plays, we were really good.
Well,
that's part of my whole, their head's been in the clouds all year.
It has. And I was going to wait to bring that up because there was a ticket text that texted that. Says if you take away the 2 45-yard touchdown runs, they still gave up 5.6 yards per rush. Still.
Thank you.
That's how poorly they looked yesterday. And, yeah, they have a look in the mirror. They have to look in the mirror because this cannot be the way they are. And I thought this was supposed to be a tough team. I thought this was supposed to be a team about grit and toughness. I have not seen that this year.
There's no scenario, if you're the tougher team, there is no scenario you lose that game that way yesterday. There's just none. None. Kenny, quickly, and then I'll get to the people.
Well, it's just the messaging that comes from the top down, too, whether you talk about what Brad Holmes has to say, whether you talk about what Campbell has to say and how his kind of mentality has shifted from last year, or even when it trickles down to players like Hutch, who are supposed to be your stars. It just feels like a very arrogant way of going forward, and it seems like the leadership, and losing the coordinators was one thing, but it seems like the leadership is just letting this team down.
It is. And if you're Aiden, you know what you get out there and say? I don't want to hear an effing thing about the refs. We gave up 250 yards on the ground. I sucked. We sucked. Unacceptable. That's leadership. Not him pretending he's on an episode of Law & Order in a courtroom. Well, you see, jury, there's two alternative perspectives. Stop. You make $1 zillion. Own it. We weren't good enough. Stop. I've never actually seen that intervention from the... Want me to go get District Attorney Carisi out here while we're at it?
Does that not tell you that he's being allowed to have that mentality? He's being allowed by leadership to think that way and to behave that way.
That's where you and I are... This is the only thing we'll ever be simpatico on. There needs to be a complete come-to-Jesus offseason here. They've lost their identity. They've lost the plot. To the people we go. Paul Batts leadoff on a Lions Monday. Paulie, how you doing?
Oh, my goodness. Michael, Kenny, and David, Merry Christmas to all of you.
Same to you, Paul.
And Mike, everything that you have just brought up, I can't begin to tell you. I want to thank you for doing that, because I don't understand a lot of the people in this town and how they can just totally ignore what the true problem is, and it comes from the top. It comes from Brad Holmes. Okay? You can trot these players out all you want, but the talent always lets itself be revealed when they get out on the field. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. All right? All this time since the off season, we've heard, "Oh, well, we're good," or "We're going to be okay." And then, we're begging him to make moves, in free agency, or, when the trade deadline happened, nothing happened. I'm sorry, but this season falls squarely on his shoulders and nobody else. All right. And then for all of them to sit there, well, we want to win a championship for the fans in Detroit. Well, then, do as you say, and act it out. Do what you said you're going to do. Then win us a championship. Bring the people here that it's going to take to do that. And I've been waiting for that. And what I've seen this year is nothing.
No, it's a lost season.
What I see is, it is. And what I see is that it's going right back to where the Lions were before they start getting good, before the trade happened with Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford. If it wasn't for that, where would this team be? And I want people to think about that for a minute, because the team would still be struggling. Big time.
Well, and here's the other thing. Right? I mean, Paul, this is, look, I understand the season's not over yet, and there's a 6% shot. I'll save that for other shows. The point I'm making is you had a window to press the gas pedal down and to bring that championship home. and they refused.
Yep.
And they got very arrogant about it. Yep. And now, Paul, zoom out. There's a very real possibility. I mean, obviously, the Bears are better than you now. The Bears, real possibility, are better than you next year. That the Vikings will get this quarterback thing straightened out. By the way, the Vikings have already beaten you. The Vikings could still finish with the same record as you. And the Packers, look, they are who they are. They'll get Parsons back. Jordan Love is back. Like, there's a very real possibility that window is closed, and you're going to have to reopen it through your own actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You can't win by doing nothing. Okay, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you have to go out and get the talent to do so. And I'm not talking about Max Crosby and blah blah blah.
No.
That's a bunch of BS. Okay, I'm talking about bringing in talent. Brad Holmes is a good evaluator of talent. I have to believe that, or else he wouldn't be in the position that he's in. So, I mean, what is it going to take for them to understand that if you want to win a championship, then you have to bring the right people in to do so?
Paul, I'll tell you what it is. They're going to have to get comfortable with the uncomfortable, taking risks. And that's what no GM in this town is interested in doing right now. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Lord knows if you've been driving around a shopping mall at all lately. Good heavens. It's like Thunderdome. But that's why you need life insurance. Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He can help you find a plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is also affordable. And with Mike and NBP, what makes them different is not only the experience, 30 years, but they're going to shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantee you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with just some phone jockey. You're going to get real consultation. National Benefit Plans, they bring the experience you need, and they're going to get you and your family set up. So call or just go to the website, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. What the hell is Lomas asking why? What am I missing? What's the context of why?
I think he's asking why and got to wait for the all-22. I think there was an option for him to throw it, and Goff decided not to. Well, I think that's what they're seeing there.
Yeah, I the irony is pretty amazing. He goes out there and says how pissed he is that the fans are doubting the team and doubting him. Really? Let's go look at the film. And then what you're going to get from the unenlightened is he threw for 300 yards. Dude, dissect the game. How many balls did he put in danger that should have been picked? Then factor in how many balls did he throw inaccurately. Then factor in what he actually looked like. And then when most of his production took place. Did you enjoy -3 yards in the third quarter? Back-to-back 3 and outs? Kind of felt like the Ram game a little bit, no? See, that's another one. I told you, whether it's Kelvin Shepard, hey, man, take away all the good plays by the other team and we played great. Whether it was Jared Goff doing this delusion routine like he's got 6 rings and how dare we doubt you. Whether it's Dan Campbell saying, well, now this is a positive. We got to look at the top team in the NFC. It's all been delusion. They've been living in the past. They've been living like they're last year's team, and they're not. Let's go to Davin, 97.1. Davin, how you doing?
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
What's going on?
Hey, first time, long time. Appreciate
Welcome, buddy.
My call. It's Devin, by the way.
I'm sorry. Kenny's already drunk for the holidays. There was an A in there.
It's okay. Hey, I just wanted to say to Lions fans, both things can be true, that we can agree that Brad Holmes is the best general manager that we've had in most of our lifetimes, but he can also be the main reason why we've underperformed the last 2 years. I mean, I just think that you look at, the last show, for example, all the low-hanging fruit, the schedule, the injuries, quarterback play. I mean, you can't count any of that into the equation except from Brad Holmes did not do what he needed to do to get the most talent for this team to maximize our window.
Yeah, no, and Devin, here's the deal. Like, my response to that is you can cry elsewhere. If you want to be a good team, then you take the things that come with it. You're not going to have the softest schedule. You're not going to be totally healthy. I mean, who right now is totally healthy? Who right now feels just like, oh my God, we're living this blessed existence? I get tired of that. Just own it. You're not as good as you were. Your GM screwed the pooch, had a very underwhelming offseason, had a defiant trade deadline, and here we sit. And you know what, Devin? Here's the other thing we got to talk about. His drafts haven't been very good the last 2 years. It's okay to say
not
it.
At all.
It's
not at all.
I mean, look what it is.
And look at the Bears, for example. My opinion, the biggest rival that we're going to have for the next 5 years in the division. The last 2 drafts, even before this last one, what do they get? They get Romo Dunze, they get Colson Loveland. They're building strength on strength. And in the offseason, they beef up their O-line. And they get Ben Johnson, one of the greatest offensive minds in the game. And what do? We don't capitalize on our strengths. We want to promote from within. Obviously, both those coordinator hires are a bust. And we're just kind of riding the high of Brad Holmes' first couple of years. And I'm not going to discredit him for that. But at the same time, we got to realize, hey, like, this has not panned out the last 2 years. Like you said, we got to reevaluate our approach to our draft, our free agency, because we have the potential to be the worst team in the division next year if we don't make major changes.
That's possible. No, and you brought up the schedule thing some people cry about. Devin, here's my view on it. If you don't beat any of the good teams you played, you don't get to cry about playing them.
Exactly.
Because basically that's the litmus test. If you had 6 tough games, you went 3-3 in them, and you missed the playoffs by a game, and you want to talk, man, our schedule was pretty brutal, I might listen to it. Here, let's check the hotline of teams you've beaten with a winning record. It's Christmas. Why? Why? First of all, how about we allow Dan to finish the call, and then you can explain to us why. That's what a color analyst does. Or we could just trample on him and go, why? It's like the scene in Wolf of Wall Street. Who? What are you, an effing owl? Why? It's like that. Why? Let the play happen, and Dan will set you up. Why?
I don't know why that hit my ear so funny. I made David pull that.
That's
one.
okay. I love it.
Why?
Add it to the drop board. Use your instincts. Let's go to Sal, 97.1. Sally, what's going on, buddy?
Happy Monday. How we doing, fellas?
Good, Sal. Happy holidays, pal.
Okay, so one thing I want to talk about is the immaturity of this team, and I don't even want to talk about the players when it comes to the immaturity. I think there's a deep immaturity when it comes to this coaching staff and this front office. Like, I think we forget, but wasn't Sheila the one that gave another year to Matt Patricia and Dan Quinn? Like, she was the one that let that ride a little bit longer, wasn't she? For me, it's just ridiculous because I think you got to change, and I know that's what a lot of callers are going to say, you got to change, but do they want to change? Because everything that I heard from this season doesn't seem like they want to change.
Well, Sal, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question back, because I think we're going to arrive to a point of agreement here. They've told us who they are. It's just we didn't want to hear it. This is about the long term. This is about building a consistent winner. You do not hear much about Super Bowl. And I do wonder about it. You know, if you don't want to risk it for the biscuit, it's because you're afraid it will attack your viability to just stay good. It's almost like they don't want to let great be the enemy of good. That's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. Agree or disagree?
I totally agree. And it reminds me a lot of the Tigers. And I know we talk about Scott Harris and Brad Holmes a lot, kind of in the same vein.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Tigers is kind of the ownership that sort of enabled them to do that. And I feel like that's not – the Lions are – like that narrative isn't kind of the thing for them, but it should be, right? And one thing that I want to prepare fans for, because I know you're going to get the end-of-the-year press conference when, you know, Brad Holmes finally speaks for once. And he's going to give you all these excuses about how, you know, we had injuries and all this kind of stuff. And what I want to prepare fans for and what I want to tell them is your team tells you every time through their moves that we're a small market, we're a mid-market team, right? We can't get big-name players. We can't make big signings. We don't want to win in March. That's the thing that Brad Holmes always says. But then they turn right around, and when it's time to charge you for tickets, concessions, gear, all the stuff, they treat you like big-market fans. And I don't think people are upset about that enough. Because you can't sell me that, you know, we're going to make incremental moves, and then you're going to charge me like we're going for a Super Bowl. Like that doesn't jive with me, you know.
No, and it's good they're not raising prices again, because I think you're going to see the switch flip, Sal. Like I you know, it's funny. Rico and I have argued about this off the air. That if this year didn't go the way, you know, people had hoped, I said it. Oh, watch, Brad Holmes is going to be in the public opinion crosshairs. You know, they're only going to put up with so much in this town. Oh, I got a villain sweatshirt. Oh, I got receipts. Let me reach in my pocket. We're good. Okay. And then that interview he did on our airwaves, he's going to wear that until or unless he's holding a Lombardi trophy. Coming on these airwaves and acting like we were a bunch of Muppet babies for wanting a pass rusher. What is it, like this in other market? Actually, Brad, it is. And you know it is. So, yeah, there's just a lot of they need to have an introspective offseason. And I do think they got to start keeping the main thing. And you need to hire an offensive coordinator because Dan Campbell's decision-making has suffered. Timeout usage, fourth down decisions. Not as good. And by the way, you know what? I don't want to hear how he liked the decision, but he hated his call anymore. I'm sick of hearing it. Because unless you're going to pick up a different playbook, this is all week you do install. You know what plays you're going to in given situations. If you don't like those plays, it means you didn't like your preparation. Dan Campbell needs to be the CEO of this team. And the offensive coordinator will work at the behest of Dan Campbell. But look, I was fine having Dan Campbell call the plays because John Morton was horrific. But that doesn't mean I want Dan Campbell doing this full time or I'm going to live a fever dream like he's Andy effing Reid. He's not. And that's okay. He did what he needed to do this season because he hired a bad offensive coordinator. Well, now they got to go fix that. Then they have to make a decision with Kelvin Shepard. Now, I think Shepard has done a far better job, clearly, than John Morton. But look, here's my concern, too. And I don't want to sell panic. It's a concern, not panic. But you have three players on defense that are three of your, say, five best guys on defense. And I don't know if they're ever going to be the same again. Lee McNeil's one, Brian Branch is two, Achilles, and Kirby Joseph, mystery knee thing, pitchy woo-woo. Are we sure? You know, here they're going to be the same. Cap is not in good order either. And here's the other decision you're going to have. Jared Goff's cap number is going to be about $70 million next year. That's a restructure. What's the problem with that? It takes the ability to move on from Goff 2 years from now or sooner, if that's your persuasion, and you will be married to Jared Goff for at least 4 years. So it's not going to be easy. And while everybody was busy putting glitter on their chandelier every time they signed one of their own players, well, the Bills do. So it's not going to be as seamless as when the bad men between 2 and 6 were screaming about going all in last year or this year. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's because we're not complete idiots. Why, Lomas? Why? Why were we the bad men the last 2 years, Lo? Why? Why? All right. FanDuel. Every day brings new ways to play, betting markets, all that stuff. And obviously Christmas Day, they're going to have a bunch of NFL games. Can't wait to see the quarterback starting Christmas Day. You might be facing Brosmer. It shouldn't even count as a football game. Is Mariota or Josh Johnson playing? Who cares? Oh, and by the way, it'll be Akeem Olajuwon's nephew for the Chiefs. Never heard of that guy. Bottom line, go to FanDuel if you want to bet any of this stuff. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to get right back to the Lions stuff in a second. I have a feeling David will have a few Lions things in this segue here. It is a Can We Say That Monday. Hit it. All right. Why, David? Why?
This one's going to be mostly college, so we'll do the NFL at another time.
That's fine.
Let's start here, though. Can we say that it's time to get rid of the little guys in the college football playoff?
Yes. It's the equivalent of a AAA team trying to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers. We are so far gone from Boise State beating Oklahoma almost 20 years ago. The way the sport is designed now with NIL, with the transfer portal, it has taken a difficult ask and it has turned it into an impossible one. We saw Tulane and Ole Miss play in the regular season. We got a repeat. James Madison, with respect to Bob Chesney, who I think is a really good young coach, they didn't play anybody this year. And that was just a dirty, garbage backdoor cover. They were down by 30. They need to have their own playoff. It's because, again, you can't just recruit, develop, and have, 18 fifth-year senior starters because you run this great program and find diamonds in the rough. It's over. Those kids are busy getting pimped.
Can we say that it's time to play the second round of the playoffs on campus as well? You fight hard for a bye week. You should also get a home game in the playoffs.
Let me do this. Can I answer this by attacking something else? Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
What I would say is, David, whatever you bring up to me about changes you want to make to this format, I would say yes to, because the format is a piece of fecal matter. The format is the most ill-conceived, bird-brained, trash. It's garbage. How did we even end up at 12? How did we end up where teams earn a bye but don't get to play at home? How did we end up with 2 poverty teams? David, anything you say about the structure, I'm going to rubber stamp it and go, it's the Morgan Freeman thing. He's right, Yeah.
I completely understand. So let's get to this one. Can we say that Texas A&M and Miami had one of the worst games we've ever seen?
Yes.
Miami kicker missed 3 field goals. They had 4 turnovers between the both of them. Beck only threw for 103 yards, and A&M didn't even rush for 100 yards as a team.
It was utterly putrid. But unlike the Lions, Miami values the front 4, and the front 4 won that game. Also, Michael Irvin needs a blood test. We need to figure out what that was and what was in his morning smoothie. He was taking belt to ass. He was dry humping the ground, essentially. I haven't been that excited about anything in my life as Michael Irvin was about Miami, a school you played for like 40 years ago, winning a first-round playoff game. Mike, what sups are we on here, pal? What's going on?
See, that was going to be another Can We Say That, because he also, while he was being interviewed, Michael Irvin then kisses the coach on the cheek. What are we doing here? Just don't allow him on the sidelines.
David, once again, blood test. I need to know what morning smoothie he's on. We all need that. We should all do a Michael Irvin like Friday.
So this one is for
Kenny taking belt to ass to the telephone he's answering. Let's get it.
Looking at the matchups coming up this weekend for you, Kenny, can we say that Georgia has the easiest path to the semifinal?
Very possibly. It just depends on how their defense ends up looking up. And plus, I've always been worried about Kirby's play call in situations like these because sometimes earlier in the season specifically, he coached a little bit like a kitty cat. And then he kind of figured it out later on. So I would like to say yes, David. I'm glad you're saying it.
Coaching question here. Can we say that Kenny Dillingham made the right decision staying at Arizona State?
Well, yeah. Listen, I tried to talk about this last week. Michigan fans, who's been the home run they've hired by poaching some other school's guy? Jim Harbaugh was destined to come back after getting run out of the NFL. Outside of that, who was a big hire? Who have you been able to court? You have no president full time. You have an AD on the rocks. You have a department being investigated. Who is choosing to walk into that chaos? Apparently no one. So that's been the whole point. And again, for all these people who are stiff for Biff, I don't think you can hire Biff. Oh, by the way, shout out Biff Poggi basically impugning his place of employment, saying everything has to get torn down. Nothing's up to standard. It's been a bleep show for 5 years. Biff, you've been there for it. Huh? Yeah, Dillingham's got 80 and Sonny, and he's a god. Yeah, but he could have made more at Michigan. To do what? Get fired in 2 years? Have his wife angry at him every day when the sky's gray and there's no cactuses anywhere? Please.
Then I'll close it out with this. Can we say that college football has fallen further into the abyss after the announcement that USC and Notre Dame will no longer be on the schedule?
Yeah, that combined with Dillingham basically signing the extension and going, do we got anybody in the valley who could stroke a check for $20 million? What are we doing?
I enjoyed that.
I enjoyed it. It was disgusting. I mean, I was like a carnival barker. We have.
Anybody with money, please.
Look, you know what I wish we could do? I wish we could fast forward to the point where the inevitable happens, where private equity buys a super league and they just finish killing college football. That's what's going to happen. This is all going to be private equity and they're just going to buy it. They'll say, look, if you join our league, here's what you get. Of course, we get a piece, like the mafia, and away we go.
That is, can we say that?
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers officially announced the re-signing of reliever Kyle Finnegan over the weekend. Today, GM Jeff Greenberg spoke to the media and was asked if any more reliever signings should be expected. The Pistons start their 5-game road trip against the Trailblazers tonight. Portland riding a 3-game winning streak, but they're 4 games below 500. Happy New Year! Woo! Ron Holland was at shoot-around this morning, but is listed as questionable with left knee soreness. Jalen Duren probable to play. Hear the 10 p.m. tip right here on 97.1. Michigan AD Ward Manuel told the football team that the goal for a new coach to be in place between Christmas and the bowl game is still the case there. That's a new one. That relayed by interim coach Biff Poggi, confirmed he wants the job and has been interviewed multiple times. The Lions fans got swiped by Steelers receiver DK Metcalf yesterday, denied using any racial slurs in a statement by his lawyer. Iowa State has officially announced tight ends coach Tyler Roll as their new offensive coordinator from the Lions there. And according to Chiefs beat writer Sam McDowell, the team expect to announce their move from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas today.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Phone lines are jam-packed. If you want the long-form monologue of yesterday, you can use Odyssey.com Rewind, which is fantastic. It's on demand, and go do what you want. I've talked more in a bigger picture thing because yesterday was a microcosm of the macro issue. This is a team that is no longer the toughest team on the field. I don't think they play harder than their opponents. And I think the messaging all year is that of entitlement and a little bit delusional, that they think they are last year or 2 years ago's team. Well, you go, how can you say that? Simple. Listen when they speak. Listen to Dan Campbell now versus the last couple of years. Listen to Kelvin Shepard saying, if you take away all the other team's good plays, we did a great job. To listen to your quarterback getting butthurt because, oh, what do you mean the fans are doubting us? That pisses me off. You haven't won back-to-back games since September, Jared. You're 4-6 in your last 10. All right? Like, dude, join us in reality. All the way to Aiden Hutchinson yesterday, where a guy who wasn't even on the field for those officiating calls is blaming the officials. And instead of him coming out and just saying, you know what, guys, I don't want to talk about officiating. We weren't good enough. We gave up 250 yards on the ground. That's a disgrace. It starts with me. We need to be better. But you don't have that kind of accountability because entitlement has begun to fester here. And if they don't like that, cool, show us different. Well, the problem is it's too late. You get a 6% chance at the playoffs, and I don't want them to make it. I'm just being clear. I'm done. Because they're not going anywhere. They give up 500 yards a week. I don't want to hear about the schedule. I don't want to hear about injury. I don't want to hear about none of it. Okay, injuries. The Steelers had a pair of 50-yard touchdown runs yesterday behind backup offensive linemen. Really? You didn't have to face their top 2 pass rushers, including maybe one of the 10, 15 best players in the league in TJ Watt. And Nick Herbig's really good too. They didn't play yesterday. Come on now. How about at a certain point, it starts in the offseason? The seeds you planted in the offseason, well, it's harvest time. The draft, free agency, lack thereof, trade deadline, lack thereof, and here we are. So, yeah, I'm at a point now, if it'll shake them up, I hope they miss the playoffs. Which, by the way, they're doing a great job of doing on their own. I mean, 250 yards on the ground to the Pittsburgh Steelers. If I take away the 2 explosive runs, they still average 5.6 yards a carry. You stink. Your front seven's healthy. You going to cry about injuries there? You stink. Aleem McNeil is a shell of who he used to be. DJ Reader is a shell of who he was with the Texans and Bengals. When Roy Lopez is your best D tackle, Houston, we got a problem. Your linebackers are healthy, so how come yesterday you're running some zone cover on these 3rd and longs? Their guys are wide open. I just, that's where we are. So, David, unless I missed something, I'd like to go to the people. We could check the ticket text. I could play the Aiden sound a little later. I'll need a vomit bag in order to listen to it again. Let's go to Lucas, 97.1. How you doing, Lucas?
Oh
boy.
How you doing, Mike?
Oh, boy.
Listen, the Lomas Brown job, why? I was pretty much saying that to my TV about 5 times last night. It's unbelievable. You know, I'm a teacher. I teach 6th grade. There are girls that are 4.5 feet tall, 60 pounds soaking wet, that could have played better at defensive tackle than anyone put out there. My God. Just horrendous football all around. But here's the deal. And maybe it's just a blind face thing. The more I'm hearing from callers, the more I'm hearing from you. Maybe this point is a stupid point. But it's the only healthy way that I can cope with this. In my opinion, you got to deal with this like the Eagles season 2 seasons ago before they went on to win the Super Bowl. That's not me saying that they're winning the Super Bowl next year, but rather, listen, okay, it hit the fan. You lost both of your coordinators, discombobulation throughout the team, egos rising up. Maybe this just wasn't the season to be.
Mm-hmm.
But that comes with the caveat of Brad Holmes has to do something. Like ask them picks, dude. You got to go out and get yourself a defensive player of note. I can't name names off the top of my head. It's got to be somebody. Right. It's just all I ask.
No, Lucas, you're not wrong. Look, this is what I deem they need a retooling. It's why I hate when teams run it back. Never works.
Mm-hmm.
Running it back doesn't work unless you have Patrick Mahomes, something of that nature. I'm with you. And now they need to do what the Niners did. Your first window is closed. So let's retool and open up a secondary window. Let's build this back. Look, it's gonna be difficult because his drafts the last 2 years have not been good. And
no, it hasn't.
You've spent a lot of money, which is going to require restructuring some different stuff. And it's going to require him to do something he has shown no willingness or ability to do. They're going to have to take some risks, bold swings. It's on him, not on me. I'm not the one who wore a villain sweatshirt. I'm not the one who brought receipts. I'm not the one who made a fool of myself on the airwaves to asking, is it like this in other cities? That's on you, Brad. And the other thing, too, is look, the celebrity stuff has probably got to slow down. I don't care what guys do in their free time. But if I got to see another commercial with the coach, the players, enough. Pods and social media. I'm reading New York newspapers about your players' podcasts or your players' wives and what they're doing. You know what? Here's what I would do in the offseason. All of it's done. Back to work. Reestablish what we are. This isn't sprinkles and sundaes. It doesn't feel the same. And yes, injuries can play a role in limiting your ceiling. It does not justify what we're watching on the field. And also, by the way, I want to take this moment to just throw this out there for people. This is why we don't pay running backs. Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs helping you win games? How's that looking? It's the big people we pay. Okay? We're going to pay the big heavies. Those are the guys. Those are the guys that influence winning. I love Jahmyr Gibbs, and I'm happy to have him for 6 years. 5 on that rookie deal and a franchise tag in the 6th. And then you know what happens? See ya. I'm not paying you $20 million a year because without that offensive line, you're nowhere. Go look at this year, guys. Yet another game, sub 68 yards from him. And by the way, you're paying David Montgomery as one of the 10, 12 highest paid running backs in football. How's that working for you? It starts up front. There's no way I'm bringing Montgomery back next year. Not that I don't like him. I love Demo. But I need that money to go buy a big person. I'm sorry if you feel that lacks nuance. But you're seeing in real time why running backs don't impact winning. They don't. Go ask the Ravens. How's that working out with Derrick Henry? They don't have the big people to finish football games. How's it working with San Francisco? They still can't run the ball. They're paying Christian McCaffrey $1 zillion. You want me to keep going? Oh, but it worked with Saquon. Yeah, they had the best offensive line in football. That's why it worked with Saquon. When Saquon was a Giant, how did it work? It didn't. So there needs to just be a retooling here. 248-539-9797. David, Tickets X. Choice selections, please.
Was yesterday's Lions loss a gut punch? Personally, I say no. This team was not going to a Super Bowl, but if Ben Johnson wins Coach of the Year, then that will be the gut punch.
I mean, look, it's him, it's Vrabel. You could say Sean Payton. And again, the Bears are lucky. Sure. But there were plenty of evidence over the last couple of years you got very lucky in a lot of games. But you got to capitalize on it. Okay, so the luck is what? The onside kick? There ain't nothing lucky about one of the best throws of the NFL season by Caleb, and he was so confident in the throw, he put his hands back in his hand warmer mid-throw. Like, you have to play the game.
The offensive line is awful. Why is Dan Campbell going for 4th down and 3 instead of kicking a field goal?
Because he is living in delusion. There was no circumstance yesterday other than 4th and a foot would have I attempted a 4th down. The Steelers, it's about a race to 20. You take the points. And you were chasing those 3 points the rest of the day.
I almost want to burn my grit ball cap because this team is softer than Charmin. I don't care about the injuries. Figure it out and put a better product on the field.
Yeah, also, too, I don't know that Brad Holmes can be trusted with players in the secondary at corner because DJ Reed stinks. Rakestraw is not a real person. Arnold is not good and then also hurt a lot. Amik Robertson is and by the way, your salary cap next year, if you want to go look at cap hits, ESPN is doing a deep dive on you. You got $200 million in 5 players. Okay.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that 2 years ago was when Brad Holmes decided I'm going to reset that secondary, and he's going to have to do it all over again because it didn't work.
Yeah, and by the way, your 2 safeties may never be the same. Brian Branch off an Achilles, I can't say you'll be the same. And for Kirby, look, the more murky the injury, the more nervous you should be. If surgery won't fix it, but he can't come back and play, and they just IR'd him, and when he was asked about surgery in the offseason, he said it won't fix it. Well, that's a big question mark. 248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls next. 97.1. Stoney, please. Let's get right to the people. And it is a Can We Say That Monday. If you want to phrase your call that way, you're welcome to. Or if you just want to open the phone lines and turn up the heat, that's fine too. Respect. I know a lot of people have a lot to say. We'll go to Jay. He's out in Walled Lake, 97.1. Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Jay, it's a week of Christmas. I can't be bad. I'm just annoyed by yesterday. That's all.
Yeah, same. I just want to ask, can we say that the Lions are probably the worst team in the NFC North?
As currently constituted, no. They would be third, though, for me, because I can't say you're better than the Pack. They beat you twice. And the Bears are now, 3 games up on you?
Yep.
The Vikings, no, because it's either JJ or Brosmer, although they did beat you.
They did beat us. They did beat us.
I'll tell you what.
And they came to Fort Field.
If they beat you Thursday, you got every right to say they're the last place team in the division.
For sure. And the reason why I asked that question is because what I seen yesterday was absolutely just bad. It was terrible. I've seen the Lions team, especially on defense, that looked like they were just tired. Like they're just not into it as much as they used to be anymore. And to bring some stats to kind of back that up, if you look at like the last 5 games outside of Green Bay, the Lions have given up either 400 or 500 yards of total offense. And they haven't really done much being able to get to the quarterback. You let Jameis Winston come into Ford Field and really look like Tom Brady. Then also, you got Matthew Stafford. We know Matthew Stafford is a MVP candidate, more than likely going to win the MVP, but he dissected you. Now you got Aaron Rodgers, who is 50 years old out there playing like he's in his prime still. I just don't see any way the Lions could actually come back from this. And to all the Lions fans out there that with the 6% chance of making the playoffs, it's like, that's not encouraging. That's just like asking a girl to promise. She just never responds to you, but you say, well, she didn't say no.
Anybody who does that to you, you just phrase it this way. You have a 94% chance of not making it.
Exactly.
So, flip the number on them. I'm just not going to do that. This team doesn't deserve to be in. And even if they did get in, you're going to give up 500 yards to somebody else and go home.
Right. I don't want to see them play the Rams again or Seattle or San Francisco. I don't want to see that bloodbath right there. I mean, what I seen in the second half, you were held to -3 yards in the second half and didn't get your first down until damn near the fourth quarter. And that's supposed to be the quote-unquote best offense, the highest score offense in the league. Those stats are skewed to me because I've seen the Lions go 3 and out a couple of times. And it was just like that, oh, my God, here we go again with the not being able to adjust the second half. And then before halftime, I don't know if you think Kenneth Gainwell catch that circus catch and went in for a touchdown. That's like the biggest, I'm sorry to say it, but SOL moment that you could possibly have, that you give up a touchdown pass before halftime.
Well, the other problem in this, too, what kind of scheme features Anzalone with no help covering Kenneth Gainwell, who is one of the best receiving backs in the league? You're off to a bad start on scheme alone.
Absolutely. And it's just like they want to blame the refs. Aiden Hutchinson, I'm a Michigan guy through and through, and I love Aiden Hutchinson, but you got to hold yourself accountable because, the refs didn't give up back-to-back drives where Kenneth Gainwell bust for 50 yards and then went for a touchdown. Or, I'm sorry, Warren went for a touchdown. That didn't happen. The refs didn't do that. Your defense did. If you're looking at last week against the Rams, Blake Corum and Kyron Williams rushing over 100 yards, getting a pair of touchdowns. If you keep just going back and looking, it's the same thing over and over. And my message to Brad Holmes, bring those same receipts. I want to see Brad Holmes step on the podium as soon as the Lions are eliminated from playoff contention and talk about what you did right and what you did wrong and what you want to fix, because this season has been just an absolute failure.
No, it has. And again, I think the dangerous part, Jay, there are still enough people. If they go out and blame injuries and try to run it back again, I think there'd be a decent amount of the fan base that would buy into that snake oil.
Yeah, and let's ask San Francisco how they're doing without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Let's ask some guys.
Keep going. They've lost everybody.
really, and we kind of predicted at the end of the season that the Lions could possibly go 10-7 or maybe a good season 11-6, but I didn't envision it to be this way where you're losing back-to-back games. You don't string together back-to-back wins in months. I just didn't envision it to be this way, Mike.
No, I said 11-6. I thought they'd struggle against the high-end teams. I thought the coordinator fall-off was real, but no, never in my wildest dreams. If you told me they wouldn't win back-to-back games outside of September, I'd be like, what? Did Goff get hurt?
Yeah, that was 58 straight consecutive times that games that you didn't have back-to-back losses.
Yeah, they hadn't lost back-to-back games since 2022. So now you've broken that streak all while not winning back-to-back games. That's pretty wild.
And now people want to say, well, we just need Green Bay to lose. We need Chicago. Man, come on, listen. The Lions should have control of their own destiny and just went out there and win the damn game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when you get in this business of needing multiple teams to essentially not win a single football game the last 2 weeks, Jay, here's the other problem. Any of these scenarios require you to do something that we just talked they haven't done in 3 months. Go win back-to-back games on the road.
We can't trust them to do that.
If the Steelers put 250 on the ground on you, then the Bears will put 350. It'll be like TCU versus UTEP when LaDainian Tomlinson was there. Go pull those highlights. I think he had 350 yards in a football game. That'll be you versus the Bears. Monangai will play with no pants and still go for 110. I mean, what planet are some of these people, not our callers, because I'm not allowing it, but it's just, if you want to sell 6%, then Earth is selling you 94%. Let's just not go there. Plus, okay, even if they make it, who are they beating? Look at the way this team is playing. Look what they're putting on tape. Look at the fact they haven't beaten someone with a winning record. You want to check that hotline? Those are just, come on, man. I don't want to do that today. I'm disgusted. This team who swears they're the toughest hombre, that it is us against everybody, it's about that work, and they're over here crying about the Aiden thing, your leaders need to be leaders. And when your leader is out there hypothesizing like a character from Suits, as if he's talking to the jury like he's Harvey, okay, sure. There's actually 2 ways you could look at this. What are you, practicing for an address? How about you get out there and say, you know what, guys? We were terrible today, and it starts with me. 250 yards on the ground. Don't ask me about officiating. The officials didn't allow Jaylen Warren to have a mixtape. And how about this? Even if you take away the explosives, they still average 5.6 a carry. Just like the Rams, when I take the explosives away, still had 15 of their 29 carries go for 6 yards or more. Well, I've just never seen that level of intervention by the official. You know what? We're done here. I give credit to anybody who stood in that locker room and listened to that nonsense. Good God.
Someone trying to sound smart when they're on Judge Judy representing themselves.
Dude, that's exactly what it feels like. Well, you see, her parking spot ends at the fire hydrant, and ain't no one trying to hear it, okay? You T-boned her car. It's over. You should bump back with the Aiden audio for the new audience, because, again, you know what I want to hear from my leaders? We weren't good enough. The standard is the standard here, and we're not living up to it. What about the injuries? I don't care. It's next man up. It's my job to lead this defense. But see, that's not where this team is now. It's got to be a big offseason at every level. You want to hit a few ticket texts here, and then we'll get to more to calls.
Can we say that Dan needs to fire Shepard and hire an experienced DC?
No, I'm not ready to go there yet. I will tell you the last 2 weeks, yes, there are injuries. He's gotten de-pantsed by the Rams and by the Steelers, and that's 2 veteran quarterbacks that are going to be able to see through you. I mean, Aaron was basically handing out 3x5s, like little notes to every receiver, and the amount of 3rd and long or that 1st and 20, I wanted to put a bullet in my television.
That was wild.
How do you allow a back shoulder fade for 23 yards on 1st and 20? It's DK Metcalf. They don't have anybody else. I didn't even know Scotty Miller was still in the league. I thought he was still at the Bucks when Brady played. Thought Scotty Miller was working at a gas station.
I honestly thought they released him when they signed Adam Thielen, so I didn't know he was still on the roster either.
Right. There are their weapons. Guy who no one knew existed post-2020. Adam Thielen, who was born 1956. DK Metcalf. Like,
you just let Adam Thielen post up in the middle of the field in that zone all day.
As if he was going to run by anybody. Go ahead. Quickly.
Dan and Brad are officially on the hot seat in my mind. If next year is more of this, I will be calling for a new regime.
Listen, that's different. I don't expect next year to be this. If it is, we're going to have totally different conversations that people are emotionally not ready for. 97.1. Yikes. Yeah, Aiden, I'm sorry. There is no meeting of the oracles. Those were both legit calls. Like, what are we doing here? See, a leader just owns it. Like Amon-Ra did. That's why Amon-Ra's a stud. We didn't make enough plays. They got calls, we got calls. We didn't make enough plays. End. That's how a man handles it. That's how leaders handle it. You know what I would have loved to have heard from Aiden? I don't give an F about the refs. We gave up 250 yards on the ground. The refs weren't a part of that. We got to be better. I got to be better. Own it. End. That's what I would like. But it's just more of the entitlement and more of the delusion that has crept into this thing. Good grief. Give up 500 yards on defense, and I got to listen to him get up there like he's a character on SVU lecturing a jury. Or we could keep it simple. We stunk. We let backup offensive linemen gut us. Yeah, those two explosives, those were behind backup linemen. Oh, take the explosives away? We're going to do the Baghdad Bob routine? Everything's fine, right? Nothing to see here? Iraqi information minister? Okay, they still average 5.6 a carry. Don't get up there in a leather jacket and gaslight me. You know, the intervention what are you talking about? I mean, David, please hit me with a chair if you think I'm out of line or like, tell me I'm wrong. I'm begging you to.
Leadership they have to speak the language. Well, they usually speak the language of those that are in power, right? And Brad Holmes has been one to use receipts and things like that. And I think Aiden is speaking that same language, not taking accountability. And I don't want to hear from these fans either that want to call up or text about the refs. Because, you know, the same OPI call that was on St. Brown at the end of the game was the same exact call that DK Metcalf got in the first half. The exact call. Push off.
Here's the other thing, too. May I offer one more thing? For all the people who enjoy the PFF porno points. Now, I don't like PFF, but a bunch of you love it. You love it more than breasts, okay? Aiden was not a top 5 defensive player, according to PFF yesterday. Can't have it both ways. You want to sit here and offer PFF's fake garbage about these mystical pressures or how he looked a quarterback in the eyes more than anybody else? That's fine. He wasn't one of your 5 best players yesterday on defense. So you know what I don't want to hear about? The refs. But he had 2 sacks. Yes, because he's a backup tackle lord. If he faces backups, this is what he does.
See, and don't get me started on Aiden, because Aiden, they have to fix a lot of things with him. He basically lines up at the cornerback position, super wide, and then comes out like, we got to change that, man.
I don't mind it because it stresses the tackle and it actually opens up the ability for you to get inside of said tackle on a counter, or that tackle's going to lean a little bit inside thinking you're going to rush to his inside shoulder and you dust him. I get why he's doing it, but there needs to be a different approach. He does not have a repertoire right now outside of a bull rush and his spin move.
That's all it is. And that's the problem that I have with it is you see it and you know, oh, I know what he's doing here. That's whatever. I'll stop.
No. You're okay.
I'm getting nerdy. I'm sorry.
No, but I think Aiden Hutchinson's a good football player. I'm happy he's here. And I'm not offended by his contract. You get good young edge rushers, you have to pay them. But the problem has been since day one in this town, people have anointed him baby Jesus. And then they want to swaddle this baby. Like, you have people who have nativity scenes and it's Aiden laying in a cradle. No, he's not that. He's good, but he ain't that. This child is a blessing to the both of us. He needs help. And he needs help with his public speaking, because that was ridiculous. All right, sorry. Lost my temper there for a second. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good?
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me on. Merry Christmas, by the way.
Same to you, Joe.
I'm just calling to say I have a couple of points I want to make. I'm already moved on to the off season, and I think the first thing we need to do is lose out, get a better draft pick, get an easier schedule. Then we need to trade David Montgomery because I'm not paying him and I'm not paying Gibbs. And I kind of disagree with you about Gibbs. I think Gibbs is still very important to the offense, but let's worry about that later. But this offseason needs to be focused on rebuilding our identity in the trenches. This is a huge offseason for this organization. The Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell honeymoon is over. And if they don't make the playoffs next year, I think we need to have a conversation about, are they the right guys to get this team to a Super Bowl?
No, and I agree with you. You know, if you continue to do the same thing and expect a different result, not going to happen. Now, they ran it back because they thought we have a Super Bowl roster, the injuries robbed us, and we'll move forward. But the problem is it was never going to be that simple. In the same offseason that they lost both coordinators. And let's face it, you know, your draft from last year has not helped you. Terrion Arnold hasn't helped you. Rakestraw hasn't helped you. You know, what is it? Bob Wingo is the best guy you drafted?
Yeah.
Like, it's problematic. Then you get to this year's draft. Tyleik Williams was horrific yesterday. Horrific. Then you get into... Go ahead.
Sorry about that. What would you think of bringing in Brian Dable as the OC?
You know, look, Joe, I'm not going to laugh at any suggestion, but I'm also not going to act like I know what Dan Campbell does and doesn't want. Do I think they need an offensive coordinator? Absolutely. Do I think it needs to be outside the family? Absolutely. And I want Dan Campbell to do what he does best, be the CEO of this team, be the heartbeat of this team. Because I think a part of this, with him getting so ingrained in the offense and calling the offense, there's been slippage here. And this team just doesn't play with the same focus, doesn't play with the same toughness. If you think that's a false, I don't know, like if you think it's a crap opinion, you can tell me. But I'm just, guys, I feel like I've been on this now for 6 weeks about this team and delusion and the messaging, and it's in the play. You know, look, Ali McNeil, I could at least say, all right, well, he's off a blown ACL. But he ain't been no good. Tyleik Williams hasn't been any good. Your best defensive tackle's been Roy Lopez. And that's not a compliment. Oh, by the way, Marcus Davenport finished the game yesterday injured. You can't make it up. Think about this. They entrusted the opposite side. How about this? 3 guys on this defensive line was Onwuzurike, dead, Pascal out for the year, and Davenport has missed 90% of the season. And they ran it back with all 3. And had the audacity to kind of rub fans' faces in it like they're potty training puppies. Bad, boo-boo. Bad. Like, really? Hey, we need an edge rusher. And the Lions all turned into Lomas. Why? 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 I don't. Oh, wait. We re-signed Marcus Davenport?
See, and that's why I don't want to hear from fans about the injuries. Oh, we're dealing with a lot of injuries. That is on your GM. Not the injuries per se, but the fact that you wanted to go back in and run it back with all these guys that had already had a history of injury.
Well, you also entered this season in a bit of a dicey spot because, okay, you drafted Ratledge, which I loved. And I think Ratledge has a shot to be a good football player. But you were still entering this season with a rookie replacing a Pro Bowler and with your worst lineman being your left guard in Glasgow. Or it was going to be Mahogany, who, by the way, came back yesterday and was awful. So there were flaws in this. Yes, Ragnow retiring hurt, albeit when he retired, I got yelled at because, well, he wasn't that good last year anyway. Okay.
Yeah, but by the way, though, Glasgow didn't look good at guard last year.
Correct.
Played center a couple times because of Ragnow's injury and didn't like playing center. And they said, no, we're going to put you there, and didn't get a backup behind Glasgow.
David, at a minimum, they're going to need a new center next year.
Yes.
And I think they're going to need a left tackle. I'm where I was with Ragnow 2 years ago is where I am with Taylor Decker. When players have to start going home in the offseason and talking to their family, deciding whether they want to go through the offseason, which features surgery season, I'm not convinced. But even if he comes back, I would think it would be 1 year only, which means, okay, is Manu the future there or not? They have a lot of work to do. Because if you're not going to protect Jared Goff at an elite level, then you're going nowhere. That is the deal you make with him. All right, you're cooking a lot. It's holidays. Let Hungry Howie simplify things this holiday week. Order a pizza one night. And with the mix and match, you can order 17 of them, so everybody gets what they want. That way, no one's Kevin McAllister in the opening scene of Home Alone and Who Ate My Cheese Pizza. You can cater to everybody, $7.49 each, whether it is the pizzas, the salads, baked subs, you name it, they got it. And $7.49 each with that mix and match deal, everybody gets taken care of. So order online today at hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. Straight to the people. You know what's the conversation. It's the Lions in a lot of different ways. But we go to Cora, who's up next, 97.1. Cora, how you doing?
Merry Christmas, Mike.
Same to you.
Sad. Yeah, I'm real sad. I took my daughter to her first game yesterday.
Oh, no.
And it was, yes, oh, no, was right.
No.
It was just,
Oh,
I know.
dear.
We even colored our hair blue. We were all excited, and it was just, told her about 3 minutes in after I saw him almost Goff throw interception in the end zone. I was like, honey, do you want to stay? She's like, are we going to win? I'm like, probably not. She's
Yeah,
like,
well,
let's go.
you're explaining. Well, at least she's getting the lesson early about sports is basically pain. That's what sports is.
It is pain. And the sad part is that, like my husband told me, we were talking today, the Steelers offense has been inept most of the season.
Yes.
So it's just kind of like, what are we doing here? Why?
Is David just played the drop? She wants that.
Exactly.
There you go, Cora.
It is. It's just I'm frustrated with like you are with Brad Holmes. But my husband did make a point. Who were we going to get? Who were we going to get at the trade deadline? That was the big question.
Sure.
I was kind of wondering, who would we have gotten? Is my question to you, Mike. Like, who could we have gotten right now?
Yeah, and
at that trade deadline.
My answer is always this. Remember, while we can say certain names that through media reporting are out there, you have to ask yourself, why are those names out there? It's the names that aren't out there that are the ones that matter. Now, if I have to answer this directly with what we have available, because remember, Cora, it's not like me, you, your husband, Rico, David, Kenny, we're all hanging out. We get to canvass the league for trade candidates. My point is, the guy they could have gotten and should have gotten was Jalen Phillips, who the Eagles got, and who really performed really well against you. So that would be one name. But the other thing is, it's about the offseason. It's about the draft. It's about the deadline. It's comprehensive. It's never about one thing.
My only thing is like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing about, like, I know you're upset with Jared Goff, but I will tell you right now, he's been more consistent than our defense.
Yes.
He's been more consistent than our O-line. He's been more consistent. We need that O-line to do its job and defend him because we picked him. We knew he wasn't going to be a running quarterback. We already knew these things, yet you're here be complaining and whining like little brats.
Yes.
Oh, well, he's not running. He's not running. Well, you said Aaron Rodgers isn't a running quarterback either.
No. Look,
doing?
I think,
Like,
Cora, I'll explain it this way. And I you're onto it, but here's how this works with quarterbacks too, Cora. It's like the goalie. You get too much credit when it's good and too much blame when it's bad. I think the Jared Goff frustration for some, not all, he's the one who said he went at the fans last week. That was a terrible move by him. And I'm not going to do what other people are doing, creating this alternate reality. Oh, that's not what he meant. Listen to the audio. It's exactly what he meant. And guess what? Don't put yourself in a position to ever have your words interpreted about the fans. There's a pro tip. That one's for free. As far as his play goes, look, I'm not going to ask him to be someone he's not. You make this covenant with Jared Goff that if you're going to be my quarterback and we're going to walk down the aisle and live happily ever after, I have to offer you elite protection and a running game. If I'm not going to do that, then I'm not a good faith partner. Well, for this year, the Lions are a bad faith partner. He got pressured on 39% of his dropbacks this week. And hey, by the way, you should thank your lucky stars. I know I'm not allowed to bring up injuries for other teams, but since Lion fans like the injury thing, here, we'll do this. No TJ Watt, no Nick Herbig. You should thank your lucky stars. So, yes, I'm not mad at Jared Goff. I didn't think he played particularly well yesterday. I think a lot of those numbers were empty calories in the fourth quarter. And this is where I don't have respect for PFF. One turnover-worthy play. Boulder Dash. He put half a dozen balls in harm's way. Boulder Dash. Who's doing the grading? Snoopy? Like, I'm sorry, but like when you try to flail a ball away and it comes within 6 inches of a defender intercepting it. That's turnover-worthy play. I'm sorry, so what? What was that? David, what's that D tackle for you? Y.A. Tittle or whatever the hell his name is. Ball basically bounces off his face. Is that the only turnover-worthy play?
Y.A. Black.
Whatever.
And that is his name. Yes, people. Y.A. Black.
Oh, I see what you did there. That's good. That's good. I like that. Why? A Black. Let's try that once. A Black. David, send that over to Heinz Field. That could be some great audio anytime he makes a play.
If he ever makes one.
Oh, stop it. Come on. The guy's a rotational player. Cut him a break. That'd be like us making fun of Roy Lopez. Come on.
You're right. That's fair.
248-539-9797. We are going to get to more of your calls. It's going to be you guys all day. I'm just trying to make sure when audience comes in, they have an idea what we're doing. Okay? We'll get to you guys momentarily. Appreciate everybody calling in and having some patience. I know it's a pain in the ass. Unless you're driving around a mall parking lot right now where you probably need the entertainment. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Pittsburgh Steelers receiver DK Metcalf took a swipe at a fan during the game yesterday at Ford Field. What led up to that is being debated now. There have been rumors that the fan used racial slurs toward him, which his attorney put out a statement today denying that. ESPN reporting that Metcalf has called security on the fan in the past when he played for Seattle. This was posted earlier. Quote, 5 women contacted by the Athletics say they had strange or uncomfortable exchanges with former Michigan football coach Jerome Moore on Instagram as recently as last month and dating as far back as 2020, end quote. Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg told the media today they've addressed several of their biggest needs in the offseason, but they're still pursuing ways to make the team better in 2026.
Bo Bichette.
He was asked if Tarek Skubal attending all the Detroit sports events meant anything in terms of his future with the Tigers. The new AP College basketball poll saw Michigan remain at number 2, MSU at number 9, and the Pistons begin their 5-game road swing tonight in Portland. They'll likely be without Ron Holland, who's now been downgraded to doubtful. Hear it right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to get to the phones in a second. I want to just get to a Can We Say That? Because we always do this on Monday. And then we'll have some NFL in here as well. So let's rapid fire it, shall we? Stoney, please. Yes, David.
Can we say that after the loss on Saturday, the Packers are no longer a threat in the NFC?
Well, the minute Micah Parsons died, their Super Bowl dreams died with him. Now, I still think that, look, they're a solid defense to very good, but the greatness stuff, that's gone without a weapon like him. And offensively, look, at what point here, Malik Willis is okay. He's done really well. They didn't lose that game because of Malik Willis. So I'll say Super Bowl-wise, yes. Do I still think they can win a playoff game? Yes.
So without Quinshon Judkins.
That was gross. That injury was so nasty.
It was. But the Browns were still able to rush for 160 yards in that game yesterday. Coming into Week 16, Buffalo was giving up the third most rushing yards per game, 143.1 and 5.4 yards per carry.
Yeah.
So can we say that the Bills' run defense is going to be their downfall in the playoffs?
Yes. They built something to beat Kansas City, and unfortunately, Kansas City won't be in the playoffs this year. And it's a real issue. They allowed the Browns to have the football for almost 40 minutes. That just can't happen.
Can we say that the Lions Super Bowl window has officially closed?
Yeah, but there'd have to be caveats. It can be reopened and quickly. But if you're asking me as currently constituted, could you run this thing back and be a Super Bowl team next year? My answer is no. I think the defensive line needs a complete overhaul, just like the O-line. And if you're overhauling your line play, well, you're not a Super Bowl team. So I'll say yes, but that's not some death sentence. You can flip it quick, but they have an awful lot of work to do.
Can we say that in Tampa Bay?
Oh, God, yeah. Todd Bowles has to be fired. Let me give you Let me give you a Todd Bowles, like they'll put this lowlight on his headstone. I'm watching that game. End of the first half. There's 12 seconds to go. Panthers are on like the 23-yard line. It's a third down. So basically, we're covering the end zone. They're going to settle for a field goal. We're all good. This is Bowles' defense, and he allows man coverage with no safety help on T-Mac, Teteroa McMillan. So you know what Bryce Young does? He identifies it. He throws a moon ball, and McMillan catches a back-breaking touchdown before the half. Todd Bowles is a crime against football. Must go. Cannot be back. You let Dave Canales walk out the door and Liam Cohen walk out the door to keep that guy. Goodbye.
And by the way, on the other side of the ball, Mayfield has been held to fewer than 200 passing yards in 5 of his last 6 starts.
Listen, I love the guy, and I still believe in a highly insulated situation, you win a Super Bowl with him. They're not insulated. Now, yesterday was the first week they had everybody back. They didn't play well. I thought Baker did more damage with his legs than his arm. He had one nice seam route to Ibuka. He had a beautiful ball to Evans, and he had 2 major scrambles with his feet because Carolina got caught in man cover, and 23-yarder and I think a 28-yarder. But outside of that, very empty. And they had opportunities to win that game, and he didn't do it.
So one college issue, I guess you can call it a college issue here. Did you see anything on Johnny Manziel this weekend?
Yeah, he flaked out on, what was it, game day?
Yeah, and his duties with Bleacher Report during the game because he was hanging out and partying in Miami at the Joshua and Jake Paul fight on Friday. So can we say that Johnny Manziel still hasn't grown up?
Yeah, no, he's an idiot. I mean, same thing when he attached himself to Vanderbilt the week that they played A&M.
Right.
I don't know, man. It's sad because I'm in the interesting business, and his playing career, he was interesting. But, I mean, he's just not my kind of guy. And we'll leave it there. I don't know why anybody bothers with him anymore. I would disassociate from that guy in a heartbeat.
Can we say that Mike Tomlin is one of the greatest coaches of all time? No losing seasons in his entire career.
No, absolutely not. The guy's got 1 Super Bowl 15 years ago. You went a decade without winning a playoff game? Stop it. Congratulations, you've been better than mediocre in 90% of your seasons, but you haven't been great. Come on, cut it out. No.
But they make the playoffs every year.
I hate you.
Can we say, as a report today, that Adam Schefter saying that no decision has been made in Miami on Mike McDaniel, can we say that the Dolphins are one of the most poorly ran franchises in the NFL currently?
Yes, from ewnership on down. Stephen Ross to now fired Chris Greer to I don't know what Mike McDaniels was doing with Quinn Ewers because, wow, first half, Ewers was okay. And you know what happened? They got some tape, came out of halftime, and they went, okay, hope you had your fun, kid. And they destroyed Ewers in the second half. Destruction.
Can we say that the Eagles are back?
No. What you do against the Raiders and the Commanders with Josh Johnson at quarterback? No. Show me against somebody with a pulse. Congratulations. You went to the park and you beat up a homeless man in a wheelchair with a 2x4. Like, give me a break. No, you're not back.
So outside of the issues when it comes to concussions and things like that with Jackson Dart, can we say that the quarterback play puts in question his position at quarterback for the Giants?
Explain that to me.
He was 7 of 13 for 33 yards yesterday and an interception. The offense did not look the greatest.
Well, it's tough to look great throwing the ball when your head coach calls 15 runs to 1 pass. David, the Giants didn't complete a pass until 1 minute left in the first half.
You're right.
I think 13 of the first 14 snaps were runs. It was a bizarro world game plan on, yes, an admittedly windy day. I didn't understand it. My dad didn't understand, but I'm happy because they lost. And you know what I want them to do next week? A bold strategy against the Raiders. I want them to tell Jackson Dart we're running victory formation every play. Take a knee until the Raiders score. We must preserve the number 1 pick at all costs.
This is all about draft position. I like it. Kneel down every
Can I ask
play.
you a question?
Sure can.
Can we say that the truth probably lies in the middle between DK Metcalf and the blue-haired fan at Ford Field? The fan says he called him by his legal name and he didn't like it and got punched.
Correct.
Chad Johnson, who's a confidant of DK Metcalf,
Correct.
is reporting the fan called his mom a see you next week.
Yep.
You can understand what that means.
Yep.
And hurled the ever-popular racial slur. So which is it? I don't know. But the truth usually resides in the middle. Can we say that?
Yeah, because apparently, I guess there's a history with the guy in Seattle. I don't know. Yeah, it lies somewhere in the middle.
Here's an idea. If you're going to go to a game, don't talk to players.
Correct.
You want to boo? Boo. You want to cheer? Cheer. When you get in the business of summoning a player over your way, I'm not telling you DK should hit him. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to feel bad for you.
He also shouldn't, on DK's side, that's what security is for.
Correct.
You cannot go over there, get security, get their alert, and then you take care of that.
DK, you're making $150 million, brother. Point to security. Tell them somebody called Mama Metcalf, an unsavory. They called her a bunt, except the first letter's different. And that guy's going to be gone and never allowed to be in the game again. And you move on. Instead, you went over and pretended it was SummerSlam. You think he gets suspended?
I do.
Okay.
I do. You just can't have that kind of interaction. I don't care what the other guy is saying. You just can't have that.
I agree. I'm just saying, interesting how both of those stories couldn't be more different.
Can we say that the Jags are the team to beat in the AFC?
No, I can't live in that world.
So you're not saying they're not the team to beat. You just can't live in that world.
I just
they're
can't.
The team to beat.
Listen, if I asked you right now, you could have the divisional champs or the wild cards in the AFC. I'd take the wild cards. I'd rather have the Bills and Texans than the Broncos, Jags, et cetera. Steelers. I can't do this. Again, the Jags yesterday, +2 in the turnover margin. How the hell did they go to Denver and beat the brakes off the Broncos?
I have no clue.
It is bizarro to me.
Then I'll finish it out with this one because they're back in this thing, I guess.
What?
Can you say that the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl mix in the AFC?
A big win. That was a
huge win.
Down 24-13, and Drake May leads you back. And yeah, Lamar got hurt, but I got news for you. Huntley was better than Lamar last night. Lamar's no good. Sorry to burst people's fantasies. Down 24-13 on the road, under 10 minutes to go, and you start one of your drives at your own 11. And Drake May made several incredible throws while being hit. He put that touchdown to Williams in a bucket. That throw and the throw by Caleb on Saturday night, 2 best throws of the week. Yeah, man, you're going to go to Baltimore against a more desperate team. And by the way, injuries. Go look at the Patriots injury list. Winners win.
That is true. That is, can we say that?
Straight to the phones. Kyle is up next. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, what's going on? Hey, I have a question I want to ask you at the very end. A couple grievances I want to air now.
Okay.
And a quick little thing. And anyways, I won't take up much of your time.
You're fine. Relax. Go ahead.
Don't you hate when callers want to make small talk before they even get to their point? Or worse yet, when they say, hey, I called like 5 months ago and you don't remember me. And
no, the one is when they offer a random take they said 7 months ago, and it's like, respectfully, how would I even chart that? Like, come on.
Exactly. Anyways, I called you back in July.
Yes.
Right before you left for Saratoga.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes.
And I accused you of jinxing the Tigers, and I just wanted to say I was wrong about that. It was not your fault.
Thank
it
you.
was 100% these GMs, man. Scott Harris, for one. It was all his fault, not your fault, so just wanted to clear that
Thank
up.
you.
But yeah, man, and I just wanted to say, can we say that Brad Holmes was always planning for next year, just based on the way this offseason went, the schedule that came out. We lost Ragnow. We, let another guy walk. And it just always felt like he was just saying, you know what, we're just going to play for next year.
Here's why I would say no. When you look at, A, the money they spent, and B, the contracts that are coming due, it doesn't line up. Because if you're playing for next year, it means you have this sure thing product. I mean, Kyle, I'd say right now, between the offensive and defensive line, you might be looking at as many as 6 or 7 new starters. They need to completely rebuild that D-line. And the offensive line, I can't tell you you're guaranteed that Decker's coming back. Glasgow's good as gone. I'm going to say no to that.
Yeah, well, it just to me, it felt that way. And then Vegas kind of backed this up for me, too. I have a screenshot from September 10th when it said, the Lions elimination stage, and they were favored at minus 130 to miss the playoffs. I remember.
Yes.
And I actually still have that screenshot.
It was juiced to the under 10.5 as well.
Yeah.
So, yes. No, that was an early indicator. And look, I had him at 11. It's not like I had sky-high expectations. I thought there would be major regression. But it is surprising that they look like they're going to end up 9-8. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, that's why I'm not too upset about this season. Having been a lifelong Lions fan, I've been through the worst of it. And I just say, hey, we'll play for next year. We'll take that 4th place schedule right now. And we'll see
Remember,
how it goes
though,
next
I
year,
will
man.
say this.
Yeah.
The 4th place schedule does not always pan out the way you think. I mean, if you said, hey, I got the Jags on the schedule this year, that'll be a treat. Is it? Hey, I got the Bears on the schedule. That's a treat. Is it? Now, the Giants on the schedule, well, that's a blessing to the both of us. My God, we're trash. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, is it me?
It is. You are live, David.
All right, perfect. Sorry, been on for a while on hold. So
You're
listen,
good.
I think that I go back to the 2023 team, okay? And I think about that team, and I think about how much I loved watching them. And they were everything that we loved about sports in this town. They were gritty and they fought. And, Campbell, when they lost games, he would go to the podium and he would take accountability, right? He'd say, listen, that one's on me. That one's on their coach. And I haven't heard him say that all year. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But I don't remember him saying that once this year. He keeps saying things, not enough plays. We couldn't get it going. We just saw the best team in the NFC, right?
Yep.
He said last week against the Rams. And, it makes me wonder, you said about Goff, you said you can't ask Goff to do things like move around and not protect him. You're not being a good faith partner. You said that about Goff. I'm wondering, does that apply to Campbell? He has these 4th down calls. He has these man-to-man calls,
100%.
right? And is he sending a message to Brad? Like, listen, this is how I coach. This is who I am. And, is it possible he doesn't love this team?
That message
as much as he did 2 years ago.
That
you know
message gets sent in his office. You don't use the games as a part of a Mean Girls, a script.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, is he basically, this is how I coach, right?
Yeah, but you know what, Dave? Here's the thing.
And the team around me isn't good enough. Does he agree with you and your off-season tape?
No. I mean, listen, Dave, so there's a lot to unpack. I know you didn't intend it this way, but that's a really loaded statement. So, there's a couple of things.
I didn't mean it that way.
No, you're okay. It just takes a second. So, an example is this. I don't care what you want to do. Your job as a coach is to do what you need to do. So it is immaterial whether he agrees with Holmes or not. He's done a horrendous job in season from a decision-making standpoint. Full stop.
Yeah, and now, I hate to say it. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, man-to-man with Anzalone on the edge with 8 seconds left in the half, you give up a touchdown. You play a team that doesn't need the game and find a way to lose a game that you need. The Steelers didn't even need the game. I mean, he's not had a great season. I'm not excusing him. I'm just wondering if there's some, if the honeymoon period's over.
Well, right? I also think he's doing a job he didn't intend on doing. Like, look, Dan Campbell made a bad call hiring John Morton. There's no other way to say it. Don't sell me this crap where John Morton somehow bizarrely is still here, has not been fired, and talks to the media and goes, it's okay. I'm still doing all the stuff I did last year, except calling the plays. Dan Campbell is now taking bandwidth and calling plays. And I'm sorry. That is a skill that is learned. I was fine with him trying it because we didn't have another option. But reality is he doesn't have 15 years of calling plays. He hasn't been an offensive coordinator. So when you get in the trenches, there's going to be slippage. There's going to be things, there's going to be mistakes because you're just not used to it. Now, again, he's not curing pancreatic cancer. You're calling plays. But if your attention is dedicated to the left, then there's going to be slippage on the right. Now, maybe he's better next year. For me, hire an offensive coordinator. Get back to being the CEO. Now, to answer your last part about you haven't heard him say, hey, it's not good enough. We got to be better. He's done it about his fourth down calls. I like the decision. I hated the play call. That's on me. But as far as the messaging from the top, no, I felt like it's lacking. He hasn't put belt to ass on this team, not publicly. Doesn't mean he's not doing it privately, but we're talking about the forward-facing message, and we're matching it up with the product. No, I think it's been a little bit of a soft approach, to be honest. Well, just we're super close, guys. No, that's the best in the NFC. You cited it, Dave. I don't need that. So, no, look, I don't think when your team's going to miss the playoffs with the talent level of this team, you don't get to say anybody had a good year. And, of course, it begins and ends with Brad because Brad shops for the groceries. Let's go over to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing?
Hey, Mike, thank you for just taking the time for not only myself, but everybody else that's called and that's listening and viewing. So thank you.
Oh,
Merry
please.
Christmas to everybody out there, first of all.
Very nice of you. Thanks, Aaron. What do you got, bud?
Hey, if you could just give me a moment. This is a line from one of my favorite movies of all time, Remember the Titans. And this is to Aiden and the coaching brass. Attitude is a reflection of leadership, Captain. And you know what? The leadership comes from top down, from the ownership to the GM and to the head coach. And you know what? It's appreciated what this team has done and what it's done for this town and the city. But you know what? It's about what has been done lately in any professional sport. I know you know that. I know you understand that. I know all sport fans understand that. And my statement is a direct connection and correlation to how Aiden handled the press conference compared to Amon-Ra St. Brown. In my mind, I truly believe that what Aiden did was what he did in regards to responding the way he responded because of, I think he was just feeling himself with his 2 sacks that he had yesterday. Remember the game when Muhammad had his 3 sacks in a win that the Lions had earlier? I didn't hear anything from Aiden because, that was a situation where he could have produced, and in this situation with this game, Amon-Ra, as you said, Mike, he is a professional. And if anyone in this town wants to let a potential Hall of Fame wide receiver be traded and not hold the quarterback golf that is being paid $50 million to take a sack in the end zone when he knew he was in the situation he was in on the field and didn't throw the ball away, that allows the field goal to be tied if he just throws that ball away and potentially the points are there the way they are. So, again, to Aiden and the coaching brass, attitude is a reflection of leadership, and that's what I have.
Yeah, and Aaron, I don't think you're wrong. And look, people are going to take this as, they'll take it way too far, but there is an element of Aiden that's a little bit me, and I don't like it. Here, you want an example? Why do you show up to the Michigan game against OSU and you're not in Michigan gear, but you're in your stupid brand, Hutch? What are you selling, 7 hats? I mean, we may as well have, here, Kenny, start a clothing line and call it Cut. See how many you sell. That's a me move, a look at me move. It's the same thing when, like, you kind of blast a teammate away so he can do his celebration. Like, there's an element of it. If you don't like it, I don't know what to say. It's my perception. If you don't share it, it's no big deal. We don't need to make it an international incident. But when you get up in the postgame like that, and we can run the audio back at 5, cut it out. Amon-Ra is displaying what leadership is. They made plays, we made plays. They got calls, we got calls. We need to make more plays. End. Can you imagine being a member of that defense and trying to blame the refs when you gave up 500 yards to that broke bleep team? 250 on the ground, take away the 2 explosives, you still gave up 5.6 a carry on the ground. And I got to listen to you attempt to lecture? That's just a me. He strikes me as a me guy. And I'm not into it. I care about the production. But, if the callers are going to ask, what do you want me to say? Not answer? No, answer it. And please, I'm just making an example of something. Like, you showed up at that Michigan game for a TV appearance head to toe in your off-brand gear. Couldn't put on a Michigan hat? Just had to be about you, right? That, to me, that's a me move. Go ahead, David. Tell me. You're the Wolverine. Am I bad? Oh, he's being a bad guy again.
No, you're not. You're not wrong.
You know what's not a me move? Get up in a post game and go, we were bleeping garbage today. It's unacceptable. It starts with me. I got to be better. We got to be better. We cannot give up 250 yards on the ground to that Cialis-ridden quarterback. That's leadership, minus the Cialis part. That's what a leader does. You don't get up there and go, well, there is an alternate perspective here on I've never seen the intervention of the ref. Dude, who are you talking to?
And see, what happens there is then the fans continue to speak the language of some of those players, and I'll give you what a fan is doing. I'll give you that next.
Okay, well, people, he saves teases like that for his wife. It really is the holiday season. He's sharing. Tremendous. 97.1. all-time Christmas song, yet I can't name another song by Donny Hathaway. And I made the mistake of looking up his career and finding out how he died. Good Lord. What a great Christmas song.
Wasn't good.
No, the song's phenomenal. I just want to know where he bought the hat from that album cover. Like, where do you even acquire a hat that big?
He liked to wear those type of hats all the time, so he probably just had a guy.
David, it's like 7 times the size of how big a hat should be. You know what it looks like? The big hats that people wear at the NFL games. Insane. All right, couple ticket texts. We'll get to the people. Got a Can We Say That coming up. Obviously, Lions is the big to-do today. David, what are you said you were going to tell us what fans are doing?
Let me give you a couple texts, and then I'll give you what a fan apparently is doing out there. Text here says, believing you are good enough means you stop trying to get better. I have no faith that Holmes will admit they need to improve the roster. Someone else says, Brad Holmes got exposed by not making a move at the deadline and having 2 awful drafts in a row. He decided to top it off with an awful free agency this past offseason. Things have to change. I don't get why everyone is complaining. The Lions scored the last touchdown. They would have won. That is signed Kelvin S. in Detroit.
You see, they've said a lot of things that can be used against them this year. That's how you know the messaging is bad.
Can we say that Goff has never run faster in his life than after he got that lateral? And then one more here before I give you what the fan is doing. This team reminds me of the Bengals last year. No run game, bad offensive line, terrible defense, but still able to score points.
Yes.
But the margin of error is so small that they can't overcome missed opportunity.
That's actually a really interesting comp.
So here's what happens here. Fans make excuses. That's what fans do. We shouldn't want the players to do that. Hutch should not be doing that. But I'm being told that there's a billboard out there, one of those electronic billboards that rotates, that it said robbed in the Lions colors. And someone says Lions fans are dorks.
Yeah.
We play bad and need better players.
I'll tell you,
we're not robbed.
The organization isn't the only thing that needs a reset. Some, not all, some of you need to be knocked down a peg because you've become entitled, whiny excuse makers. Enough. And stop playing the victim. The league doesn't hate you. You're on more primetime games than anybody. You are, in essence, America's team. Like, cut it out. Those calls were appropriate. And by the way, your drive got extended on a shaky PI call. Don't hear you crying about that. It's football. Make more plays.
And
be better.
That's what happens when you hear Hutch say stuff like that. And then fans continue out there. Oh, see, he's right. He said it. You're right. We were robbed. The refs. No.
Well, it's the same.
You played poorly all day.
It's the same thing that happens with Hutch. You know, you can dig up some PFF outer space stat. People hang on to it. And it's like the minute you say, look, I need more. David, it is what it is, buddy. But the whole thing needs to recalibrate. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, it's the same thing.
We're going to put John on hold because there's an awful lot happening on that end. Let's go over to Mo, 97.1. What's up, Mo?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Mo.
Great show. And, Mike, you're 100% right on everything you're saying today. I mean, I look at Dan's not a good coach. He's not a good head coach. He really isn't. I mean, and I don't know, you look at points of that game. Number one, taking points off the board off the bat.
I hated it.
You know what I mean? Like you're playing the Pittsburgh AARP team, and you're worried about them scoring points against you. I mean, that's not
what
a
killed
good
me on that one is
this.
you've got a mash unit offensive line. You know the opponent
Correct.
you're facing is not that offensively inclined. They are league worst in time of possession. Why
Correct.
are you approaching this like you're facing, Tom Brady's Patriots? Take the points.
Defensive scheme, 11 seconds left in the half. They're 50 yards away, right, from scoring. So, hey, worst comes to worst, they get a field goal. Great. Let's have some safeties, preventive defense, zone it up,
so nobody comes into the end zone. Guy catches the ball, rolls around on the ground for 5 seconds, and somehow no one's in sight. That can help. What was that? What defensive scheme was that?
Well, there never should be in that situation. Gainwell is an elite receiving back, and Anzalone is above average covering, and he works his ass off. You can't ask him in that spot to be zeroed out there. Can't happen. It's no different than the Todd Bowles thing I brought up earlier. You can't be in that spot.
And then these couple points I want to make. We get the ball with 3 minutes left. Our running game has 15 yards. Let's have the first play call. Let's run Gibbs right through our center's back end. That's a great play call right off the bat. You're trying to get back in the game. You're trying to win the game, and that first play call amazes me. And then what are we doing with Montgomery? I thought we brought that guy in because. And he's proven that he can run 1, 2, 3 yards. He can grind that 1 yard. So with 27 seconds left, with one timeout, we can't make a yard.
No, look, Mo. Here's my issue. First of all, you're right. I mean, any game you give up 250 yards on the ground, it's kind of immaterial what you run for. But when you run for 15, you're going to lose that game. But the Montgomery thing, this is another Brad Holmes fever dream. They ran to the altar to re-sign this guy middle of last year and make him one of the 10 highest paid running backs in the league. Why? It was obvious to everybody else this was Jahmyr Gibbs' team sooner rather than later. And I like David Montgomery. I'd be thrilled to have him on my team. But this is what I mean. They keep doing this stuff, and you go, well, why did you have to do that? And again, I'm fearful of what the next wave is going to be. Are they going to make Laporta the highest paid tight end in football? Are they going to pay Jahmyr Gibbs like he's Walter Payton? Yeah, you can't do anything with Branch. But Mo, look where we're at right now. You know what they need to do probably this offseason? They probably need to trade Aleem McNeil and save about $25 million.
Oh, hey, and can you throw Reed on that bus too?
Hey,
my God, is he bad?
Terrible signing. But again, Mo, this is my problem, and I want the town to kind of ride along with us here, Mo. I didn't go crazy when they signed DJ Reed. I got made fun of by the rest of the station because they were all acting like we signed Deion Sanders. I'm going, at best, he's a marginal upgrade over Carlton Davis. At best. And he's been horrific. Yeah, Brad Holmes has a lot to answer for. And please, just to go back, I don't want you thinking I'm pounding the desk saying we must trade elite. I'm making a point to you that you have to redo Goff's deal. You drafted Tyreek. You can save $24 million for Aleem. Look, somebody will take him as a buy low. You're just going to get a lot less back. But now you're in a spot, while the cap isn't real, it requires real decisions. If I could save $24 million and save $24 million on Goff's deal, now I got $48-50 million that I can try to improve this team. But I swear to God, if they do those two moves and just sign their own people, next year, Montgomery, gone. Anzalone, gone. Glasgow, gone. Pascal, gone. Davenport, gone. You want me to keep going? Going to be a lot of changes. Okay, I knew I walked right into that. Thank you, Lomas. All right, David, are we about where we need to be? Okay.
Yeah.
FanDuel. End of year, 7 straight days of holiday rewards. Each one is in the app. Every day you'll have something new in there when you log in. It's 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Holiday football got a lot better because Lord knows the games are not helping. Signed, what is this, the Potato Bowl? Yikes. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in the holiday spirit. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. That Lomas drop kills me. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Lions released an estimated practice report today. Amon-Ra St. Brown listed as no practice with a knee injury. Dan Campbell said it's something that just popped up today and hopes it's just irritation from the game. Now, other players were limited, including Marcus Davenport and Graham Glasgow. The Lions fan that got swiped by Steelers receiver DK Metcalf yesterday denied the rumors that he's used racial slurs in the interaction in a statement through his attorney. The Chiefs will be moving to Kansas City, Kansas in 2031 in a new dome stadium set to cost $3 billion. Michigan AD Ward Manuel told the football team today he hopes to have a new coach in place by the bowl game. That relayed by interim coach Biff Poggi, who confirmed he's had multiple interviews. The Athletic posted an article today highlighting Sharon Moore's exchanges with women on social media, one where he offered to fly them in for a visit. Another began hours before the Purdue game this year and continued 20 minutes after his post-game presser. Pistons start their 5-game road trip against the Trailblazers tonight. Ron Holland is doubtful with left knee soreness. Here, the 10 p.m. tip here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you with us. Lions are obviously story 1, 2, 3, and 4 today. But, just based on what Jeremy just had in the update there, can I just say one thing on this Michigan thing? Because I won't be here the rest of the week. David, first of all, bold strategy by Biff, basically using his current employer as a porta potty, saying this is a malfunctioning organization. Everybody's crap. Everything needs to be torn to the sticks and reevaluated. Biff, you've been here for it. So that makes it a little awkward, doesn't it? 2, your offensive coordinator left this weekend. You're not getting Kalen DeBoer. You're not getting Kenny Dillingham. Here's just what it sounds like, feels like, seems like to me. Karma's a bitch. Okay, this is how you ended up here. This is almost like a self-inflicted college football death penalty. Because I don't know who Ward thinks he's getting. Now, maybe I'll end up surprised. Well, you don't want Brian Kelly near your program. That'd be an embarrassment. You can't bring Jesse Minter here. If you do, you just become even more of a clown show and expose yourself to even further scrutiny. And the same thing with Biff. How would you hire a guy who was on the very staff that it sure seems like everybody knew what the hell was going on. So now we're going to hire you? And since when did Biff Poggi become the arbiter of morality and justice? You're a hedge fund guy who bought his way into high school football. Then you started bringing players to Harbaugh. Then you bombed at Charlotte. I think you were 5-16 or 17. You didn't even make it 2 years. And by anyone who follows or covers college football, you know what Biff Poggi's problem was? Oh, he was well liked, but he didn't have any standards. It was a program that was short on accountability. No wonder the players liked him. So now what? You're going to hire Biff Poggi? To what is David, it's 2 minutes in a 4-hour show. When Jeremy played the audio, I laugh at that. Oh, okay, Biff. So it's such a bad place. That's your angle to become the head coach? You've been a part of the malfunctioning organization.
And that's the other side of it to me, because while you're right, he has been a part of it. He probably shouldn't be hired. On the other side, I think he should, because that gives you another year to do the process again. But the problem is there's no president. He still has interim on his tag. So he's not going to Ward to say, well, whoa. You're not hiring another guy. Just deal with this for a year. But the president has interim on there, so he's not going to do it.
I just wanted to throw it out there because I won't be around for if they do make a hire. I don't know. I mean, you had Michigan fans with a straight face saying, why don't we call Dan Campbell? You may want to lower the expectations a little bit. Maybe hire a coordinator.
He said the program needs an enema, basically.
Yeah.
You're part of it.
Hi. Yeah, listen, day one on my job, this place needs colon blow. Oh, that's bold strategy. One problem. Then we got to flush you, too. All right, back to the Lions. We go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good?
Hey, how you doing there?
Good, John. What's on your mind, buddy?
Yeah. Well, my thing is this. I got one predicament. My predicament, nobody got, but I don't think Jared Goff will win a Super Bowl with the Lions. I mean, you got to give up safeties. I mean, it takes anybody to take 2 steps out of the end zone to save a safety. You don't give up plays like that. And in this day and time, to me, he's not a mobile enough quarterback. And with these guys coming so fast and big now, you got to have a quarterback that can at least get you 5 or 6 yards. This guy just see guys coming and he duck down and take the sack. You can't do that. You don't have to be a great runner to be able to get out of that sometime.
Yeah, there's a difference between mobility and being a runner. But I'll say it again. You have to protect this guy. The offensive line play, he was pressured on 39% of snaps. You're not going to survive that.
All right. I just see that. I mean, this guy can't run for 10. I've seen him get 1 10-yard as a quarterback. I've seen him run for 1 10-yard play.
Look, here's what I'll say to you. If you don't like Jared Goff, then you have a tough decision coming your way. And John, I'm not saying you're talking about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but let me be clear about something. If you don't want Jared Goff, then you cannot redo his deal. And by redoing his deal, why is that important? Well, because he is going to carry a $70 million, cap number next year. I think it's like 68 or 69. The point is, if you alter that, then you can't get out of the deal after next year. Like the dead cap after next year, I think it falls to like $25 million. You could get out, and he has an opt-out after that. But you could get out. And I'm speaking from John's perspective. I'm not saying I'm ready to do that. But if you alter that deal, you won't be able to get out for 3 or 4 years. So you have to make your decision, and you have to be right. I'm just offering you the numbers behind it. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go to T, 97.1. T, what's good, brother?
What's going on, buddy?
Happy holidays, pal.
Hey, so listen, you kind of stole the thunder, but you know what?
What did I do?
Christmas.
What did I do?
No, you know what I wanted to do, but I'm cool because you did it.
Talk to me. What's the issue?
I told you last week was a farce, a dysfunctional cartoon character that went rogue. It's called the Detroit Lions. You know what I look at? I look at the Lions. They don't have to do anything for the next 5-10 years to forge a profit. You got all this grit and grizzle and barbecued lion gear everywhere. But at the end of the day, if Brad Holmes doesn't step up to the plate and say, you know what, I was a buffoon, I overestimated my cachet, and completely blow up this defense, don't bring anybody back. You killed Brian Branch, he'll never be the same. And Hutch just needs a hug, man. That's what Hutch needs. He just needs a hug. Because I'm going to tell you something. Aaron Rodgers, who I've always loved, they're always talking about how old. Oh, Aaron's so old, he can't do this and that. Man, he was playing chess while we were playing checkers. You're right, he was drawing plays up in the dirt.
Oh, you could see it, especially in the third and longs. They would get to the line with 25 seconds. He'd read a book back there, and he would go to every receiver, and he just gutted you.
Hey, I got one thing, though. If I hear another word about Anzalone,
oh, God,
he was wretched. And the fact it got so comical because, I'll let you go after this. I don't look at football as a fan anymore. You got people that call in here that are fans. I can't watch a game like that anymore. I watch it like a coach. And there's no way you don't make an adjustment the first time Gatewell got biased behind. They motioned and flipped the play and did it the other way. And then no spatial awareness. all I can say is for you Lions fans out there, go get a therapist, detox, and come back better mentally, Lions fans.
Well,
we're 26. This is about to get real ugly around here, man.
It could. Listen, you've watched football a hell of a long time like I have. You know it. The NFL's week to week, much less year to year. There's somebody every year you go from classy to assy and vice versa. Yep. That's how the league works. And if they're not careful, oh no, you're right, T. But I have to afford them the opportunity to do it. But yeah, look, I just pulled up Goff's contract. So 2 callers back. His dead money, if you decided, like I'm talking from John's perspective, $98 million. You ain't getting rid of him this year. But if you mess with the deal, you don't get out in 2027 when it goes down to where you could save $25 million while eating $29 million. Now, the year after, you save $47 million while eating $14 million. If you alter his deal to lower that hit this year from 70 down to something palatable so you can spend, make no mistake, he's your quarterback through 2028. So when people call in and they want to do this anti-Goff thing, I'm offering you what reality looks like. He's your quarterback next year, period. Now, beyond that, that depends what they do with his contract. So if you don't want him, those are the rules of engagement. And again, I would offer you this. If you don't want to mess with Goff's deal because you want, let me steal a phrase from the Tigers, optionality, then you got to trade Aleem McNeil for pennies on the dollar and save $25 million right there. Want to redo Sewell's deal? Cool. You want to redo Amon-Ra's deal? Cool. Want to save an extra $8 million? Demo, gone. Anzalone, gone. You can do a lot of things, but the biggest and most impactful thing might be the most dangerous. Go ahead, David.
Okay, say you do that. Here's the problem that I have.
Okay.
The last 2 drafts of Brad Holmes. They have not been the greatest. No. You do that, and while people say, oh, yeah, you're going to save the money here, that means you have to draft right. Not everything's going to be perfect, but you have to draft right because the money has to go, and then you have to use it the smart way. You can't go out there and spend big on free agents.
Well, here's the other problem. You also can't sit in a bathrobe in your hotel room like Kevin McAllister ordering ice cream sundaes and signing your own players.
That's very true.
Because you know where a lot of that money's going to go.
Well, you get yelled at the dad at the end of the movie.
Kevin, you spent $967. It's like, Brad, you spent $800 million on your own players. Like, yeah, you know what's going to happen. Like right now, would I pay Sam Laporta and make him the highest paid tight end in football? Nope. And I like Sam Laporta. Can't do it. Am I going to make Jahmyr Gibbs the highest paid running back in football? Nope. Is he helping you win right now? No. It's the line that dictates the success or failure of the running back, not the other way around. There's one running back per generation that can operate without a line. Even Barry had multiple Pro Bowlers. But if you want to sell me that Barry could run behind any damn line, you're right. But Emmitt Smith wasn't the straw that stirred the drink in Dallas. It was that O-line. I'm not doing this whole we don't pay running backs thing again, but I'm saying be very careful. There are bills coming due soon, and Brad Holmes got choices to make. It's why you needed to go all in last year and this year. But that's all right. We're the bad people here at 97.1. All right, lawyers bragging about verdicts. It's like a big trophy they put up on the wall, but the problem is you're not a piece of taxidermied art. You're a human being. David Femininio's different. Yes, he wins big, but it's not about bragging rights. It's about making a difference here where it keeps your family steady. It helps you move forward. It's your case, your life. And when you call David, you get David. 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Douglas, my goodness. David, a couple of ticket texts. Get right back to the callers.
Ticket text here says maybe Aiden should be replaced by the State Farm captain. At least he's trying. That is Chris.
No.
In Bloomfield.
You can't say someone's not trying. That's not. No. The point is, I don't need my highest paid defensive player deflecting blame and doing this faux intellectual lecture about officiating. Aiden, you allowed 500 yards. You allowed 250 on the ground. Even if I take the explosives away, it's 5.6 a carry. You know what I need from you? We aren't good enough right now, and it starts with me. We got to be better. The standard's the standard, and right now we're not playing up to it. End. Here, you want to know what we're talking about? 5 o'clock audience here. David, I don't mean to ambush you. Can you cue up the Aiden audio for me? This is Aiden postgame. Tell me if this is what you want to hear from your hero on defense. Unlike Amon-Ra, who just owned it. Take a listen to this. That's what we're doing. And by the way, we clipped the audio because the start of it was so ridiculous. Well, there's two perspectives. I'm like, what are we doing? There's no perspective. The Steelers are dead last in TOP. They had the ball for 36 minutes. The Steelers don't run the ball well. They ran for 250. There's no alternate perspective. We're not going to make this about the refs. Just own it and move on. That's leadership. That's the price tag of the contract. But again, he's allowed to speak that way because that's how the leaders are talking. Just like this year, you haven't heard Dan Campbell go ham on his team publicly. It's been a little too much slap and tickle. Now, behind closed doors, I'm sure it's a different message. But the team is emulating. Look at how Jared Goff's talking. Mad at the fans when they doubt him? Okay, well, you didn't do anything to fix that. Kelvin Shepard, the boss of Aiden Hutchinson. Hey, if you take away the big runs, we played great. And if Grandma had balls, she'd be Grandpa. Like, it's a consistent messaging here. Couple ticket texts. I'll go to the people, David.
Lions won 4 games in a row this year with John Morton calling plays. Dan Campbell calling plays. They haven't won 2 games in a row and now broke the record, losing 2 games in a row. So who's the better play caller?
No, Campbell is. The offense is much better with Campbell. And again, who'd you beat? The Bengals without Burrow? The Browns? Like, who did you beat I'm supposed to care about? Yeah, we beat the Bears. Great. Here's your problem. It was week 2. You haven't beaten anybody with a winning record. Like, when you played the team and they had a winning record, you haven't beaten anybody. You're going to hold up a Bears win from like September 10th? No. The change had to be made, and Dan Campbell primarily has done a good job with play calling. I don't like his 4th down decision-making process. That's a different discussion. Go ahead, David.
I hate everything this team has become. Entitled, arrogant, and just overall a soft football team. Hutchinson's comments set me off.
No, I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels that way. But once again, there's always going to be a portion of people in this town, it doesn't matter. Because of where I went to school, like what? If you think that, I'll tell you this right now. You think if the hatred in my heart for Michigan is that deep, that I don't want Aiden to succeed, you're on crack. I'd take Aiden as a giant in a heartbeat. Why? I'm desperate. I don't care. I don't care where you went to school. You're a pro now. It's just some people, man. Let's go to Jeremy 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy? And Jeremy. All right, good talk. We'll go to Greg 97.1. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good, Greg. What's up?
Quick comment on Campbell, and I want to play a little game with you. Campbell, I all year I've been calling you and telling you he needs to learn to take those field goals.
I'm with you.
He constantly coaches to his reputation instead of situation. A wise man once told me, A wise person changes their mind. A fool never does. He needs to. How many times does he touch a hot stove before he sees he gets burned?
Yep. And especially, Greg, like, think about it. This is the argument I would always get in with Costa. Analytics don't take into account injuries. It's a faulty methodology if you're going to use those numbers in the absence of how you're applying them. You are down.
No variables.
Yes, you're down multiple linemen. Who am I facing? I don't need 30. Take the points.
So real quick, Mike, humor me on this. I want to play a game with you real quick.
All right.
If you were to say the Lions are trash, pretender, or contender, what do you say?
Pretender.
All right. I'm going to read you a list of teams, and you tell me real quick. I'll rattle them off. Cowboys.
Pretender.
Raiders.
Trash.
Commanders.
Trash.
Saints.
Pretenders because they play hard and they're actually winning games against good teams. Pretenders.
Bengals without Burrow.
Oh, trash.
Giants.
Trash would be a compliment. Trash.
Steelers.
Pretenders.
Eagles this year.
I'm going to say pretenders, but some people that may bristle them.
Okay. I just read to you, besides the Packers, every team that the Bears have beaten. The Bears have played nobody. They're frauds. I'm telling you, there's nobody in the playoffs besides the Packers that they could beat.
No, Greg, they're last year's Vikings, and I'm okay saying that.
But, Greg, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
okay,
they're going to get fraud checked. No, I have a problem. I just wanted to shift away from the Lions. I'm so sick of hearing how great Chicago is.
Just say the Lions aren't good. You don't need to bash another team.
I'm not making myself feel better. I'm sick of all the Chicago talk, really. And real quick, to go back to a few callers ago to John, you know who else was a statue? Tom Brady was a statue.
Yes.
You know?
You got to protect them. I mean, Greg, you know how it works. And as far as Chicago thing, look, I'll meet you in the middle on this. They're a great story. No, they're not a great team. They're not ready
they won
yet.
6 teams when they 6 wins in a row with losing within 3 minutes of the fourth quarter.
What if we turn that around a little bit? Hold on, let's have some fun for a second. What about if we did that with your schedule?
I was just thinking the same.
Oh, absolutely. We should have lost a couple games we didn't win, and we should have won a couple we didn't.
My point is, you haven't beaten anyone. You haven't beaten anyone salty. But I hear you, Greg. I get it. We sit here in Detroit. You don't want to hear how great Chicago is. I totally understand. I do.
And I like Ben Johnson. I do wish him the best. I just think they're going to get fraud checked. And just winning 6 games like that is like winning 12 hands in a row at blackjack.
They will this year. But I'll tell you this, Greg, they are shaping up to be a distinct problem for you in the future. A distinct problem. And you better pray to God Minnesota doesn't figure the quarterback thing out, because the rest of that roster is plenty good. Green Bay's always going to be Green Bay. They're like a barnacle. You can't scrape them off the bottom of the boat. Green Bay's like a mortal lock to always win 10 games. David, what's your issue? You're rubbing your
because Greg, I'm not doing this to make myself feel better.
He's frustrated about hearing about Chicago. I respect it.
You know how you don't hear about Chicago? Your team is better.
Okay.
You have a better year, look good, make the playoffs, and you don't hear about Chicago. You can take care of them yourself in the playoffs if you were better. Like, I'm going through the schedule right now. The Lions have beaten no one. But yet, let's talk about the Bears schedule. Frauds or not. Come on. Merry Christmas.
All right, take it easy. And look, I'm with them. I think they're last year's Vikings. But there's an element of respect as they're doing it with a young QB. It's a first-year head coach. They're not a finished product. I'm going to give them credit that, hey, that's a big step that they're winning games. Do I think they're going to have great playoff success? Probably not. Can they beat someone? Yes. But no, as far as winning something of substance, they're not ready.
See, and I guess that's the problem that I have, because I'm already looking ahead to next year.
Oh, no, next year,
they're going to be there.
They're going to be a distinct problem. Yes. And by the way, again, this is case in point. They didn't have Odunze. They didn't have Luther Burden. They had injuries everywhere. The Packers are out there. Their secondary in tatters. They lose their starting quarterback. Josh Jacobs gets banged up. Watson gets banged up again. Like, Lion fan has to get out of the idea that injuries are just a you thing. And maybe we got to start calling into question Brad Holmes' idea of what depth looks like. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Can We Say That? We'll get more of your phone calls, as many as I can get to as well. 97.1, okay? Listen, FanDuel, this year, you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards headed into the holiday. So every day brings a new way to play. You can check in on a daily basis and see what bonuses are in the account for you. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on the holiday spirit with FanDuel. Play your game, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Rieger's coming up next. Now, real quick, Jeff, is it you or is it Lions Fiesta? What the hell's the schedule tonight?
We got 4 hours of one Jeffrey Michael Rieger. We have 1 hour of me by myself. Wojo's on vacation. Then we have the Lions review show, and then it's going to be 2 more hours of myself.
Now, you were there yesterday.
I was, yes.
Hardest working man in radio. I know you, so I know you've listened. But what's your overall here? How about this? Do what Wojo does. Tell me what I did wrong today.
No, you were good. You were good today. Here's what I would say. It's shocking how bad they were yesterday.
Yes.
And more than anything, like you could talk about the aging Aaron Rodgers doing his thing at the end of the half. You could talk about how the game ended. You could bitch and moan about officiating like Rex Ryan did. I believe his son works for the team. You can do all that stuff.
Shocking.
But there's one stat that blows me away. It's the rushing stat.
Yeah, 250 to 13.
230 to 15. Are you kidding me?
It's
like 8.5 yards per carry, Mike. And over the last 5 games, they're giving up about 480 a game.
You mean to a front 7 that's primarily healthy?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and Dan Campbell seems lost. He was asked, I watched his press conference while your show was going on, and he doesn't really know how to fix it. He got multiple questions on, well, how do you fix the fronts? And how do you change your identity? And you got 2 games left. And his answer was, well, you just do.
Yeah, look, you filed under anything's possible. You got a 6% chance of getting in. It means 94% you're not. But I'm at a point I don't even want them in. Because if they get in, they ain't gonna go nowhere.
You want that last place schedule next year, right?
Well, sure. I mean you want to say lose a couple of games at the end of the year for draft position. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I'm just at a point I'm done with them. I don't get enjoyment watching them. I'm tired of the nonsense. I'm tired of the product. I'm tired of their messaging. And you know what? Go away and look in the mirror in the offseason. And then we'll resume our discussing you later. I'm done. Like, where are they going?
Yeah, but it's sad because who they were always the tougher team. They were always the grittier team. They were always the physical team. Remember other teams, even when they lost, used to say, wow, those Lions really hit hard. That's all gone. Correct. It's all gone, and you're forced to use a center, undrafted free agent, Kingsley, can't pronounce his last name, from Florida. And, meanwhile, the Steelers are 4th string left tackle.
Yep.
2nd string right guard, and they rush 230 on you.
No, and that's the whole point. I mean, they were without Nick Herbig yesterday. They were without TJ Watt yesterday. Injuries are a currency. It's a part of the deal. I obviously, look, my bigger concern about the Lions' injuries are, can I say with a straight face, Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch are going to be the same players?
I don't think so. Now, what the hell's going on with Brian Branch? And why'd you wait so long to put him on IR? And what's really going on with it? I'm sorry. Yes, Kirby.
Well, the other one is Aleem. Look, Aleem is just not good right now. And you want to talk about something that's going to be uncomfortable? Okay. You want to free up $25 million next year? You trade him.
Yeah.
And you take pennies on the dollar back, and you take that money and you make your team better because you drafted Tyleek Williams, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I'm just telling you the conversations we'll have, barring them going on the most improbable Super Bowl run in history.
Like a Tigers type run.
There are going to be a lot of uncomfortable conversations. Like a lot of people will say, all right, just redo Goff's deal. Okay, well, you better be ready to have him for 4 more years. Because if you alter the deal, you won't have an out after 26 like you do now.
Yeah, but think of it this way. And I think it was David ask you, can you say the Lions Super Bowl window is closed?
Are you John Keating?
I am, yes. Every time you guys say it, that's how I think in my mind, okay? And you're like, yeah, for now it's probably closed, but you can reopen it. How are you in one offseason going to revamp the offensive and defensive line? And is Taylor Decker going to walk away like Frank Ragnow did? And is Frank coming back? Are you counting on that? If not, who's your center going to be? Exactly. And that's even before you get the Hutch and the D-line.
Here's how you can flip it. You flip it the same way the Bears did. You flip it the same way the Jags did. You could. This is the NFL. Look at what the Patriots did. Now, they spent a ton of money, completely reshaped their thing. The Lions are not going to be able to go out and spend $100 million on free agents. Not that I even would know that Brad Holmes knows how to do that.
No, probably not.
The point I'm making is you can make some moves. You can draft better. You can make a trade. You can make a signing. Look, Jeff, it's not going to be easy. But this is why I wanted them to go all in 2 years ago or last year.
Well, that's the thing, man. It's always about the future, the future, the future. If this is the
if
future,
you want to have ticket sales.
Right, well, exactly.
It's not if your pursuit is a championship.
Yeah, but if you would have won a Super Bowl or gotten to a Super Bowl, your ticket sales would have been fine for 5 years while you try to figure it out.
I can't look if I'm a bad person because I'm not selling hope on a 6% chance.
Well, how can
something
you?
Well,
who's selling hope? No, they're not making the playoffs. They might as well be dead right now. Sorry to be negative. They're not making the playoffs.
No, because when something has a 94% chance of not happening, you're not wrong for saying it. Like, I don't need to grasp onto hope because even if they made it, they would be executed immediately. You're giving up 500 yards a week. Even if I took the Jaylen Warren touchdown runs away, you gave up 5.6 yards a carry. What are we talking about?
Can I give you a stat, and you might already know, and it was shocking to me when it popped in my little head yesterday.
What's that?
Take away the Bears in week 2 because they weren't really the Bears. Is that fair?
No, because then you're doing the Kelvin Shepherd.
Okay, I apologize. With the Bears in week 2, you've beat one playoff team this year. You've beat one.
Correct.
Because Pittsburgh you didn't beat. The Ravens aren't going to be a playoff team. You beat one. You beat Cincinnati. You beat
that's
Cleveland.
why I laugh when people are complaining about the schedule. It's like if you don't beat any of the good teams you play, then it really doesn't matter that you played them.
That's
You're
the
not
other thing
good.
that drives me nuts. Everybody loves to tout because there was this stat out there, the record with Ben Johnson and the record without Ben Johnson. And I know people want to fight the fact that Ben is being gone is a bad thing. But if you, everybody always says it. Well, you got the best offense in football. It's fake. You got the best offense in football. You scored the most per game, but you did it against Cincinnati and Chicago and Washington. But the second you went against Kansas City, not a playoff team, or Philadelphia 9 points, or Green Bay twice, you disappeared.
The other problem with doing the whole, I've heard this on our station. I'm not going to get into who, but it was just, well, they've scored the most points. And I'm like, okay, but that's kind of lazy. It's about when you're scoring. Like if you're down multiple scores in the fourth quarter and you're playing against a team that's materially changed how they're playing defense.
Oh, you mean like yesterday?
Yeah, like the Pittsburgh Steelers decided we're going to go base nickel, too high, soft cover, keep everything in front of us. You're racking up empty calories. If it doesn't result in winning, those points aren't really impactful. It's just, this is why I'm so tired of this stat-driven world we live in is like, you're coming up with things to make you feel better versus just watch the effing game and think for yourself. Like, did Jared Goff have a good day yesterday? No. Well, PFF said he had one turnover-worthy play. My balls. He had a half a dozen turnover-worthy plays.
PFF grades your balls?
And a half a dozen inaccurate throws.
Yeah. No, second halves especially. How many almost picks did the Steelers get?
But again, according to PFF, well, here's another one then. For the people who want to worship PFF, great. Aiden wasn't one of your 5 best defensive players yesterday. So I don't need to hear you like you're on Law and Order trying to lecture a jury. Alternate perspective. Happy holidays, everybody. It's going to be okay. All right? Rieger's next.
Wow.
Talk to you guys on the other side.
Happy holidays.